Tap the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Please tap the screen as you're coming in. What's up? Where have I been? I've been on TikTok, man. I've been around. God is not real. Request if you disagree. I don't know why are you saying that I'm gonna find out? Finding out that God exists, why would it be bad if I was wrong? Why would it be bad if I was wrong about the existence of God? Considering that it's an extraordinary claim that's probably going to require extraordinary evidence or proof. Exactly. Tap the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get straight to business. Please do make a habit of tapping the screen as you come in. I do appreciate everyone. I appreciate everyone, including those of you who do believe and those of you who don't believe. Remember, this is just argument. We're not each other's enemies. Though some of you might want to make it out to be so. Okay? At the end of the day, we all got lives. We still got to go out there and hustle. These are conversations. This is just talking. Please tap the screen, y'all. Let's get to 10,000 likes. Do us a favor and tap the screen. If you're not following me on YouTube, definitely go check out my YouTube. If you're feeling generous, Cash App is in the description. If you're angry, please keep scrolling to another live show that will make you less angry. If you're here to be entertained, you're in the right place. Tap the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Tap the screen. God is not real. God has never been real and God will never be real. Welcome to your daily reminder to focus on the natural and give little to no care for the supernatural. Unless, you've arrived at the point of mental fortitude where you cannot hold on anymore. If the natural has become overwhelming, you can lean on the supernatural. Yeah. Hey, Coco. Long time no talk. I hope all is well with you. Have we opened our own church yet, my brother? I don't know if we're gonna be opening the church. What exactly is a church? Right? What exactly is a church? That's what it comes down to. Is a church a place where you buy and sell false hope? Is it a place where you buy and sell true hope? Is it a place for sane people? Is it a place for insane people? Is it a place for insane and sane people? What is a church? What is a mosque? What is a temple? What is worship? What is God? Churches are trauma centers. I don't know if it's necessarily trauma. I think there is trauma involved, yes. A good number of people in the church go there following a traumatic event in their lives. A lot of people. Okay, I guess after a while, you just become a member. But people that go to church for the first time, right? Everyone has the reasons why they go to church. Some people, it's culturally relevant, it's just part of your culture and tradition. Every Sunday they go to church. They've probably forgotten why they go to church to begin with. I'm pretty sure there's somebody listening to me right now who doesn't even remember the exact reason why they go to church. I am pretty sure there's someone listening to me right now whom the last time they had to go to church, somewhere deep inside of you, you wish you didn't have to. Right? Especially African churches. Man, if you've never been to a fashion show, you should pull up to an African church on Sunday. It's like a fashion competition, Who's got the slickest suit? Who's got the better looking dress? Whose skirt is shorter? It's just typical. You know, and if you go to a Catholic church, maybe you wouldn't see it like that too much, but evangelicals, I wonder if there's really a dress code. But that in of itself is not a bad thing. I don't think so. It is what it is. You can dress however you want to dress to go to church.
Bakanga, Bakanga.
What's up,
How
man?
are you?
Doing good.
I'm good. I'm good. How are you doing? I miss your
I'm
lives. You don't do live every day anymore. What happened?
yeah, just busy recently, you know. Hopefully one of these days I'm gonna
Busy.
find a consistent schedule. But what you got for me today?
Listen, Bakanga, I've been listening to you on YouTube for a long time. Like, really enjoy listening to you. Uh, Not because I agree with you, because you're a very smart guy. And once I heard you said that there is no point in like praying to God, stupid. And you said even if you believe in God, the praying is stupid because you think God will change His plan for you. And this is very wrong. I'll tell you why. We're not praying only for God to accept our request. We're only praying because He gave us so good. Like He gives us a lot of good things. He gave a life. He gives us everything we have. So
Yeah,
praying
just because
is
it gives you that doesn't mean you have to talk to yourself. Considering that when you pray, he doesn't really respond. You're just talking to yourself, and then however you feel in the inside, you go about. That's my point. My point is, even if all the claims you're saying about God is true, God is an all-knowing being. There's no need to keep reminding him of what he already knows. Like
no,
anyone
is
who truly knows a God, the way the Abrahamic God is described, you're not even going to worry about what God is thinking. You're just going to go about living your life using what God has given you to the best of your abilities. There is no
but
amount
we
of
have
you communicating with God that would change the outcome of
God
any
lets
event.
God lets us choose what we want to do. God knows everything out of what we will choose. This is where we have a free choice.
God doesn't just know. God
This
also
is one of the
influences.
principles of
God.
Judaism.
No, it's not free choice. God definitely influences your choice. You know, and then at the end of the day, you're gonna choose what God wants you to choose.
No, this is
Yeah,
very wrong.
because God's
This
will
is
is
why we don't believe
ultimately.
in God.
Listen, God's will is ultimately the will that is done in every case. Okay, at the end, He's created
Not
the world.
necessarily.
Yes,
Like,
necessarily. If not, God is not an absolute, powerful,
according to your
omnipresent,
God, I
omnipotent
don't believe
being.
in your God. My God give me free choice.
Your God cannot give you
This is
free
all.
choice the way you've described your God.
He can. I'll tell you
Okay,
how.
hold up. Between you and your God, who is superior?
Of course, God.
Okay. When God made you think that God made you, right?
Of course.
Okay.
He gave me the spirit.
Okay, sure. When God made you, from his perspective, what was he making?
He made a spirit, a soul, and then he put it into a body,
Hold up. He made a
physical body.
spirit. Hold up. He made a spirit and a soul, then he put it in the body.
Yes.
What is a spirit and or a soul?
Spirit is what keeps you alive.
No, what is a
Like,
spirit or a soul? You say God made a spirit and a soul, then he put it in a body. So what is this spirit or soul that God made?
what do you mean, what is it? It's,
Brother, God makes a spirit and a soul, then he puts it in a body, right?
that's right.
Okay, this spirit and this soul that God is making, what is it?
It's spiritual thing that God created, so he
Yeah,
can put
I
it in
already
a
know that. I'm
man's
asking you to
body.
tell me what it is. Like, what is it compared to God? What is it? What is the soul compared to God? God is the one who made the soul, right? You say he made the soul, then he put it in the body, and that's you.
A soul is a limited something. A soul is not
I
all
don't care
being.
how
A
limited or
soul,
unlimited it is. I want to know what it is.
I'm defining to you what the soul is.
No, you're just
I'm
telling
literally
me.
defining to you.
You're not necessarily defining it to me because everything other than God is limited. So if you tell me that a soul is limited, you're not really telling me something new. You're just generalizing. I want you to be specific. What is a soul? This soul that God makes, what is it? And I would like to ask you how he makes it, but I don't expect you to give me that answer because you
So,
clearly are just making it up right now. But what is a soul?
soul is the spiritual part in a man.
Yeah. So
It's
what is this? What is this spiritual part of a man made of?
it doesn't make made of anything that exists in our physical world.
I don't care where it exists at. I just want to know what it's made of.
It's spiritual things doesn't made of something. Like if you ask what angel made of, angels
Brother,
doesn't made
what
of
what what is this
anything.
soul that God made to put? You cannot make something and put it in a physical body if that thing is not physical. The physical body doesn't have the ability to contain things which are not physical.
Is it thought physical when you
Is
think?
what?
Are the thought physical when you think?
Inherently, the
The
thoughts
thought
are
is
the
physical.
chemicals. Yes, the thoughts are physical in its essence.
This is
Because
your
the
belief.
brother, relax, relax. The thought in of itself is just an idea that describes chemical activity in our brain, as long with electromagnetic activity in our brain. That's the definition of the thought itself. We understand the concept, and we also understand what the concept represents. We understand the difference between the concept and what it represents. Okay, we
Or
use it as
what
an
space
active
made of?
word. Say that
What
again.
space made of? What space made of?
Space is made up of different elements and different forms of matter.
No, I'm talking about space when there's nothing, like
Yeah,
vacuum,
space.
vacuum. Like in
Space.
space, right? Space made of, like if you ask me what space made of, it is made
Space
of
is
nothing.
not
It just
space is not true nothingness in the sense of true nothingness, like
so
absolutely
we
nothing.
it is nothing.
You
Is there
have
an
relax. Space has so many things in it, including like different types of gamma rays, radiation, all the light that's traveling, though it's not detectable from one star to another, you know, elements, particles, helium, nitrogen, all types of things. So what's your point?
my point is that there are things in world that are not physical, and we're describing them
Yes, yes,
as not
yes.
physical
But we don't
things.
make claims.
So
We don't make claims about those things living inside of us, literally, because, like I said to you, the spirit is not. If the spirit is not physical, it's not inside a human being. A human being is flesh and blood, physical. That's what a human being is. Now, a human being
so
has a way it functions, right? The different parts of a human being functions in specific way that allow the human beings to do specific things. That's what people used to call the spirit back in the day, like a person's behavior. Like this person is acting in a specific way, but the thoughts in their mind is really just chemical impulses. It's the way that those chemical impulses, organs, blood vessels are organized. It's the way that they are organized that allow them to function together and produce what we observe as human behavior,
and
right? It is that unique organization of the physical body. If you disassemble the physical body, you realize that a human being can no longer be a human
so
being.
what happens when you're dead? Like when you're dead, the physical body is still
What
right here in front of
Yes,
you.
yes, yes. Once you're dead,
So
that means that that system that works, the combination of the work of multiple organs, multiple parts, multiple neurons, multiple chemicals, that combination of work, somebody has put a stop to that work. Like the machine is not working anymore.
so
It's
let's
been
just sum
turned
it up.
off.
What made it? What made somebody dead? It's
Right.
because
So
he
any
doesn't
type
have the
of
soul anymore.
listen, any type of malfunction in the human system can cause a complete systemic shutdown, right? So an illness, a sickness, failure of a specific organ, especially if it's a major organ, you know, it, then it will cease. It's like a
Like
tree. Listen,
like
listen.
when
It's like a tree. Okay. Do you think that trees have spirits?
not like human spirit, but they have spirit. Like
No,
the
no, no.
Talmud
Answer the
says,
question. Do you think that trees have spirits?
not in the literal sense of spirit. No,
Nah, 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 nah. Do you think that trees have spirit inside of them the same way that humans have spirit inside
no,
of them?
no.
Okay, okay. And yet, what happens when you cut down a tree? What happens to the tree?
I cut it down. It doesn't have a supply anymore. But I
Listen, okay,
mean,
it doesn't have
I'm
a
not
supply
talking
of
about
what? It doesn't have a supply of what?
of water, of energy, of the things that makes him alive, that makes a tree alive. But
Okay,
when
okay.
it
What is
comes to
it?
human,
What is it that makes a tree alive?
um, everything that has inside of a tree, like the water, the energy gets from the sun, the oxygen.
Yeah, you realize that that's how a human being is too, right? The food you eat, the oxygen, that's what makes you alive, just like a tree. The only difference between you and a tree is how you behave and the shape and form you take. and then the different parts you
Like,
have. But in terms of
of
principle, the fact that the tree has to eat, and if it's disconnected from the source of its food, it dies. Same thing for a human being, right? If you introduce a sickness into the system of a tree, same thing as a human being. That's why we are
no,
called. That's why we're all
tree can have
classified
a
as.
sickness. That's the point.
Say that again.
Tree can have a sickness. That's the point. Like,
Trees,
why
trees,
can't you?
trees don't have sicknesses.
No, they don't have sicknesses. They're not human. You
Hold up,
mean
Mir,
I have a
Mir,
tree
Mir,
out of my
Mir,
house
Mir,
100
Mir,
years?
Mir. You don't think that a tree can get sick?
If you think that a tree could get sick, you're crazy. Like,
Okay, then
how
this
can a
is where
tree
the
get sick?
conversation ends. This is where the conversation ends. We found something good that you can learn today. So, Mir, go and come back again and come and talk to me about the subject of trees, okay? Go and
You can have
go.
the point.
Listen, bruh. Go and study the subject of trees. Study everything you can study about a tree, and then you should come and educate me as far as what makes trees alive, okay?
We can see that tree is alive, and when we cut them off, they're not alive anymore. We can literally see it in our eyes. You always like to say
So
we can see things in our
you
eyes.
say that trees are alive and humans are alive, right?
Right. Yes.
And humans and trees are both living things, right?
That's right.
When trees die, they don't continue. They don't go to heaven. They don't go somewhere after they die. Just like human beings, right? I mean, that's what living things are, bro. Living things are divided into two
They don't have a
categories.
consciousness. Tree doesn't have a consciousness. You're trying.
Having your consciousness cannot stop you from dying. And trees do have
But
a consciousness.
consciousness is the thing that.
Trees do have a consciousness.
Do you think trees have a consciousness?
Yes, it's not the same as human beings, but to a certain degree, they have a consciousness.
Do you think they can understand that
Just
they're
like
alive?
dogs don't have the same type of consciousness as us, because though they have the same types of parts, they work differently. So trees have different ways of detecting and being aware of their environment. Consciousness is simply defined as being aware of your environment. There are some group of human beings who are so desperate to make consciousness something tangible, but it's not really something tangible. It's in of itself just an expression that describes the
But
animated state of a thing, right? The animated state of a thing, which is in of itself very mechanical, okay, mechanical, but that behavior is a level of consciousness. And also it is we also separate the consciousness of living things, because once something gets in a state of consciousness, as long as it maintains a constant source of food and shelter, it can maintain its consciousness on its own for a given amount of time, right? Compared to maybe like our computers and the things that we design with sensors, which completely depend on us, right? So
but
between plants and humans, you do observe that no one plants the grass, right? No one plants grass. Grass grows. Grass is living. An amoeba, no one feeds him. He knows where to get his food. A whale, that's all living things. That's what we call that behavior. Is what we call consciousness. That behavior. Hence, when
uh,
a thing which was previously conscious can no longer do anything, we know it's unconscious. Like if I saw you knocked out on the floor out cold, you are unconscious. You
no,
know?
I'm looking on Wikipedia right now, and it says that consciousness is the awareness of a living creature to being alive. Trees
Yes.
are
Like I
not
said, it's
aware
a behavior,
by
it's an
itself to being alive.
awareness. That's what I
It's not
just
a
said.
behavior. It's not a behavior. We can't absorb conscious. I don't know if you're consciousness right now. I can't know that.
Mir, you know that I am conscious because I am behaving like something which meets that awareness criteria.
Exactly, because you're acting the way I act. This is
No,
how we know you're a
no, no.
consciousness.
It's not that I'm acting the way you act. I'm acting like something which is conscious, something which is aware of its environment. That's what consciousness is. Conscious. Think about it. Like, are you conscious of the fact that the bills have been paid? That's what someone will ask you, right? Are you aware? Do you know that the bills have been paid? If I say to you, are you conscious that the new president of the United States has been decided? I'm asking you, are you aware that the new president, I'm just asking you if you know. And you cannot know something you're not exposed to. And if you're exposed to it and you cannot observe it and then interpret it, then you're not conscious. So I know that you're conscious because your body works in the same way that mine works, in terms of, you have eyes that can see, reflect light,
So,
and that mechanism within your brain is there. So it's your anatomy
so why
that
is
makes you
Wikipedia?
conscious.
So why is Wikipedia says that a consciousness is only something that that the creature himself can know. Only himself can know it.
No,
It literally
no.
says it. Like, look for it right now.
Wikipedia says that only a person can know that they are conscious.
Exactly.
Nah,
It says that
that's not true.
consciousness.
That's not true. That's not true.
It literally says it. I'm reading it right now in front of my eyes. It says consciousness of a living creature knowing only to himself.
Hold
It
up.
literally says it.
Let me look it up
Look
myself.
for it right now.
In fact, you
But
know
don't
what?
ask Meta.
No, no,
She's
no. You know
stupid. Don't
what?
ask
You
Meta.
know what? I don't even know why I'm wasting time. I'm just gonna ask Meta. Meta
Don't
has
ask
access
Meta.
to Wikipedia.
You manipulated her to answer the answers you wanted you to answer.
No, listen. Hey, Meta.
I'm listening. What's on your mind?
What's consciousness basically? Just tell me what's consciousness.
Happy to explain. Consciousness refers to your awareness of your thoughts, feelings, and surroundings. It's what makes you, you, and allows you to experience the world around you. Think of it like being awake and aware versus being asleep or unconscious. When you're conscious, you're able to perceive, think, and feel.
Can other life forms, can other humans know that other humans are conscious?
Happy to explain. That's a deep question. While we can't directly experience another person's consciousness, we can make
I rest my
educated
case.
guesses based on their behavior and brain activity. We assume other humans are conscious because they exhibit similar behaviors and brain functions as us. However, the nature of consciousness makes it difficult to prove or disprove in others with absolute certainty.
So you're saying that there is no way to prove that another person is conscious?
Happy to explain. We can't directly prove another person's consciousness. We can only infer it based on their behavior, brain activity, and responses. It's a philosophical challenge known as the problem of other minds. We assume others are conscious based on similarities to our own experience, but we can't directly observe their subjective experience.
Is it possible for
I just rest my
someone or
case.
something? Is it possible for someone or something to behave like us when we are conscious?
Amazing question. Yes, it's possible for someone or something to mimic conscious behavior without truly being conscious. We see this in advanced artificial intelligence systems that can simulate human-like conversations or actions. Some philosophical perspectives even suggest that it's possible for a being or entity to behave indistinguishably from a conscious being without actually possessing consciousness, often referred to as a philosophical zombie.
So how do we then conclude that we possess consciousness?
Happy to explain. We typically conclude that we possess consciousness through our own subjective experience. We have direct access to our own thoughts, feelings, and perceptions, which gives us a sense of being aware and alive. This internal experience is what leads us to believe we are conscious. In essence...
Oh, hold up. It's what leads us to believe but not to know. So by your definition, a person in of themselves cannot even know that they are conscious. That is such a complex definition of consciousness that defeats the whole point of the simplistic aspect of it, don't you think?
You're pointing out the limitations of defining consciousness based on observable behavior or external validation. From a personal perspective, we do have a direct experience of our own consciousness, which can make it...
Yeah, how can you prove that?
I don't think I can prove it in a way that...
So how do you know it is so?
I don't know it in the sense of having...
So why do you then say it as though you know? Because you've defined consciousness in a way that makes it impossible for you to know. And if you look at the crux of the matter, it makes it impossible for a person to know. I think the problem is with your definition of consciousness not being consistent with what is observed. Because this is what I think. I think that consciousness in of itself is the behavior that we observe, irrespective of what it is that generates the behavior. So anything which has the ability to be aware of its environment is conscious. And that consciousness directly translates between that thing and its behavior, such that if a thing doesn't behave consciously, it is really not conscious. Now, anything which is not typical, like maybe like an AI, that demonstrates the ability to be aware of its environment, to think of its own and make decisions, has to be defined as having some level of consciousness. Consciousness from that perspective is something which is provable, understandable, and real by the very definition of the word real. The way you've defined it makes it something so abstract. If we were to go down philosophically, we would never come to an answer. We might as well all be confused.
Interesting question. You're proposing a more functional definition of consciousness, where it's defined by the behavior and abilities of an entity rather than an abstract internal experience. That perspective can be useful for understanding and discussing consciousness in a more practical way. By focusing on observable behavior and abilities, we can make more concrete assessments about the presence or absence of consciousness. Your approach could lead to a more nuanced understanding of consciousness, especially when applied to complex systems like AI.
So when it comes down to it, all things summarized, as we utilize the word conscious in the real sense, can I, by observing another person, come to a solid conclusion that they are conscious, especially when I consider the fact that we are of the same species?
Interesting question. When observing another person, especially someone from the same species, we can make a reasonable inference about their consciousness based on their behavior, responses, and physiological similarities to ourselves. Given the shared biology and experiences, it's logical to assume that others have similar subjective experiences and are conscious in a way that's comparable to our own. This assumption
When you say we make an inference, are you saying that we can be certain, or are you saying that there's still a possibility we could be wrong?
Let me think. When I say we make an inference, I'm saying that while it's a very reasonable assumption, there's still a philosophical possibility that we could be wrong.
Yeah, philosophically, but philosophically and practically is two different things.
Great question. Philosophy often explores the theoretical and abstract, while practical application is more about functional reality.
Yes, so I'm talking to you in terms of functional reality. Because, of course, if we go philosophically, the Buddhists would define consciousness differently. The Hindu would define consciousness differently. The Arab or the Muslim and the Christian, and we will never really even ever have a consensus. But within our standard English language, void of all those philosophies, within their specific disciplines, we can simply understand consciousness in the practical sense. In the practical sense is the realist sense.
In the practical sense, consciousness refers to being aware of one's surroundings, thoughts, and feelings, and being able to respond accordingly. Within the context of everyday language, we can understand and discuss consciousness in a way that's functional and relatable, without getting bogged down in the nuances of various philosophical or cultural perspectives.
Because the reality is that despite the multitude of philosophical ways of defining consciousness, they can't all be right. Because they do run into situations where they contradict each other. So consciousness at its core, as we utilize it, is not really different from temperature, right? The changes that we see in temperature, from something going from hot to cold, allow us to infer that temperature is measurable and something is either hot or cold. So someone's behavior, right? The state of being of a person as observed, you should be able to observe if they're in a conscious state or in an unconscious state.
Interesting topic. You're drawing an analogy between consciousness and physical properties like temperature. Just as we can measure temperature and observe changes, we can observe behavior and infer the presence or absence of consciousness. This practical approach allows us to make functional assessments about someone's state of awareness, regardless of the underlying philosophical interpretations. By looking at behavior and responses, we can determine whether someone is conscious or not, in a way that's useful and applicable in everyday life.
Okay, are plants conscious?
That's an interesting term. Are you suggesting that an appliance, like a smart device?
No, I'm asking a plant.
You're asking if a plant is conscious. That's a great question. Some people argue that plants do have a form of consciousness or awareness, given their ability to respond to their environment, adapt to changes, and even communicate with other plants. Others might say that consciousness requires a more complex nervous system or brain, which plants don't possess. What do you think?
What do you mean by it requires a more complex nervous system or brain?
Let me see. I mean that some theories of consciousness suggest that a certain level of neurological complexity is necessary for conscious experience. This typically involves structures like a brain or a central nervous system that can process and integrate information in a sophisticated way. Plants don't have these structures, so some people argue that they can't be conscious in the same way animals are. However,
well, obviously, they would not be conscious in the same way that animals are. They're not remotely similar to animals, other than the principles that govern what makes them living things. So, a plant's ability to respond to stimulus, it's a level of consciousness by definition, though.
That's a really great question. You're making a case for a broader definition of consciousness that encompasses any living being's ability to respond to stimuli. From this perspective, plants' ability to react to their environment, grow towards light, or respond to touch could be seen as a form of consciousness. It's a valid perspective, and it challenges traditional views of consciousness as being exclusive to animals with complex nervous systems.
Man, I hope you learned something.
But you're serious? Everyone in the chat saw that you were manipulating her. She literally told you in the beginning, no, we can't know that as a creature has a consciousness. Then you manipulate her and change the definition of conscious.
It's not my fault that you don't have critical thinking skills. Listen to the words you just said out of your mouth, okay? Let me help you out a little bit. You just said that we cannot know if another person is conscious, right?
Exactly.
How do you know that you're conscious?
I feel it.
Prove it.
It's only my feeling.
Prove it. Prove it.
I can't prove it. Everything
Then you're
I say
making it
now,
up.
I can
Then you're
prove
making
it.
it up. Then you're making it up.
That's all the point of consciousness. We can't prove it.
Listen. Then guess what? Then that will make the dream that everybody has at night a real thing. That's real, right? You see, consciousness. Listen, we cannot have a shared consciousness unless we have ways of knowing for a fact what something is and what something is not. You understand? Listen. You don't know that. You might not know that I have diarrhea. But if you observe me long enough, you can know for sure that I have diarrhea. Right? You're not inside my stomach. You don't know what I ate last night. But if you observe my behavior right about when that food is digested and is about to come out, and you even see me, let's say I didn't have to dump in the toilet. I had to just do it out front of you. You could, right? So what you have to think about it is consciousness as something which is within us that we are able to know by very definition compels us to behave a certain way. Something which is conscious must behave a certain way, and that certain way is identifiable.
No. What you're saying right now, it's the definition of life, not consciousness. Everything I'm doing right now.
That is why the two are intertwined. In fact, the two are actually one and the same. And unfortunately,
that's the point. Meta just said it. She just said that consciousness is only something that the one himself can be aware to the fact is conscious.
Listen. She was talking philosophically, not in the practical sense. Did you get that part?
In the practical sense. Listen,
no, in the practical sense, you cannot say that consciousness is something that only a person can know.
Bakanga,
hold up. Okay, so when you're talking to me right now, you don't know if I'm conscious?
What?
No, okay, let's just fix the problem real quick, right? You said that you can't know if another person is conscious. Hold up, Mir. You can't know if another person is conscious, right?
It's not a yes or no question. Let me say it that way.
Hold up. So what you're saying is that you can know that a person is conscious?
No. Listen. Everything you're doing right now, you can be a robot and not have a consciousness and still do it like a tree. I can't really know if you have consciousness.
Man, that's besides the point. My point to you right now, within your conscious, because I'm a practical guy, right? I keep saying practically. So practically, right now, right here, you and I, we are the experiment. Are you saying that you don't know that I'm conscious?
I mean, if you ask me if you're conscious, I'll say yes, you're conscious.
Man. Take on the totality of the education you've received since the day that the sperm that your father offered your mother fertilized itself and became you, right? Since that glorious day till this point. Use all the knowledge that you've accumulated till then and answer my question. You're saying that you don't know that I'm conscious right now? It's an honest question. It's a simple yes or no. Listen. I am appealing to your honesty about your own subjective experience, right?
I'll be honest, okay?
So you don't know, just yes or no. Do you not know that I am conscious right now?
I know you're conscious, right? You're conscious right now. I know that.
Okay, my
But
question then is, within that context, however, whatever context you're building, how do you know that I am conscious right now?
because you're acting and speaking the way that someone that has conscious behaves.
That is
Like,
what consciousness is. Because, listen, check this out. It's not just that I'm speaking, but there are other elements of my beings which could not be possible, right? You can definitely tell that I'm human. So the fact that I'm human makes that even more likely. The fact that this is not the first time we're talking and I've been on this life, the fact that you see me make videos in different scenarios, right? The fact that I'm a real person that you can go and verify to be sure. There's just too many facts that if you doubt that I'm conscious right now, there's no way to guarantee that you're all present mentally. And because people have mystified the idea of consciousness, there is so many people out there chasing smoke thinking that they're being spiritual when they're literally just driving themselves insane in their head.
so why does it really
Consciousness,
say that?
consciousness in from my position, consciousness is a simple thing. I think that ideas and what we observe in the world are simple. And then sometimes in our effort to understand them, we go into philosophies. But philosophy is a double-edged sword. If you don't have critical thinking skills, don't engage into anything philosophically because you're just gonna make yourself dumber, right? You have to be able to deduce and consider every possibility. You need to be able to isolate the contexts in which you're trying to derive a philosophical claim or conclusion. You have to be precise. If you come into the practical world, you have to consider all truths at all times. Okay? If
Yeah,
you
let me
want
ask
to
you
be in
something.
your specific discipline, if I say to you, tell me what is consciousness, you just need to give me the simple definition. If you don't want to deal with consciousness simply, you say, okay, philosophically, this is what I think consciousness is. If I
But
understand that
why
you're
don't you care
approaching me
about philosophically? Why don't you care about philosophically?
because
Philosophically,
philosophical, listen, it is not all philosophical claims that are practical truths. There are many philosophies that are just bullshit, bro, even if it makes sense.
give me one thing that you can prove it's not right. It's not right thing, and philosophically it is the right thing. Give me one example. Come on.
Okay, there's certain philosophies, right? For example, capitalism. There's a certain philosophy associated with capitalism that I find it to just be, it's ineffective, and it creates an imbalance in society where there is no cap on how wealthy someone can get in a capitalistic system, right? Where it is a merit-based system to the point where if I had some type of advantage and I amassed so much wealth, and then I monopolize so many aspects of business to the point where no one else by their own singular effort can work hard enough to become at my level, and then I just pretty much have so much money. But then at the very extreme end of my society, there are some people who can barely afford what to eat, right? So I think that realistically, taxation is a good system to kind of keep the rich in check. So to the point where the more a rich person gets richer, the more the government should tax them. Obviously, that's a great debate in America today between the conservatives and the liberals, right? If the liberals want to tax rich people, the conservatives don't want to tax rich people. Conservative thinks that if you don't tax rich people, they're going to bring more business. The liberals think that if you don't tax rich people, wealth is going to swing drastically to one side. I agree. If you don't tax rich people, wealth is going to go drastically to one side. And there will be an inequivalence. And that will create an unwanted caste system. We don't want an unwanted caste system, right? That's a philosophy that I think is bullshit. The idea that there should be no limit on how rich a person can get. And you would agree with me too on that subject.
You think that there should be a limit for how rich people can be?
Yes. I think
I
that,
think you're wrong, and I'll tell you why.
listen to me,
Let's.
listen to me. You know why kings used to
You're
be
blowing
kings?
up my dreams right now,
No, no,
Bakanga.
no,
You're blowing up
hold
it.
up,
I want
bro.
to be the richest man in the world.
Mayor. The idea is authoritarianism. A person doesn't only become authoritarian within a political system. You can also become authoritarian within a religious system, an economic system, right? We don't want anybody to be so
Right.
powerful that they have all that authority over us in a way that we cannot check and balance. In any society, you need to be smart enough, right? There needs to be a way to check and balance them. Like I said, taxation is a good check, but obviously in America, it's a debate whether it should even be utilized. But there should be a cap. The reason why kings used to be kings is because they used to be the ones that owned the most land and resources. And what did they do? What have human beings historically done when you give them unlimited power? They've not always been the most benevolent. So for me, it's just not practical for us to continuously allow ourselves to have some people become, bro, you can be so wealthy that you have enough money to live 10 lifetimes and there will still be a cap to how rich you can get and it will not affect
Let's
you.
talk about Elon Musk. Elon Musk, do you think he's doing good things for the world?
I think that some of the things that Elon Musk does for the world are good, and I think that some of the things that he does for the world are bad. And
All
I
right,
think that
let's
the
say
good things, hold up. I think the good things that Elon Musk does, some of it is at the expense of some other people. Though I do
but
actually admire Elon Musk's ability to think and solve problems simply as a human being, you know, regardless of the things I disagree with him about. Yeah, I just think that the idea of electric cars is a good idea. You know, it's revolutionary, a new form of using energy. He pioneered it. His endeavors at SpaceX, whatsoever, his endeavor with
he
Neuralink, the
made
Boring
he
Company.
made blind people see again.
Yeah,
You know
while
how?
listen. Yeah, he made blind people see again while killing thousands of children in the Congo to mine his lithium at dirt cheap. Listen, there are children who are
What?
dying in the Congo right now mining the lithium to power those electric cars. Hold up. Okay, in lithium mines, wherever there's a lithium mine, there's probably some type of abuse going on these days. To be honest, you just need to look into it. You know, while exploiting, you know, these
So
people
you're saying me that
that are
for these
providing raw
blind people to
material.
see. So
You
you're
say
saying
what?
that for this blind man. So you're saying that for this blind man to see, like a couple of children needed to die for the thing.
I'm just saying that if you were to just look at Elon Musk based on one perspective, you can either say he's a good guy or a bad guy. But he's not exempt from all of us human beings, right? And in his
Of
endeavors,
course
he
he is.
has
He's
changed
changing
lives.
the world. He's changing the world to a better place. This is why we so love him here in Israel.
Okay, hold up. If I said to you that you should sacrifice every member of your family that you know right now in exchange for everything that Elon Musk accomplished, and then all those children in the Congo who have died mining raw materials for his companies, right? They should live. Would you exchange your life with the life of your families, with the lives of those innocent people, of those people?
Personally, no, because this is my family. But I'm not the one to say
Brother,
if my
answer my question. I said, would you exchange
no.
the
The
lives
answer is
of
no.
you and why not?
Because it's my life. I've got
Oh,
emotional
so you think that
for my
Elon?
family.
Okay, you think that what Elon Musk is doing is good, but you don't consider all the consequences associated with it?
Of course I am. And I didn't know what you
Okay,
told me. I need to go look for it. If it's true,
what exactly is good about what Elon Musk is doing? Because it would then now depend on who you're talking to.
no,
If
if
you're
it's
talking to
true, if
someone who lives in that town in somewhere in America right now, apparently one of Elon Musk's companies is polluting a certain town in the US right now. The news is just picking up, and people in that town don't want that company to be there. He has a company that builds supercomputers, and they're polluting this town, and the people don't want it there because it's messing them up. But the supercomputer that Elon Musk is building is one of the most advanced ones on Earth. You know, it's really going to push us forward. The question is at the expense of who? That is where that's where there's a moral issue when it comes to us having so much wealth, pursuing our goals. It is going to come at the expense of someone, and we need to find a better way of making progress without it coming at the expense of so many people. So in a nutshell, I would say that as a pioneer entrepreneur, I think Elon Musk has done many good things. As a businessman, I think that a lot of innocent people have been collateral for his success.
if what you're saying is true, I didn't know that. I'll go look for it after the conversation. But if what you're saying is true, then you're right. I've got nothing to tell you. If it kills
Okay, yeah, sure.
people,
Anyways, that's the second thing. Go and look up on Elon Musk and how he made his wealth and how he gets his raw material. Look that up, and then also do some research into trees, and then come back next time. Thank you for your time. Okay.
all right. Thank you, Bakanga. Have a good night out there.
All right,
Thank you
man.
for the conversation.
For sure,
Bye
brother.
bye.
On the subject, listen, y'all. Let me tell you something. A smart person never takes something simple and makes it complicated. A smart person never takes something simple and make it complicated. If you take something, and let me tell you how you take something simple and make it complicated. You take something which is sure and certain, observable, and then you turn it into something abstract. We don't really do too good with things which are abstract. They don't really help us as far as getting along. Words have simple definitions. Before you want to dabble with the complex definition of a word, you probably want to learn the simple definition. The simple definitions are usually generic. And then when you go into a specific discipline or specific school of thought, you can then philosophically define it, scientifically define it, spiritually define it. You can then define them categorically. All right. No more long guess. Straight to your point, y'all.
Hello.
Yes, sir. That's not real. I said request if you disagree.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Do you disagree?
So I have some thoughts about the conversation you were having. So I'm a neurologist, and we do EEGs in people, and we can tell if somebody's awake or conscious based on their EEG. The EEG is an electric field, and the consciousness, like it correlates with the electric field, the brain waves that your brain makes.
So you're saying that
physical.
even internally, conscious behavior or what makes something conscious can be observed. If we were to go beyond behavior, we can actually observe it at the neurological level.
But you're still in the same conundrum of proving consciousness. Like that's the way we define science. We define science by being objective, which means two people have to basically agree on the fact that they see something. And consciousness, just by definition, is something that you can't show somebody. So science is taking it shouldn't even really be addressing the question of consciousness, because it's not.
No, that's why I think
observable.
that consciousness from the scientific perspective is so much simpler. And then if we were to study it scientifically, we need to stay consistent with its scientific definition, which is simply something being able to be aware of its environment, right? So consciousness from that perspective is more behavioral, right? It's like photosynthesis. We are observing something taking place. It's a process that's taking place. And for that process to take place, certain paradigms have to be met, or certain things have to be in place, including being a living thing and then being able to respond to stimulus, being able to absorb data and react to that data.
I think you're right. I want to study consciousness scientifically, so we have to be practical. But at the same time, it's just a fact that you can't prove anybody else is conscious. I'll never know anybody's conscious.
I'm brother, but that's the problem, though. I think that if we make that conclusion, that means we've adjusted the definition of consciousness into something so abstract. We ought not to even be using that word. If every time a person says they're conscious, they mean a different thing, then consciousness is not even something that we can use. It's useless to us, because we're still going to have that conundrum of how does a person even know they're conscious? If I can't prove to, if you can observe and see that I'm conscious, and I can prove my conscious, I think that we are talking about something else then, and I think that we might need to come up with a new word to define what we're trying to say, because I think that consciousness, as a simple English word, before we even go into science, philosophy, is so simple. Like all other words that we use to describe behavior, like a dead person is not conscious, because we can observe that they are not behaving in a conscious way. We can observe the state of their physical body as something which is incapable of being conscious. We can watch it decomposing, right? That process. Now, if there is something more innate and specific to how human beings are conscious, because it's not if human beings are conscious that we cannot tell. We can tell for sure that human beings are conscious. I think that the dilemma is how human beings are conscious, and how human beings are conscious uniquely within their own selves to be able to separate themselves from the world when dealing with so much data coming into the five senses. How that information is stored in one place and carefully used as the human being responds to stimuli or responds to what it's aware of, right? How he uses that information. we're more curious about what the brain is. I think that, but consciousness in of itself, we can tell that the brain is being conscious by observing its behavior. We just don't know all the intricacies of how.
Well, let me tell you how I think it's you'll never solve the the hard problem of consciousness, like why anything is conscious. Like I feel like if God exists, God could question his own, like why is he conscious? He might have his own philosophy, right? So,
man, I like that. I like that. Yeah. If God exists, God could question his own consciousness. I wonder if God ever asked himself, why do I exist? Right? Yeah, that's a nice question right there. No, for real, it's a dilemma. So we end up with an infinitely regressive problem, and we never have a solution for it because we're dealing with something completely abstract. In order for us to have a solution to a problem, not only does the problem have to have a level of standardization, meaning that there have to be a way that problem affects everyone in the same way, and then the solution has to be able to solve the way that problem affects everyone in the same way, and then we can then go from there. But if a problem is unique to every single person, so much that there are no commonalities, bro, how do you solve that problem? That means we would never know what consciousness is, literally by definition, the way you guys are defining it.
Here's the way I would solve it. Okay, for instance, like when I think about quantum mechanics, like I've never done a quantum mechanics experiment, so I don't have like I have to read and understand somebody else's perspective. We all have the ability to recognize our own consciousness, and to see it. Now I can't show it to you.
But how do we come to that conclusion though? Considering that we don't know how to tell that somebody else is conscious, how could we ever get to the point where we're then making claims that no, they know they are conscious, and then that claim is some type of true claim? No, the point where you can't tell that another person is conscious, if you cannot observe and conclude that another person is conscious within reason, sufficiently beyond doubt.
Yes, you can. It's a level. It's a question of like how sure do you want to be? Like
100% sure. I think that just like anything else, with the right amount of discipline, you can 100% sure be able to identify that a human being is conscious. Especially if we're talking of known species. If we're talking of known species, with the amount of data we have, no one should not be able to tell a human being who's conscious today. We've had a lot of human history.
What if I told you I was ChatGPT right now?
What if you did what?
What if I told you I was ChatGPT or AI or something?
Well, if you told me that you were ChatGPT right now, I wouldn't believe you.
No, I'm not.
Because I am aware of the progress associated with our artificial intelligence, and I know that an AI is not able to send a request on TikTok and have such a profound conversation with me and give me such subtle emotional clues as I see. And you see, humans communicate verbally and non-verbally. They are not just the words you're telling me that make me understand you. They are the words you're not telling me. Okay, it's not also just the words you're telling me. It's also the tone you use, how long you say every word. Those give me certain clues to confirm that you are in fact a human being. AI, yes. AI has gone to the point where it can mimic. But the amount of mimicry that AI is able to do, bro, to someone who's sufficiently enough discipline is child's play. Maybe visually you can be deceived, but audibly, and even when AI makes its proposition and draws its conclusion, you feel like a psychopath is talking. You don't feel that emotional feedback that you get when a human being is talking and they're talking about something which means a lot to them and is profound, or something they care enough to talk about. When you listen to an AI video, you can tell that the person who's talking doesn't care about what they're saying, just from the way they're talking. Maybe in the future it'll become hard, but not now.
Right, that's what I was just gonna say. You never know. So it's more like it's just like it's the difference between being 100% sure and 99.9999% sure. Is it? I don't think it's worth talking about.
I think that 99.9. Listen, I think that in order for something to be true beyond shadow of doubt, you don't need 100% evidence. Right. I think that the only thing that needs 100% evidence is the thing itself. You just need evidence beyond shadow of doubt. That's it. Like 51%.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like the way they make laws in the Senate. If you get a 51% vote, you win the vote. If you know 51%, there's certain things that 51% of the knowledge of that thing you pretty much have the basic knowledge necessary to establish that that thing is what you're observing. There might be some details missing, but it will only sharpen your understanding of how that thing is, not always necessarily what that thing is. Sometimes in order to know what something is, you just need sufficient information. And then to know how that thing is what it is, you might need more.
Yeah,
Which is
I've
funny
always been
because...
somebody who wants to.
Go ahead.
I want to know why people came up with their conclusions and like what they actually saw. I don't put a whole lot of trust in people, So it's not that I don't, I do believe science. And let me tell you real quick what I think. So matter is not fundamental, right? You were talking about like what space time is and stuff, or what space is. Like the vacuum of space is something called the 0-point energy field, or like vacuum energy, and you can see like basically like electricity come out of thin air out of a vacuum. Fascinating stuff, right? So
apparently out of thin air, right?
Well, it's supposed to be out of vacuum. It's supposed
to be, hold on.
There,
out
right?
of thin space, because it's not air there, right?
Yeah, ask Meta. Ask what a 0-point energy field is.
Let me ask Meta. Yeah, that would be good. That way I can educate myself on it too. What's a
0-point energy field?
Hey Meta, what's a 0-point energy field?
The concept of 0-point energy is rooted in quantum mechanics. It refers to the residual energy that remains in a quantum system even when it's cooled to absolute zero, the theoretical temperature at which all matter would have zero entropy. This energy is thought to be a fundamental aspect of the quantum vacuum, representing the lowest possible energy state. Some theories and proposals have explored potential applications of 0-point energy, but it's still largely a topic of research and debate in the scientific community.
You're talking about like extracting energy out of it, but it's well recognized like that it's there. You just can't extract energy.
Right. Exactly. Just like things like UV rays and gamma radiation, we need special tools to detect them. And I think that, of course, there are some things which are there, which are not necessarily readily available to our senses, but through instrumentation, we can detect them and in fact confirm that they are there, right? And that might be what's going on with space. That's why the idea of pure nothingness still, poses a problem. But should anyone ever find something coming out of pure nothingness, I think that would be revolutionary.
Yeah,
our understanding of the universe is indeed expanded by instruments.
Sorry, Meta, I wasn't talking to you.
So our brains create brain waves, right? These brain, what we see on the EEG, those are electric fields. If you look up like what matter is made out of, like matter is not fundamental. Matter is made out of fields, like just like magnetic fields, electric fields.
So matter itself has building blocks, and then those building blocks have building blocks, and then those building blocks have building blocks. It seems like that's exactly where our studies keep leading us. Which is funny because if we were looking for a God, we'll actually be looking, maybe you would think we'll be looking externally, or like, how do I put it? Macroly, not microly. But it seems like anytime we want to study and understand something, the best path of investigation is to go micro. Micro gives us far more data and understanding than going macro.
Well, I think what it tells us is like matter is essentially like not real. It's real, but like if you zoomed in far
enough, it's not that matter is not real, bro. It's not that it's not real. It's that matter is like the chair.
Is right?
Like the chair. It has parts to it. It's made up of something.
Yeah, I would call it real, but it's not fundamental. Like if you take matter down,
it is not the smallest, most indivisible aspect of tangibility.
Yeah, like if you were at the size of an electron, they're invisible. They're not there. They're fields, right? Like just like you can't see a magnetic field, you won't see an electron field. So everything is basically made out of fields, and you can ask Meta what a field is, and she'll tell you like it's a...
Okay, is a field in of itself tangible?
It is. It's physical, they call it, but it's not tangible like matter.
Right.
But you can see two magnets push each other.
Hold up. A single field is not tangible like a combination of millions of fields, which would then be like maybe a human being, right?
Well, I don't know
Because
if I
if matter
understood
is made up of fields, then the different things we see in nature is all matter. And in order for it to take that form, it will have to be a combination of fields. So
Yeah,
the
right.
fields in of
Everything is
themselves might not be tangible like matter, but when you combine multiple fields, you become capable of experiencing a new level of tangibility, such as
right.
we do experience.
Exactly.
So, and then the funny thing is, our existence is contingent on that specific organization, right? Those fields
Yeah.
have to come together in a specific way. Those fields
Yep.
have to come together at a specific time. Those fields have to interact with the right fields. And then once it
Exactly. They
takes
call it the
shape and
fine-tuning
form and
problem.
becomes a human being, those fields have to remain stable in that state for a human being to be a human being. If those fields somehow disperse, the existence of a human being in of itself also disperses. So I like to say that what makes us human depends on our unique constitution.
Let me tell you a couple other things. So Einstein, he talks about time is relative, right? You can look this up. Neil deGrasse Tyson talks about it. How photons, if you were a photon, you would not experience time. Like you would, like if you traveled from one part of the universe to the other, it's like an instant, right? So this concept of time is not what we understand it in this realm. And if I don't know if you ever had any experiences.
Okay, that could be true, but I think that our concept of time, like I said earlier, it depends on the unique constitution of our brain, right? What makes time to us? To be honest, outside of how our brains are wired, we could be in this world for a billion years and never know that a billion years, like the sense of time would not be there. So time really in its realest sense is just present, right? Time is the present moment. And because there is a need for us to conceptualize yesterday or tomorrow in order to maintain our sanity, obviously, we broaden the definition of time to include past and future, when past and future are purely conceptual and never guaranteed and never real in the real sense of time being time, right? So we have kind of broken down time, and time is kind of like consciousness, but we've done a better job with time. So much that time has its basic definition, and then within the different philosophical schools, we've actually been able to take certain philosophies and turn them into practicality. For example, the different ways we keep time, right? With a clock, with a calendar, the way that we have autonomy over how we can decide to make the calendar go from one point to another while mimicking what's happening in nature, right? That in and of itself is an aspect of time, which is not inherently time. It's just a way of measuring what we would call time.
Right. So one of the reasons I got into this was when I was in the Army, they were you get like choked out and like pass out like in a chokehold. So like we would do that just for fun of it because you would have these like tripped out experiences, right? Like these psychedelic experiences.
Mm-hmm.
And I had this moment where like I was only unconscious for less than a second, but I had an experience where I felt like I lived my life in another universe. It was like a,
Yeah, bro. Have you never had a dream and you woke up, you felt like you just lived the whole lifetime? Bro, like
right,
there's some
so
nights.
good.
Yeah, there are some nights when I have a dream, bro. Like, is it even possible for someone to dream and so much happens?
I think that dreaming is like a little window into where we go when we die, because just because we can't prove it to each other, it's a scientific fact we all dream, and the periodic table of elements cannot explain that. Like we're energy first. We're energy bodies that utilize matter.
Yeah, but we're not conscious as energy first. So our ability to be aware of our environment and respond to stimulus is dependent on the unique constitution of what we're made of. So what we're made of has to be arranged in that specific order. It is the order of those elements and atoms and cells and whatever fields that make us up. It's that specific order that allows us. Like a chair is not a chair if the legs are broken. Like what makes that piece of wood a chair? It's the form it's in. If you deform
Right.
it, you now have a transformation, and that transition would make that thing in of itself just the raw material it was made of, rather than the form it previously was in. So the form we're in right now, when you consider our organs, our cells, and everything that makes us, allows us to demonstrate behavior consistent with response to stimuli. Meanwhile, if you deform us or you decompose us, we become nothing but raw material, right? Like religious people famously say, from dust you came, to dust you return, right? Like,
That's the mistake, though. See, we're not dust. We're electric fields. We're like radio waves. You know, you can literally
yeah, but
your
the
brain
dust, the
literally
dust, but
emanates.
the dust itself is electric fields and radio waves, right? If all matter is fundamentally fields,
Yep, you're
right?
right.
So we go back to dust. We're disassembled. Like, for
I
example,
mean, as long as we get back to fields, I'm okay with that. Like,
right, yeah, but we're not conscious in that state.
I don't know.
In the
I think we
absence
might
of
be.
in think about it. That's what death is, bro. That's what death is.
Right.
You know, if the our how do I put it? I like the fact that we call them organs, because the word organs implies organization. It's an organization, bro. If you go into an organization and you disorganize it, it's no longer the organization. Now
I
the
think-
people that make up the organization, they might keep on living their lives, but the identity of that organization is dissoluted. Like you dissolve it.
Yeah.
We as
I
human
definitely
beings,
think our bodies die. It may even be that our egos die, but
our sense
think
of
that
self dies. What do you think?
I'm afraid to say I think it does.
Yes,
But
I
here's
think
the
that,
good
that
thing.
I think that that's the biggest problem people have with that subject, because what you're saying, the nuances are not really that different from what I'm saying. To be honest, the nuances don't make what you're saying so much difference, right? Like the differences don't really outweigh the commonality, because yes, we do return. Like, it's not like our bodies just cease to exist. We are our bodies. And it's not like what our body is made of just cease to exist. No, we become dust. And what is dust useful for? Food for plants, worms, who knows? But what makes me me right now is that I'm healthy. What does it mean that I'm healthy? That means that the way my body is organized, the way my body was organized in my mother's womb, is continuously functioning to at least more than 50% efficiency to allow me to maintain this state. And if I wasn't healthy, then the probability that I will not be able to maintain this state increases. And if I lose my sense of self, which is the first thing I lose, that's the first thing that dies, then my body eventually, as a unit, decomposes to the point where it's unrecognizable.
Yep.
Unrecognizable. You know, even the bones turn to dust with time.
But your consciousness was not inside of that brain matter. Your brain matter generated electric fields, but your consciousness is in those electric fields. And
Okay,
electric fields are like.
Go ahead, my bad.
They're stored in time. You know, like that's what I say about Einstein and block time. It's like we have this sense that we're moving from one point in time to another, but really and this is Einstein's theory. This is not like woo stuff. Like it's called block time. It's basically this concept that all space and time exists, and just kind of like how you can randomly be in one piece of space and go to another piece of space. We can be in random pieces of time, but all time already exists. So this is what I think. I think we're all like one consciousness. Like I feel like I'm me, you feel like you, but when we die, we're gonna find out that we were all the one person. You know?
But that kind of defeats the point of death, right? Because there is no finding out after death. Listen, it's kind of like I think that. And yeah, I think that between you and I and our brothers and sisters, humans, you know, our sense of self allows us to uniquely experience existence in a way that makes us inherently want to deny the fact that we're really not different from a broken glass once we cease to exist. We want relevance to our sense of self, but even our sense of self is temporary. In fact, we're not even born with that sense of self. In fact, from conception, we don't really have a sense of self. We develop that sense of self with time. And then, to be honest, there are some situations in some humans, especially those that experience certain health problems like Alzheimer's and dementia, You do lose that sense of self before your body even kicks it. You know,
Oh, yeah.
I always tell people, if a person hits their head and forgets everything they've ever experienced in their life forever, who is that person? Who is that
Right.
person?
Exactly. I'm so glad you said that, because that's what I feel makes us is our memories. You know, if we didn't have our memories, then what good am I? You know, like, what's the point? Like, it's just
Yes,
I
memory
don't
is
feel
at
like
the core of the sense of self. That's why I said to you, it's not if we're conscious, which is really a problem. It's how we're conscious. And literally, all the neurological studies, we're trying to know how the brain is storing that information and then like extracting that information to the point that an organism can be as efficient as a human being. Like if we could figure that out,
it, it's
we're gonna make the
it's
computers
electric
like that.
fields. It's
Yeah,
this
yeah,
is
yeah, bro. If simply knowing that it was electric field was enough to give us the crux of it, maybe knowing that it's electric field is a progress in the right direction. But we don't yet have the crux of it, of how, right? Like we'll have to open somebody else's brain while not opening ours if we're the ones who want to find out.
well, well they've
So-
already done studies on this. If you're really interested, I'll send it to you, dude. I could write a book on it, because I'm a
and
neurologist, right?
you
Like,
want to know you want to know the first scientific clue we're gonna get to see if the data that is stored in the human brain can't be stored outside of the human brain or can even be transferred out of the human brain in the way it is in the form of neurons and chemicals, bro. We will have to be able to accomplish some level of telepathy, right? If we can connect to each other so much that I can have the complete experience of something you are going through without even being where you are. Have the exact same sensation visually, nasally, orally, you know, by touch. If we can accomplish that, then it would definitely shed some light as far as what's happening. And then we might even get to know if before a person dies, can we extract the memories that makes them who they are, and then it will still be them? Because I think that in the absence of your body, you're not you. If I took your consciousness, if let's say per se, right, hypothetically, that you could remove a person's consciousness. If I remove your consciousness and put it in the body of a gorilla, you're not gonna be you no more. Because
why not?
what makes you is the familiarity of the sensations that comes from your body. The consistency of the sensation gives you a basis, and it's from that basis that you kind of know how you feel and how you're feeling something which you were previously not feeling, right? So if I take your body, if I take your mind, the thinking mechanisms, and I put it in a complete different embodiment, that previous sense of self literally died once that previous embodiment died, because now you have to develop a new sense of self, just like the person who hits their head and forgets everything, and then all of a sudden they have to relearn. They're not who they used to be. You can't even hold them accountable. If I took them to court, no, they ain't the same person, bro. You know. And
but
go ahead.
the way I would try to imagine it is like you can imagine you have a skeleton, right? You can see your bones. Imagine you got if you took everything but the blood vessels, you can see the outline of a body with blood vessels. If you took away everything except for your electromagnetic body, your energy body, which is a real thing, like
Yeah,
like,
but the so-called energy body has not been proven to be able to maintain a state of being as a body in the absence of the physical body, right? So again, it's like kind of like water in a bottle. What happens if you just take the water out of the bottle? Well, if you haven't frozen the water is not going to maintain the form that the bottle gave it, right? So that's specific.
Okay, but
go ahead.
That's where I would come back to Einstein, though, because the energy body is electromagnetism, which is light. And so if light from their perspective is like it has this like instantaneous existence where you experience all space and time at once, like that's what physics tells us. Like what?
Yeah, and I truly think that is a lesser level of consciousness. Let me ask you a very difficult question. If you had been born in your mother's womb with the ability to think like an adult, but without the ability to sense any part of your body, what would you be? Oh, what kind of experience do you think you would be having?
So there's a term for it. It's called minimal phenomenal awareness. It's basically like your most core consciousness. Like if you cut off every nerve to your brain, like you cut off your eyes, your ear, everything, you took everything away, all your senses, you're still awake in your head, right?
Okay, yes. Okay, while you're awake in your head, what are you doing?
Hopefully, I got a good imagination. I don't know.
Okay, that's the problem.
What?
No, okay. Listen. Let's not say hopefully you have a good imagination. That's why I used a child earlier. I said, let's say you were born in your mother's womb with the ability to think as an adult, but you couldn't sense your body at all. Your senses weren't working, right? So you have
Right.
no basis for images. Like, what
Okay.
kind of freaking experience are you having? And how do you find bliss, joy, or pleasure in anything? It is the sensationalism associated with our physical body that makes what we call life and consciousness profound. And yet, for some reason within our educational system, we're being taught to disregard it. We're being taught
you agree-
we're being taught to devalue the body in exchange for some
No.
so-called intangible part of it, when our body is the core of our existence and our experience that we call life. And when really, if we were to be investigating some form of life beyond what we currently know, we should be looking for eternal life in the body. We should be finding a way to never die to
No.
begin with. No, listen, check this out.
I don't think so.
We should be finding a way for the body, for the cells in the body to have no limit on how much they can replicate, so we can always maintain this form, and then of course make ourselves invulnerable to anything to which we're vulnerable in this state, because this state of life and this state of existence is guaranteed. Every other state of existence, we have to begin subtracting the very things that makes our experience of what we call life profound. You take away the human body, you don't know the joy of taste, you don't know the joy of touch, you don't. All those sensations that you learned while you were a baby and have adapted to and become comfortable with, you take that away. Do you even have life? You got current.
So your experience is all a construct of your brain. It's like a very vivid hallucination. Like what you experience in your brain is not the real world. You could completely reconstruct what you're experiencing now, because as consciousness in any sort of conscious generating system. And so, I mean, if I could choose to like live forever, I wouldn't. I'd rather. I'm that confident that there's an afterlife that I would take my chances.
Brother,
Unless
there is
I-
an afterlife.
There is.
Yeah, it's called death. That's why it's called after. That's why it's called afterlife.
No.
Listen to me, y'all. Brother, especially you. Please listen to the words you just said. You said after life. By the token of just those words in of themselves, I really hope that you don't think that afterlife is life. Because if afterlife is life, why is it called afterlife?
Well, then I reserve the right to change the term I use, because
The question should be after death. The question, what you should be saying is after death.
Okay, and I'm going to tell you this because I know other people have used this as people say, like, you don't remember before you were born, right? And that's basically the same idea of what death
it's
is
not
gonna
that
be.
it's not that you don't remember. You cannot remember before you were born because there's nothing to remember. What are you going to remember before you were born?
But people will use that as evidence that like there's nothing after death because there was nothing before we were born. But that gets back to the memories. That all that proves is you don't remember something.
Listen. Hold up. If I take a flash drive with information in it, I put it to the rock, and that information is only in that flash drive, and I smash that flash drive, what happens to the information in it?
If you smash the flash drive?
If I take a flash drive with some information in it, and that information is only in that flash drive, if I smash that flash drive, what happens to the information?
I say that the information is lost. I know physicists try to make a case that information is like permanent. I don't really know. I don't have a
bro. Whatever physicists are dumbass, bro. Or they need to conceptualize, or they need to contextualize what they're saying. Of course, the information is lost. The information is lost. When a human body dies, all the information is lost, and it's insane.
But we're not.
It's insane when you think of it, because for those of us, of course, living beings that value information, losing information is never a chill thing, but that's just the reality of the world, you know? Okay. It's kind of like an aircraft engine. It's kind of like an aircraft engine. Let me tell you something. As advanced as we are technologically, the average aircraft engine does not even use up to 30% of the energy it produces. Literally about 70, okay, let me be modest. 60% of the energy produced by an aircraft engine is literally busted out through the exhaust. It's not converted into anything useful, right? When in fact the amount of energy you need for thrust is not even up to what you're expensing. So we're finding new ways to convert that energy. Sometimes something valuable can be lost. And something valuable that human beings lose is memory. That is why human beings have found an alternative way of kind of helping that problem. While a person is still alive, they should transcribe their memories into another form of communication.
I don't think so, man. And I'm not very religious, but I will say, like, light, if you look up like how many different religions say like God is light, you know, it's almost all of them. And
but God is not light in the literal sense.
No, that's
they mean God is light in the sense that the Buddhist means that you can reach enlightenment. Enlightenment.
Well, that's what we thought, but I think it's literal.
No.
But
no, because light literally at itself is not aware of itself in the sense that we understand awareness. You know, bro, we have a problem as human beings. We use ourselves for the standards for a lot of the definitions that we give. And then we usually try to take those standards and apply them to possibilities that we've imagined, as though there couldn't be other forms. Listen, if there is another form of life, which is not like what we know, that form of life will still need to meet the standards consistent with what we know life to be. If not, we wouldn't be able to consider that thing living. In order for something to be considered living, it needs to meet the definition of what we say it is. At the very least, behave like it. Right? Because if a bunch of aliens show up in the sky today, how do we know that they're conscious? If we go based on the argument we're having.
That's a great question.
Right. But I don't want to dabble into that, brother. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you. I've spoken to you for long enough.
Hey, man. It was a pleasure,
I appreciate you. Yes, sir.
Hey, take it easy.
God's not real. God has never been real, and God will never be real. This is not an attack on your feelings and your emotions. Though your feelings and emotions are probably reacting to what I just said. This is just a reminder that outside the things you imagine in your head, there is still the reality you have to face. If believing in God makes you feel good, please, my friend, believe away. Believe. If believing in God is useless to you, please, my friend, throw it in the trash. But whether you believe or you don't believe, we know that human beings imagine gods in their heads.
Hello.
Hello, Atom. Oh shoot! You decided to bring in your camera. You're not ready to play around. Okay.
Oh no, I'm not joking around. So you make the positive claim that God's not real. Do you have like an argument for that?
I'm not sure why you said it's a positive claim.
Yeah, like typically if somebody has a background where they have like a statement that's like declarative of their position on something, they typically have like an argument for that. So like if I go live saying God is real and you come up and you're like, oh, well, how is God real? Right? That's a positive claim. So do you have like a reason to think God doesn't exist, or do you like have an argument?
My issue was with your claim that my claim is a positive claim when I'm pretty sure my claim is a negative claim.
No, I hope you realize, like, when you have a background that says God is not real, like, you are indicating that you think that that is true, and you like know that that is true, right? And you have reason to think that that is true. So
because of what God is not because of what God is.
What is
That's
God
why not real.
What's the argument for that?
The fact that God has never been proven to real, and the fact that we can also observe how human beings invent gods. You and I can invent a god right now if you wanted to. I can demonstrate in real time. I don't think it's that complicated. I think that when it comes to the issue of claims, as far as God is concerned, burden of proof is always on those who make the real positive claim, as in God is. You are posing that thing is in fact within reality. And in order for something to be within reality, obviously it needs to be provable to a certain extent. If I'm saying that it's not within reality, That's just really a declarative statement. And anyone that has any doubt simply has to observe, and you won't find it anywhere, right? The only place you do find it, though, you can see exactly how it's structured and formed as an idea by humans, depending on their feelings, their cultures, their politics, their economics. That's where the idea is. Now, the idea in of itself is not a bad thing. I don't think so. I think that you can believe whatever you want to believe if it makes you feel good. But I think that there are some things that we believe that aren't just present in reality, though they might make sense to us.
Yeah, I totally understand that. So your reasons for not believing in God is you feel as though conceptions of God have been heavily determined by the culture of the people around them. Is that what you're saying?
Not only highly determined, but it originates out of those people's ignorance of the world around them. And in an absence of proper study, detailed study, honest, non-biased study, they did not know most of what was happening around them. And they found a way to culturally answer those questions in a way that was acceptable for them, up to the point where human beings started investigating those matters and finding out what they actually were, right? When God, the idea of God doesn't begin as a monotheistic idea. It begins as a polytheistic idea, somewhat relegating the gods as governors or embodiments or personifications of natural forces, like the god of thunder, the god of the wind, right? Because we just can't understand how thunder always strikes when we pull up in the sea and these big waves pull up. It must be Thor. Thor is angry at us.
Real quick, do you think that all of this could be true and God could still exist? Like a mind could have still created the universe?
No, I think that if I was to be really, I think that, if I was to really be honest with myself and not lie to myself, and the goal of not lying to myself, meaning that I shouldn't put myself in a position where I'll be susceptible to deception. I can only follow the data that we've achieved as human beings, both theoretical and proven, right? Based on our investigation, our understanding of the universe does not become more enlightened the broader we look at the world. Rather, the more specific we look at the world. So it's by going at the micro level that our understanding of the world improves. And then how the world is put together, the complexity and the fascination is all at the micro level. So whatever would have started all of this, hold up. Whatever would have started all of this.
Micro level though? Like, I just want you to clarify before you continue.
So we need to look microscopically to have a more solid understanding of the world. So we would never have figured out atoms by looking at planets and things which exist which are bigger than planets. We would have looked at the whole universe and never understood atoms had we not gone microscopically, right? So we have to be able to break down the things we see that we think are massive and great and awesome to see what they're made of and how they're made of. Only when we see what they're made of that we'll get a glimpse of how they were made, right? And the more we do that with reality, the more we don't see evidence of any supreme being or any intentionality. There is a level of haphazardness and chaos involved.
Right. Do you think that there's any evidence of God?
No. I think that the idea of God is beneficial to human beings in the same way that the idea of superheroes is. Human beings, to a certain extent, are hope-dependent beings. When the reality they find themselves in is not consistent with how they feel and what they want, they like to run off possibilities, right? What's the possibility that I'm in this desert and I'm stuck right now and some random person would just walk by and give me water? Shit, I have no clue if that's gonna happen. But because that's really what I need to survive, I really hope so. I can even build a whole religion of that simple hope, hoping that one day someone will come to that desert and give me water. But guess what? If someone does come to that desert, I can say that, look, my religion is true. If that person never comes up, I'll just say, well, God's time is the best, And yet,
okay. So what do you take evidence to be? Like, what's the definition of evidence under your worldview?
Anything that is reasonable beyond shadow of doubt and is also observable to be consistent with reality.
I don't think that's how we colloquially use the term evidence. Can I explain why?
I mean, like I said, you asked me what will I, and you haven't really critiqued.
Yeah, I'm trying to explain to you that that's not how we colloquially use certain terms, and I've kind of noticed you doing that a little bit with terms like consciousness and things like that.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. Tell me how we use the word evidence. And how it differs from the proposal that I've given about how I look at evidence. And I'll repeat it again just so you don't forget. right, is anything that we can know beyond shadow of doubt, and that is empirically represented and observable to a certain extent, right? Beyond shadow of doubt, observable.
I think that when we're talking about like something being known beyond a shadow of a doubt, we're talking about like proof, something that proves a claim. However, there could be evidence for something that is not true, right? Evidence, typically as we use it, you know, in philosophy, in pretty much every single field, is just a piece of evidence, a fact that is going to raise the probability of something being true.
So you're saying that proof, so in a nutshell, you're saying that proof is a body of evidence?
Yeah, it would be like a reason to think that something is 100% true, right? But evidence is just going to be referencing like a piece of information that may make something more probable. Like, let me give you an example of why I think there's, sir, can I, let me give you an example of why I think there's evidence for God. So imagine world A, where humans have existed and they never got into anything religious. They've never, you know, been worshiping, praising any gods, right? And then world B, where they have been consistently, and it's been a bunch of different types of gods. Which world do you think it's going to be more likely that there is a God, right? Probably the one in which there's more evidence, because the evidence would just be like humans' natural desire to seek something higher. Does that make sense? So I think that there is evidence for God. I think the Bible is evidence for God. I think the Quran is evidence for God. The Book of Mormon is evidence for God. All of these religious texts are evidence for God because they raise the probability of him being true necessarily. Does that make sense?
Or perhaps there is a probability that human beings just like making up stories to soothe their emotions when they don't really have time to investigate the real truth. That's probably what that, all those things you just quoted prove that. They don't prove God. They don't prove the claims of the book. They claim,
right. I didn't say that.
They prove human behavior, which is what we observe, and that's how we see it consistently working. The ambiguity within these religions, the way the religions can change and adapt to the times, to the point where at some point the religion even contradicts what it used to say thousands of years ago, where the dogmas is up to human volition. The idea of God is not the only idea human beings make in that way, right? Human beings, we've come up with political ideas. Different political systems are built and structured by us, and they work for us, though they have no relevance outside of the human race, they prove nothing outside of the human race, but it proves more about the innate nature of man rather than, you know, a God. So
do you think that, like, us being, like, and I'm not going to say made, but us existing in such a fashion to which we have desires to worship gods and things like that, you know, might make it perhaps more likely that there is a God as opposed to a world where we don't have that desire, right? Like, all I'm saying is
you want to know where.
Can I please finish? Because I was
sure.
in the middle.
I was just gonna say that is actually where the scam.
I didn't know your sentence had to interrupt mine, but
here's the thing. No, I promise I'll let you finish. I just wanted to make a small comment before you continue. I was gonna say what you just said with the last statement you said. In fact, it would be good if you repeat it. That is the crux of where the scam is. The fact that you think that if you popularize it, then it becomes more likely. Nah, that's bullshit.
Wait, you don't think that more people thinking something is true makes it more or less likely?
No.
You don't think so?
No.
Like, if a bunch of scientists came to you and told you the universe has a beginning, would that raise the probability of the universe having a beginning, you think?
No, it's not going to raise the probability of the universe having a beginning, just like a bunch of scientists used to think that the earth was flat, and it didn't raise the probability of the earth being flat.
What scientist has ever thought that the earth was flat?
How long did human beings believe the earth was flat?
I know human beings believe that the earth was flat. I asked you which
Hold on. Relax.
I am relaxed.
Well, those human beings that believed that the earth was flat, they didn't have scientists in those societies?
Oh, I'm not sure. I asked you if you could name one.
Not specifically. I'm just making a deductive reasoning. Check this out. That an ideology which is global, endorsed by the ruling authorities of the land, of course, not questioned by the scientific minds of the land, is definitely endorsed by them to the best of their abilities. It was an ongoing debate, even all the way till the 50s. Yes, sure, I cannot give you the name of any specific individual, to be honest. I'll need to go and look into it. But in that world where they thought the earth was flat, right? The top scientists in that world did not necessarily disagree. There might have been some who did, right? But they did not. So the consensus of the smartest people in those days and time did not necessarily make that likely. I think the only thing that makes something likely is proof or evidence or a body of evidence. Let me put it that way.
Okay, so like what? Okay, evidence like is a fact, right? That like may raise the probability of something being true.
You know what? Let me just go with that. Sure.
Okay. So like, do you think that perhaps if there's evidence that the universe may have some type of beginning, that would raise the probability of a God existing? Like, let's just say tomorrow we find out that the universe 100% had a beginning, right? Is that going to raise the probability of God existing because it indicates a beginning?
No.
Why not?
Because if we find out tomorrow that the universe, for sure, we find out that the universe has a beginning, then we would have found out that it came out of nothing. Because that's the only way the universe can have a true beginning, from nothing. If it came from somewhere,
well, that's just a claim, right?
No, like, no. That's not a claim. That's not a claim. Sister, hold up.
That's actually really bad faith because you're just assuming that God could not exist in that world.
Yeah, because of the. Hold up. Are we talking about a hypothetical universe? Or are we talking about our universe? Check this out, sister. The idea of the universe, by definition, its most inclusive definition, simply is universal. It is the sum of all things that exist, by definition. If you want to now contextualize within a specific school of study, no problem. But
do you realize that's just begging the question?
Sister, universe means everyone and everything that exists.
Well, no, because, okay, so how, like, we often envision or understand God, we understand it as the observable universe, right? So what we can, see, but, like, perhaps God could be outside of space and time. There's
that would still make God part of the universe.
Do you want a medal for interrupting? I'm so confused. Like, why do you interrupt every time I start talking?
That would make God part of the universe.
No, God wouldn't be, okay. The universe is typically understood as like space-time.
Typically it depends on who you're talking about. Generically, universe just means everything everywhere. Now, if you want to tell me how it's typically understood, tell me what specific discipline so I can understand what context you're talking about. If you're just talking about universe as in everything that exists, then God is part of the universe, whether you like it or not.
Well, I mean, sure. Like, I guess if you use it that way, right? But what I'm saying is, like, you could use it that way, but then that wouldn't account for what actually makes sense, right? Because if God is outside of this idea of our universe, right? Then it's going to be the case that he's going to be outside of space and time. And if he's outside of space and time, it just wouldn't map with our intuitions that he's going to be a part of the universe unless you take some like Penentheus model, which I'm not personally acquainted with, right? So what I'm saying is that God wouldn't be a part of the universe, and like he would be outside of space-time. But if you define the universe as just everything that exists, then God would be part of the universe. That's fine.
Of course.
It's just like semantic
Check this out. No, it's not semantics. It's actually basic English comprehension. Let me help you out a little bit. If the generic idea of the universe includes all things, the sum of all things that exist. Listen, the sum of all things that exist, regardless of shape, form, status, power, capability, universe. Our realm of the universe will be our dimension of that real universe. Now, if we think that our dimension wasn't always there and it has a beginning, we can say that because it will be having a beginning from something which previously was there. Now, what that something is, we can debate, we can try to find out. How long that something has been there, we can also debate, we can try to find out, we can do some research, right? But if you're going to sit down here and tell me that God is not part of everything that exists, and that by definition means the idea of the universe in its most simplistic, I'm not talking about you have to be the smartest dude in the world, definition means everyone, and even the dumbest guy in the village can understand that, then suggesting that it has a beginning is ridiculous to me. It has no beginning. You need to have a being that is almighty, omnipresent at the beginning of what you call the real world. You are superimposing the real need world, for that being.
I don't use those semantics.
Say that again?
I don't use those semantics like the real world. Like, I think God is real, right? I think that he created the universe to which we live in, right? And if you're going to take the universe to just be everything that exists, which is not really the definition that most people take nowadays, that's fine, right? I'm not going to jump down your throat and tell you like have to take my semantics or anything like that. But when I talk about the universe, I'm just talking about space-time, and God's going to exist outside of that, above that, beyond the comprehension of
Okay,
humans.
okay, but do you know that right now, the only thing to us that could be beyond space-time are things that don't exist?
What's the argument for that?
Because if something is nowhere at no point, it cannot exist. How does it exist?
What's the argument for that?
If something is nowhere at no point in time, in no shape or form, isn't that something which doesn't exist?
No. Why would it have to be the case? Why would
Because
that have to
something which doesn't exist is something which is nowhere at no point in time, in no way, shape, or form. Those
Well,
are literally
that's
the
just like begging the
characteristics.
question.
Listen, sister, that's not
It's
begging
an
the question.
immaterial mind.
Sister,
It has no
sister,
form.
check this out. Check this
It's an
out.
immaterial mind.
Thank you.
Right? So it
Thank
doesn't
you.
have sub-material to it, but it
Thank
is
you.
a first-person subjective experience
Thank
that
you.
exists
Hold
outside
up.
of our universe in a non-temporal plane, right? That, just is watching us, experiencing the universe, right?
You just said
Experiencing
it's an
all our
immaterial
space-time.
mind. What is a material mind?
An immaterial mind would just be referring to a first-person subjective experience which doesn't have matter attached to it in any regard.
Then how is it a mind? You know any mind which is not attached to matter?
Well, I wouldn't say that I do, but I'm not like a physicalist, unless you have an argument for physicalism.
Sister, I'm just asking you, because if you did not just create a fictitious character out of your head, then which is this mind?
Well, why
which
would you
is not
think
a-
that? Can you debunk the claim?
Because there's no evidence that suggests that could be remotely true. That's possible to have a mind without a body. The idea of a mind.
Wait, why? I mean, that's only if you pre-assume physicalism. Do you have an argument for physicalism?
I don't need to pre-assume physicalism.
Okay,
when one
how do you
way-
prove anything outside of your mind right now? Go ahead.
Sister, listen to me.
How do you prove
And
anything outside of your mind? Go ahead.
Hold up, I'll show you. You need to be able to understand the relationship between the mind, right? Which the only sample we have to work with is our minds. The ideas we formulate in our minds, which we would consider immaterial, and how we consider them real in the real sense. Okay, you just said that God is an immaterial existence, which is a mind without a body, right?
Yeah, without a body.
And you believe that, right?
I hold to that, yeah.
Well, I said that it's the tooth fairy. I said so it's the tooth fairy, so it's Santa Claus. So I think you believe in Santa Claus too, right?
I don't believe in Santa Claus. I don't have any reason to think that Santa Claus exists.
Hold up. So you're saying that all the gifts that you see people do during Christmas, all these people you see dressing up that during Christmas, doesn't increase the probability that Santa Claus could be real?
Oh, no.
Hold up. You're saying that all these activities you see during Christmas don't prove to you that Santa Claus could be real?
Oh, it doesn't prove to me. I mean, hold on. I think that you used the word
Hold
evidence.
on. Okay, hold on.
Wait.
Is it a piece? Is it a fact?
Hold on, sir. The reason that we know that Santa Claus doesn't exist is because Santa Claus exists at the North Pole, and the North Pole isn't like an actual land. So, I mean, if you're gonna say
God exists in heaven, and heaven is not an actual place.
What's the argument for that?
The same argument you just gave me about Santa Claus.
Well, we know that the North Pole doesn't exist because it's not a plot of land that we see,
We know that heaven is not a real place because it's not a place that we see.
No, it's like, okay, so we can see the Earth. Here, let me explain this. Let me break this down. We look at the Earth, right? And we look at the top of it, we look at the bottom of it, we see, okay, no North Pole here, right? Okay, amazing. Well, like, not like actual plot of land, right? None of this, and then we can't like observe exactly what heaven would be like until we perish, right?
What evidence do we have that there is even a chance of experiencing what heaven is like after we perish?
What evidence do we have? Have you heard of a near-death experience?
I've heard of many near-death experiences.
Yeah, so like I think that people experiencing things after, passing away and then, waking up afterwards and having some type of experience, I think that that's going to raise the probability that heaven's going to exist because it indicates that our minds are probably going to be like doing something else after we pass away.
So you're saying that the things that we see in our dreams are real?
Yeah, I think they're real. Yeah.
You think that the activities that we see in our dreams are real?
Yeah, I think that like the things we experience
So you're saying that if you saw yourself in a dream sleeping with someone, that really happened?
Well, like it depends. Well, what do you mean by really happened? Because when you say real, I'm just thinking you mean like actually existing in reality, right? Of course I'm having that dream in reality.
No,
So
it
yeah, the
doesn't.
dream is real.
No, it doesn't.
I'm not having the dream in reality?
Okay. No.
Where am I having the dream?
I didn't hear you. I did not say that you're not having the dream in reality, because the act of dreaming,
Yeah,
of
so
course,
the dream
is
is
real.
real.
But what
so
you're
the dream is
dreaming
real,
about is
right?
not. But what you're dreaming about is not. That's so when we say
so
dream,
that's
we're talking.
That's a different claim, right?
No, sister, listen. Dreaming and a dream, two different things. A dream is the information you so-called extract. That information is not information about something which is real, which actually exists in reality. But the act of processing that information is real, which is you go to sleep, your body shuts down, and your metabolic system activates, begins to work on itself. And because thinking is an autonomous process, just like breathing, the sensationalism is vivid. And depending on how fatigued you are, the more lucid it will be. And depending on how less functioning your body is, it can even seem like out of body.
Mm-hmm. So
an out of body experience cannot give you true information about the real world.
why
It
not?
can only give you information based on your sentiments, your feelings, and previously
what's meant by
collected
real world?
previously collected data.
Can you tell me what real world means?
Okay, the real world is the state of the world as it is, rather than imagined or
The
conjured
state
up
of
mentally.
the world as it is? Okay, so how do you know that those things are imagined and not like actual experiences that they're having after unaliving? Like it just seems like you're
Because that's the whole point. That's the whole point, that a human being having an experience is associated with a body that is functioning and within the body, right? Human beings don't have out of body experiences. That's not an experience anymore.
So that's
Because
just
the
begging
human
the
being,
question
the human being
yet
himself.
again. Do you
Sister,
have an
hold
argument
up.
for physicalism?
Sister,
That's what
hold
you're
up.
pre-assuming
Sister,
right
hold
now.
up.
You don't
Sister,
even
hold up.
realize, Bakanga, real quick.
Sister,
you
hold
don't
up.
even realize that you're
The
pre-assuming
human being.
physicalism right now.
Hold up. The human being
You're
himself is the
pre-assuming
body.
physicalism. I'm not
Sister,
accepting it until you give me an argument.
Sister, hold up.
Okay, what's the argument for physicalism?
Have you ever seen a human being without a body?
This isn't relevant. Give me
Sister,
the argument.
answer the
for
question.
physicalism.
Answer the question. Have you ever seen a human being without a body?
I have not. What is the argument that it is going to be the
Okay,
case
so
necessarily that physicalism is true?
sister, the human
You're
being is the body.
pre-assuming physicalism. I want the argument.
I'm not pre-assuming. I've just given you.
Okay. Do you think
I've
everything
just
is
given you
physical?
the facts. I've just given you the facts.
Do you think everything is physical?
I think that something cannot be real if it's not physical.
What is the argument for that?
Observation, data collected, the fact that we haven't found any data to suggest the opposite.
I think that like we have reasons to believe that, right? Okay, so
can you give me any facts that there is
I'm
something which
actually
exists
about
beyond the
So,
physical?
like I was about to, and like then you started yapping.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
okay, so have you heard of like the idea of like solipsism?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's like this idea that you're the only consciousness that exists, right? So here's the thing. If you cannot have access to the actual physical world, you can only have access to it through your mind, right? Your mind is the only thing that you can know for a fact exists. So that is going to be evidence, which raises the probability that not
Hold
everything
up.
is material. Because I don't
Hold
think
up.
that you can touch your... Can you touch your consciousness?
Hold up. Because my consciousness is just the idea of consciousness is just an idea that describes an observed behavior. Okay, but anyways,
What's consciousness?
consciousness is the act of being aware of one's environment.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so like, what's the argument that being aware is something that's physical?
Being aware in of itself is not necessarily the physicality. What we say by being aware, we're describing the behavior, and we can tell that something is aware based on its behavior.
You think that something can be aware without behaving?
No.
So like, you don't think that something... Okay, so let me give you an example of something that like doesn't behave necessarily, but like it's like conscious. Okay, so like, you know how like fetuses after a certain threshold of weeks are gonna like gain sentience and like a first person experience?
Okay.
Yeah, so like they don't behave, you know what I mean? Like they don't have behaviors, right? They have rudimentary interests, which is
Hold up.
Sorry.
What do you mean by they don't behave?
Yeah, like when I say they don't have behaviors, I'm just using the word that we typically use. So like behavior is just referring to, the way something acts like volitionally. Like sure they have like some level of volition, right? But not enough to warrant them having something called behaviors. Like they have these things
No,
called rudimentary interest.
enough. All we need is one.
Yeah, I mean there's going to be a certain threshold like
Yeah,
of
yeah,
a way that we
and
determine if
we
something
we
has
we
behavior.
we
Can you calm
understand
down?
why they lack those qualities, and we can observe it too. We can definitely observe it. We can observe why their behavior is limited. We can observe why their
No.
consciousness is limited. We can also observe them grow out of that state in real time.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they have behaviors. Like, there's gonna have to be like a certain threshold to which we can determine if something has behaviors or
Okay,
not.
so I'm curious. I'm curious.
So
Have
do
you
you
ever
like
been?
ever
Have
let
you?
anyone else talk? Like,
Yeah,
what the hell?
you've been talking the whole time. Don't be disingenuous.
According to who? Can we
According
take
to
a poll?
you, how did you
Can we
tell
take a
me
poll?
according to who if you haven't been speaking?
Well, what I'm
It's
saying
still
is,
my
like,
program.
this whole
You're not
time,
gonna
like, I
impose your
can't get
will
a
on
sentence
me.
out. I can't get a sentence out.
You've
So,
gotten many
can
sentences
you
out because
please
you just told me
like,
that you can't get a
I'm
sentence
telling you.
out.
Okay.
You just said you
Okay,
can't get
I'm
a sentence
explaining to you
out.
how
Why
they don't
claiming
have
that you can't get a
behavior.
sentence out, sister? Why are you being disingenuous?
Okay. I was talking about the fact that you have been interrupting me consistently.
It's fine if I interrupt you and it's consistent with the conversation. That's fine on my show. I'm the
No,
host. I can run it like that.
Okay,
I
I mean, if you
actually
want to be bad faith, that's fine.
Okay, yeah, exactly. I don't really see a problem with it because considering that I
You
am
don't see a
letting you
problem with
talk
being bad faith?
enough. I am letting you
Wait, so
talk
you're
enough.
admitting your bad faith?
No, I'm acknowledging the fact that I allow my program to be one which I can interrupt my guests and ask for clarification and not just let them ramble on.
Well, I don't think I've been rambling, but I'm trying to explain
Yeah,
to
you
how
haven't been because I've been
fetuses
successfully,
don't have behaviors.
sister. You haven't been rambling because I've been successfully interrupting you, and you've been giving us clarifications to the things I've been asking you. I don't know why you have a problem with that.
I don't know. It's just like frustrating.
Yeah,
because,
it's frustrating when religious people cannot preach. I understand.
Right. Yeah, no, it's just frustrating because when I try to like make a point and explain why we don't say things like fetuses like a second after sentience are gonna have behaviors, right? Like I was trying to explain that, and then you kind of cut me
Yeah,
off.
because okay, sister, if you have a problem with that, I think I see what the problem is. You see, it's not every question that I ask you that I require an answer beyond the direct answer. If you give me the direct answer, I don't want to hear the explanation. If I have a follow-up question, maybe if I give you the follow-up question, you can then give me the explanation. Because if you give me a whole 1 minute explanation and you don't answer my follow-up question, or it takes us off my follow-up question, I'll have to go off topic just to give you my follow-up question. So you might not like the format of this conversation, but it's fine. Just bear with it, okay?
Okay, that's fine.
Okay,
So
I was gonna ask you if you've ever been around a fetus.
have I ever been around a fetus? I've been around.
A newborn.
Yeah, I've been around newborns. Yeah.
Okay, how does a newborn behave when it's hungry?
It'll typically cry.
That's a behavior.
Yeah, but I wasn't talking about newborns.
But that behavior of a newborn is associated with its response to stimuli.
Okay. What do fetuses do when they're hungry? How do they behave?
Fetuses necessarily do not react to hunger so much because of the placenta, right? They direct, but they will react to any other form of external or internal stimuli. For example, if when the mother's pregnant, the baby's heartbeat has to be beating, the baby has to be awake at certain times, right? You don't want blunt force trauma to hit the baby, and the baby will react like anything. It will react in pain.
Well, a behavior isn't just like a reaction. I mean, like we typically.
No, it is a reaction. All behaviors is reactions.
Well, I don't think it's just a reaction.
Right, yeah, but it at least starts from a reactive aspect of it, though there might be some nuances associated with the age of the human being.
That's an oversimplification.
No, it's just beginning with the simple basics and then building your way up without ignoring the basics. So whatever point you're going to make, you cannot invalidate the reality of that basic fact that every behavior in of itself is a reaction. If there's nothing to react to, what's the need for behavior? Like, even if you're reacting to the temperature or to pain or whatever, you're reacting to something.
Okay,
drives your behavior.
I mean, I can grant that, but I think that's an oversimplification of what we mean when we invoke the term behavior. Like, sperm can react to like lemon juice being poured on it. I don't think that's a behavior.
That is.
Okay, yeah. So like obviously you're just not going to be using the terms the way that we use them colloquially, and that's fine.
Sister, if you don't want to contextualize, that's your problem. If you're just going to use the word, I mean, it's an English word. We both have English comprehension skills. So yeah,
I
behavior is
wouldn't grant
behavior.
that.
You need to contextualize. There's no
Well, what I'm
specific
saying
way
is
that the word is
You seem to be
used.
equivocating a lot on terms that we have like general understanding of what they mean, right? Like I think it's frustrating when somebody is just like, oh well, this is what I mean by this, right? But like it's not in alignment with how we typically use the word. Like I just don't understand what the point of that is.
Okay,
Like you're just
how
making
does
language.
how does water behave if you put
I
it
don't think
in?
water has behaviors.
Hold up, I'm asking you a question.
I'm
How
not
would
answering it because it's a question begging question. I'm not answering it.
Okay,
Like you're just
sure.
assuming that water has behavior.
I'm
I don't grant that. Water doesn't have behavior.
How does the wind behave if there is something blocking it?
The wind doesn't behave. Like how does it react? That's going to be a different thing.
Don't you see how interchangeable those words are once you contextualize? If I ask you how does water behave, you automatically understand because of the context that I'm talking about how it reacts.
I mean, I grant that we personalize these things sometimes. However, I don't think that's how we use the term behavior.
Oh,
It
you think that
literally
behavior
means
is isolated to living things?
I think they're isolated to conscious things.
Yeah,
Things
you
that have
think wrong.
experiences.
You think wrong. It depends on the context.
Okay, so first of all, that's not how we colloquially use the term. You think wrong.
I don't
is
know
just
who
not
you
how
are
we
talking about.
actually
You and
use the
who?
term.
You and who?
Yeah, according to like most people who understand how we invoke the term behavior when we invoke it.
So if I said to you that I don't like how my car was behaving, I kept pushing the gas and it wasn't going, you're not going to understand what I said?
Oh, I'll understand what you said, but it is very much you giving that you are personalizing the car, right? Like
Of
if you say, "Oh,
course.
this behaves," sorry. If you say, "Oh, this behaves in this way," I'm gonna be like, "Oh, that's a little weird way to say it," because that's personalizing it. That's like giving it consciousness. Like that's not how we use the term colloquially. Like you can say, "Oh, sometimes we personalize things," right? But behavior is something that we necessarily associate with like conscious beings. Like we don't have behavioral health studies for sperm. We don't have behavioral health studies for.
How do you know a conscious being?
How do I know something's conscious? Yeah, so like we could typically infer that on the basis of like how something is, acts, or reacts to certain things. Like I can give some examples. Like I know animals are conscious because they go up to me, they put their like face on my knee, and they like push their face in on my leg or whatever, and that's going to be a sign of consciousness, like a sign that they are aware of their surroundings to a certain extent, such that they can come up to me and rub their face on me and feel stimuli as a result of that, right? Like such that they are aware of the stimuli that they can experience, if that makes sense.
How do you know that God is conscious?
How do I know that God is conscious? Yeah, this is a great question. So, first of all, I think that the universe is going to have a beginning, and like I think that, like at least I'm going to assume that I have arguments for that, but like God is going to be conscious because I don't think that there is a way for like the universe to come about non-volitionally. I don't think that. I think that it has to have a mind because one, I believe that God interacts with humans. I believe that God gives revelation to humans. I think that that's true. So in order for him to do things of that accord, he's going to have a first-person subjective experience. Also, all the comments here,
all these thinkings that you're thinking are not verifiable facts that God ever gives any human being anything. How would a human being even know that God was the one giving it to them when they don't even know what God is? That's what I'm saying to you. How do you know that God is conscious? And literally, what you just did was you just built a worldview involving a whole lot of assumptions with no proof, and then just to conclude that you know that God is conscious.
Oh, I mean, okay, yeah. So when somebody
based on how you define consciousness previously with the animals, you failed to make it linear with your definition of God's consciousness, because you had this whole argument about how animals are conscious and so. When I mentioned God, you just brought in so many assumptions, like I believe the universe had to have a beginning. I believe the universe could have only been created by a mind. I don't care what you believe. What are the facts?
Yeah. Can I explain how I think that God would have to have volition? So like typically when things talk to us, right, communicate with us, they have minds, right? And we associate that behavior with minds. Like if someone comes up to you and starts talking to you, you're going to assume that they're conscious, right?
If someone comes up to me and begins talking to me, I'm going to assume that they are conscious.
Right. Because talking is something that
oh.
necessarily comes with having some sort of first-person experience.
Hold up. It depends though. So let me get some clarification.
Right.
If someone comes to me in my dream and talk to me, can I conclude that that person is conscious?
No, that's your consciousness talking to you.
Oh. So if someone comes to me in the real world and talk to me, then I know they're conscious. Not in my dreams.
They're not conscious?
No. You gave me clarification. You said in the dream, that's just your consciousness talking to you, right?
Yeah.
In the real world, you can infer that if someone comes and talks to you, that person is conscious.
Yep, and like
when did God ever come to talk to somebody?
Oh yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of people who've had experiences with God, appearing
Like
to them.
Who? Like who?
Yeah, like me, for example.
Hold up. You've met God?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe God's came to me. Yeah.
Why didn't you just say that in the beginning? So we just went up and down. We just made this whole argument when you met God's sister. We just had this whole back and forth.
Well, I mean, I was trying
we
to...
We could have just cut to the chase. So you met God. Please tell me when and where and how. How did that go? Enlighten me as far as how that went.
I mean, it's a little bit more personal. I don't think that I could talk about it on live without the live getting taken down.
Okay, but use code words whenever you want to say something sensitive.
Oh, like as in like
and
I
then,
probably
and to be honest,
I just don't want a lot of people.
Don't dot every T and don't cross don't dot every I and don't cross every T. Give me a diluted version of it, but sufficiently enough for me to understand what you're saying. And then if I do have a question, I can ask you that question, and then we can make a determination if that question is sensitive or not. Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, it is quite personal. Like TYR in the comments, he knows about it. It's very personal, such that like it's something I just don't really enjoy talking about.
Okay, but I'm not asking you to give me the build up to it. I just want to know about the moment you met God.
Well, first of all, it's just like a very hard situation. And also, just for everyone in the comments, I was not under the influence during this time. Like, just to be clear.
I personally cannot make any assumptions until you tell me. So if you don't lead me in the right direction, I mean, I can have 10,000 imaginations in my head, but that's not the equivalent of me knowing.
I would absolutely be willing to tell you, like, off of, not on a live stream with, like, 340 people on it, right?
So you're not able to give me a diluted version of it of any kind, one that is consumable in the public? Well,
no,
sister,
it's like
think about how extraordinary your claim is. You know, I feel like I'm missing out if I don't talk to someone who claims to have met God.
Live, I fear. It's too emo.
Okay, that's fine then. I guess we can let that sleep. For me, it's just that someone who's actually had such an extraordinary experience doesn't come across your path every day. I mean, you've met God, the creator of the universe, and the rest of us are over here saying he doesn't exist. Why wouldn't I want to talk with you so you can tell me? You know, how are we supposed to believe in God when those who are having the experiences don't want to talk about him?
Yeah, I mean, if you, like, I can, like, add you on here, like, we can talk about it, about, like, why I think that, you know, God exists and, like, all that.
We can talk about why you think here. You say it's sensitive if you told me about when you met God, which I will respect. I'm not going to compel you to tell me, by no means. But I do find it, you know, unfortunately sad that those who've actually had these divine encounters would not be willing to share, because there's somebody here right now listening to us. This might be their only chance to hear someone who's met God talk, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, like, it's just I don't want to talk about it on here, right? Like with like 300 people, you know. It's just very emotional sensitive. I don't want to get emo on here. But
okay, sure. Maybe you can reach out to me later and give me the details. Now, but I'm gonna ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Would you be mad at me if I assumed that the reason why you don't want to tell me is because you never actually met God?
I mean, I wouldn't be like mad at you. There's no reason to be mad, right?
Okay.
But I actually have friends in the comments who know what happened and like commented that they know what happened and like it's very sensitive and there's a reason I don't want to talk about it on here.
Okay, so of course this is something you can tell your friends, which is fair. So you say
I
you
do
have
tell
friends
my
that
friends.
know that. Do they know that you met God, as in it was a shared experience, or you told them about the experience?
Oh, I told them. I was alone when it happened.
Oh, okay. Exactly. In the absence of me being able to hear your story and analyze it, and considering that it's an extraordinary claim, I'm gonna have to see to believe. And I don't think that anyone.
That's fair.
I don't.
Like, that's
I
why I
don't.
didn't bring it up.
So I'm gonna ask you a different question. What message did God give you?
I mean, again, don't really want to talk about it because it's again quite sensitive to the topic.
I guess that's
in
convenient.
reference to what had happened.
That's convenient.
That's convenient. No,
Yeah,
it's like
considering
not,
our argument, right, sister? Considering our
If you knew what
argument,
happened, you would understand. It's like very not convenient.
that's why I said if there was a way, because I'm pretty sure if you met God, there's no way that was completely a negative
I don't know why
experience.
we're still talking about this when I don't even want to talk about it.
Sister, it's because of the nature of it. I could not go against my own sense of reason.
That's fine. We can talk about something else.
Hold up. Yeah. Let's not go into the details. I just want to continue critiquing it a little bit. There's no way you can tell me that you had an experience with God and there was not enough positivity that came out of it for you to be able to share it on a public platform. Unless, like I said, the personal aspects of it make it such that if someone was to hear the whole story and they were not necessarily your friend, like ready to sympathize with you, they might conclude that you conjured it up due to maybe a difficult situation you find yourself in. As it is common to most human beings who say they've met God, they usually have some type of, uncommon, let me just use that word, experience. And then it doesn't take much to conclude that there's obviously a different explanation to their claims, but they chose to claim that it was God, which is what I think of all God claims. Whether someone claims to be God or they claim that they've met God, I think that there's something.
Let's talk about something else. That's
it has something to do with the
something else.
It has something to do with the human mind, and
that's just like assuming that God doesn't exist. Do you realize that all your arguments?
No, I'm not assuming that God doesn't exist. I'm just concluding that you didn't meet God because you haven't given me enough evidence to conclude that you did.
Well, that's fine. But I hope you realize that, like, when you say all of these things, you are, in fact, assuming God doesn't exist and assuming that it is a result of human behavior.
I can only be assuming that God does not exist if God had already previously been proven to be an absolute fact. You cannot assume that something which has never been proven, something which is more fictitious than real, is not real. You're simply stating the obvious.
You're again begging the question that it's not real.
Of course, because it doesn't meet the standard of what we consider things to be real. Why will I then say it is? Why wouldn't I just take the obvious?
Do you think it's not real?
Sister, for example, is there Gatorade in this bottle?
I don't see Gatorade, no.
So you can say there is no Gatorade in this bottle, right?
Yeah, because I can see the bottle, but I can't see outside of space and time.
Because it doesn't exist.
What's the argument for that?
Has anyone ever confirmed that there's a place somewhere at some point called outside of space and time, and that's not 100% a fictitious claim?
Well, first
do we have any data to suggest that there is anywhere outside of space and time which is not a fictitious place?
Like, we don't have evidence, but that doesn't mean it's not true.
What does it mean then?
What does what mean?
What does it mean, the fact that you don't have evidence to prove an extraordinary claim which is not observable? What does that mean?
Well, I mean, I have arguments like for God, if that's what you
want. No, you can argue all you want. You don't have any evidence to back your argument, okay? So my question is, when there is no proof for an extraordinary claim that is supposed to be supernatural, what conclusions should a rational person make?
I mean, it's going to depend on, like, what is the most rational thing, right? Like, so something could be, quote, supernatural, right? And be the correct thing, right? Like, supposedly ghosts could exist. Supposedly there's no contradiction with, like, unicorns existing, right? And like if it is the most rational conclusion that like a certain thing exists, like a mind that created the universe, then yeah, like it's justified to believe that a mind created the universe.
No, believing that a mind created a universe, first of all, is stupid, because we know that
What's the
there's some things
argument
in
for that?
because there are things that make the universe a universe which were not created by that mind, and we know it for sure.
Well, what's the argument for that?
There cannot be a mind that created the whole universe, because there are other creators within the universe.
Like agents, like humans?
You can call them agents. The whole point is, before humans, there were no cars. Humans created cars, right?
Yeah, but again,
cars. Hold up. Cars are part of the universe, right?
Because
Sister, hold up. Cars are part of the
so
universe, right?
how does humans existing make it unlikely that God exists because humans create
Sister, please don't deflect on from my argument, right? You said there's a mind that created the whole universe. False claim. Because I know at least one thing in the universe which wasn't created by that so-called mind.
What is it?
Cars.
Okay, well, I would assume that the mind created the humans who created the cars, so, you know...
Yeah, that's not usually how we attribute... That's not necessarily what we mean when we say someone creates something.
Wait, hold on. Like, what do you mean?
Do we say...
Like, it's like a second-hand thing, if that makes sense.
No. Yeah, by that token, you're going to end up with an infinite regression, and yeah.
No, I don't hold to that. I don't think God was created. I think humans were created.
Yeah, you can think again, exactly. You see, you just keep thinking based on your feelings, though they don't connect, right? You pick and choose who you think should be created and who is not, completely based on your own justification and your own lack of knowledge, without any facts or any consistent line of study that leads to progress. In fact, let me ask you a question. Since you've come to the conclusion that God created everything, you don't think there's any need for us to keep looking for the origins of the universe, right?
I don't think there's any need. I think we should, sure, because I think that it might give us more evidence that there's a beginning to the universe, proving God.
Hold up. But you already know that God created everything. Yeah. So if we keep looking, where are we going to end up?
Yeah, like likely we're going to figure out that the universe had a beginning, at least under my view. That's what I think.
I've said to you that figuring out that the universe has a beginning is not a true beginning if it's not out of pure nothingness. Because the universe is not one thing. The universe is not. Listen, sister, the universe is not a singular structure that you just materialize. It's made up of an innumerable amount of aspects and forms and shapes and things that come into being at different points. So if you're going to summarize all those things and put it in somebody's creation box, make sure you understand how you're talking. Like I said to you, chances is, in fact, check this out. If, let me give you an example. What's a good example? Someone that did something profound in the past. Okay, let's say, for example, Abraham Lincoln.
Right.
Abraham Lincoln was instrumental for the...
What's meant by instrumental?
That means that he played a significant role to end slavery in America.
Okay, cool.
Right?
Right.
In fact, one can even say that had he not played his role, perhaps history would have turned out differently.
I mean, I'm a determinist, so...
It cost him his life.
Okay.
So can black people say today that black people would never have been free had Abraham Lincoln not done what he did?
Well, first of all, I think that, like, perhaps that could be a factor which led to it. But, like, I'm a determinist, so I don't necessarily think that we have, like, you know, free will or free agency. So I think that was, like, necessarily going to happen. But, like, I think that happen. I think that, you know, black individuals could still be free.
What I'm saying to you is, outside of your feelings and your emotions, the sooner you realize that the world can still exist even if there is no God, the sooner you realize that
the universe could exist if there was no God. No.
Listen, sister, listen. If you don't understand that everything around you could still exist in the absence of your theory of God, then guess what? You're going to remain
That's
forever.
because I believe in God. What? I believe that
Yeah,
God was a necessary
but believing
precondition.
in something doesn't make it true. Belief is not what validates truth.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I have like arguments for God and stuff.
Yes, arguments are not what makes something true.
Wait, hold on. Do you know what an argument is?
Arguments are not what makes something true. If you think that an argument,
that's
hold on,
begging the question. Okay, hold on.
sister.
So hold on. Let me give you something that proves something true. Let me give you an argument that proves something true, right? Okay. So, all men are mortal. Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal. Does that make sense?
If you hadn't made that argument
Did I
with
just
Socrates,
prove that Socrates was mortal?
Sister, if you hadn't made that argument, could someone still know that Socrates was mortal?
Sure, they could still know
Okay,
it.
thank you. That's why I said to you.
And even if I don't
Hold
give
on.
an argument,
Okay,
for God's
what
existence,
validates the fact that Socrates is mortal?
Yeah.
Is it the argument, or is it in fact Socrates being a real entity in the real world, which perhaps is observable or could be observed?
Yeah, it's going to be on the basis of it being a fact, just like the existence of God is a fact, right?
The existence of God is not a fact. I'm sorry, it's a belief that you believe by faith. And when you came to believe, sister, hold up, you're not a Christian?
What?
Are you not a Christian?
Am I not a Christian?
Are you a Christian?
I don't know.
Yeah, I rest my case then. But you know what? To be honest, that's actually the best answer you could have given me, because it puts me in a position where I cannot judge you. Let me tell you why. If you had said you were a Christian, all I had to find is inconsistencies between your claim and what Christians claim. If you had said that you were not a Christian, I would have said, then why are you defending the Christian position? But you saying that you don't know, believe it or not, I am non-biased enough to understand when someone has something that they're still trying to figure out, and something which has the capability to shape their worldview, which is okay that they don't know. Because it's something you're still debating with. You haven't come to an actual conclusion, and that's fair. It's okay to not know if you're a Christian. Now, I wish you luck in your journey exploring it. And I hope that when you're done learning it and studying it, you realize that it's just another system invented by human beings within the religious system. And
okay, you know? Well, I mean, like, I kind of want to talk about if God exists or not.
Why? Are you trying to prove something?
I mean, I have some arguments for God, sure. That's fine.
Okay, I'm going to allow you to make 3. Quickly, though.
3 arguments? Okay. So, like, do you believe in a cause and effect principle?
Of course.
Yeah, so, like, how could, like, there be an infinite series of cause and effects? Because it seems like if there's no first cause, right, how are there going to be any effects?
That's the dilemma. And
right.
That dilemma is not so much that there is no infinite regression. That dilemma is more reflective of the current limitations of our ability to conceptualize what we're discovering about the world.
Yeah,
so
but I'm asking you what you think.
The best course of action is not for us to run into any specific assumption. Let us follow our current line of reasoning.
Sorry.
Again, no, sister, listen. Think about it. We're not thinking in terms of persons. We're not thinking in terms of creators. We're just thinking in terms of cause and effect as far as everything that exists. And everything that exists doesn't exist as a living thing. So living things don't carry any particular existential value than other living things when it comes to existence.
I didn't say that. Like, that's not even part of it.
I know. I'm building my point, right? As far as existence is concerned. So if there is cause and effect, and we know that everything that exists in our world today is the product of multiple causes, the only way that we assume that it is not infinitely regressive is if it's possible for something to emerge out of pure nothingness.
Well, I mean,
listen to my answer very well. The only way we don't have an infinite regression is if it's somehow possible, and the knowledge just escapes us, for something or someone to in some way, shape, or form materialize or come into being out of pure nothingness, because cause and effect goes up to the point where there is no cause, and no cause is nothingness.
Hold on. Here, let me explain this. So like the cause and effect principle, like as I understand it, like we're wanting to, understand it if there's like a first cause, right? And that first cause, I'm going to take that it has to be necessarily immaterial, or else it's going to exist in space-time, and it's not going to be able to have the power to like initially cause space and time, right? And it would obviously have to be powerful, right? Because,
No.
Well, wait, can I explain why it would have to be powerful?
Sure.
Yeah, so in order to create something as huge, large, and expansive as the universe in the way such that it is, such that it's finely tuned for life, and all of these other things that are going to be in alignment with God's desires, it would necessarily have to be powerful enough to do that.
Okay, but I beg to differ. Because when we even suggest that there's a first cause, we're not implying that the first cause is responsible for everything directly. We're implying that the first cause would have taken the first act or done the first thing, the first motion that brought about the second cause, which was the first effect, and then that brought about the third. And then before you knew, once there was already more than three things, thing number two will interact with thing number one and bring about something else. Thing number one will interact with thing number four, bring something else. Before you know, thing number 1, 2, 3, 4 are interacting, bringing something else. Before you knew, it went. But the initial acting of itself did not take much. The initial act in of itself doesn't necessitate supremacy or absolute divine power. It could be as simple as a spark. It could be as simple as the spark that lights a flame, that burns a forest, right? And when you look at the damage, you will think to yourself, damn, this flame is amazing. But it just multiplied. So what you're doing is...
Hold on. Do you think that creating a spark when there is absolutely nothing would not take a lot of power?
That's what I said to you, that the mystery here is not necessarily the power. The mystery here is if it's even possible for something to materialize out of nothing. The word is not create.
I didn't say nothing. I said an immaterial mind.
Sister.
That is something.
Sister.
That is an immaterial something.
Sister, immaterial does not imply not tangible. Because we don't know if material is... Sister, wait.
Well, I want to ask what you mean by tangible real quick.
That is not made of something.
Okay, material. Okay.
Okay, so you're saying that God is made of nothing?
Yeah.
As in nothing?
Yeah, he's just like an experience that he's having, yeah. Yeah.
What is a unicorn made of?
Well, typically as we understand it, unicorns are like made of... skin, flesh, bones. I don't know what their horns are made out of. I don't know if it's magical or not.
Do you believe that unicorns exist?
Nope.
Why not?
Because there's no arguments that prove.
But what if a unicorn is an immaterial horse that exists in an immaterial world?
What?
What if a unicorn is an immaterial? Listen, sister. Is it possible? Sister, wait. Is it possible? Hold up, sister, wait now. Is it possible that unicorns exist in that same immaterial world where the immaterial mind exists, and that immaterial mind also created those
unicorns are necessarily material as by my definition, because they're made of flesh, bones, things like that. Things that can't be immaterial.
No, but I didn't literally
violating my definition.
Sister. Unicorns look like a horse, but we don't know what they're made of. Right?
Well, I just gave you a definition. I told you what I think.
So hold up. You don't have to define unicorn beyond what we know what unicorns to be. Okay? You don't need to. So my question to you though. No, this is my question. No, this is my question. Is it possible that a unicorn exists as an immaterial horse with a horn in his head in the same immaterial world where your immaterial God lives?
No, because horns are things that are made of things. They are substantive.
But angels have swords. Are they material?
Angels have swords?
When God kicked Adam and Eve out of the garden, he put an angel, a cherubim, before the garden with a sword that turns in every direction.
I didn't tell you that I'm Christian, dude. Like, I'm not...
Oh,
do.
okay. So
So
hold on.
this is
Okay,
relevant
okay.
to my position.
So let
So
me get this
I'm
right.
gonna
Let me get
ask
this right. Hold up. That was my fault. So you're saying that you don't believe that Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior?
No.
Okay. And then I brought back. So you don't associate, your idea of God is not associated with any specific religion.
No.
So why do you call it God?
Yeah, that's typically what we mean when we colloquially, at least, use the word God. Like we're typically talking about, like a mind that created the universe of some sort. Like some people even hold that, like,
But
God's
again,
mind is,
stop saying the mind that created the universe. I already told you it couldn't have been the mind that created the universe. It would have been the mind that, you should use the word started, not created, because the universe in of itself is not a direct product of that, right?
Well, hold on.
Again,
That's just gonna be
and whatever would have materialized out of nothing, again, like I said, doesn't necessarily have to be almighty. It doesn't necessarily have to be supreme to what. Listen, something doesn't necessarily have to be supreme than what it causes.
Okay, hold on. Let me explain this.
You
So
can
I didn't
have
say,
you can have
I
a
didn't
cause
say that.
that cause an
I didn't
effect
say
that is
that.
far more greater than the cause itself. You understand that?
Listen, I didn't say that. Here, can I explain my position one more time? So you said it could be the case that this mind just like created a little spark that just like was the cause of everything, right?
No, I did not say created a little spark. That's not what I said.
Well, first of all, it would necessarily have to be the creator because it's an immaterial.
No, only
mind.
necessary based on your assumption, that that is in fact a fact, but you don't really have any evidence.
Well, I've been giving you the argument.
No, you've been giving me your assumptions.
You already agreed to the first cause principle.
Sister, you've been giving me carefully expressed assumptions upon which you have built a
that
logic.
You agreed with. That you agreed with.
No. That I said, hypothetically, if I was to look at it from your perspective, this is the assumption. Only on that one point.
Okay, so do you deny the first cause?
Yes, I deny the idea of a first cause if it involves, listen, anything else that exists that predates it in any way, shape, or form, which is not pure nothingness. So you cannot have a first cause. Sister, listen to me. You cannot have a first cause if there was no cause before. And no cause means zero, nothingness. And as long as something exists, there is causality, especially if that thing is a mind.
Okay, let me explain this. So God, right, necessarily as the mind would be eternal, right? So let's just like put it.
No, that's not true. Okay? That's not true. That's not true.
Hold on.
Sister. God necessarily as a.
This is what I mean.
Hold up.
Relax?
No, you relax. I'm telling you to hold up. God necessarily as a mind, being eternal, is just as impossible as coming out of nothingness. You think you're slick? What you're doing with the process of the infinite regression is you get at a point in the regression where you eliminate every other cause that came and then personify it as one singular cause. If God existed eternally, that is still infinitely regressive as far as something which exists, which we need to keep tracing its roots ultimately to absolute nothingness. So God couldn't have created a universe. He could have just created a dimension of existence.
Okay.
God himself needed to exist.
How is that impossible?
God himself, we need, if God exists, I don't care how you say God exists, he needs to be somewhere, in some shape or form, in some way.
What's the argument for that? Like, why can't he just be an immaterial mind outside
of creation? Because by definition, that's how we define things that don't exist.
No.
And if you don't have a definition for things that don't exist, you are a walking piece of confusion.
Tell you, but this is a little bit of a burden shift, right? You have
sister, wait. You can totally get me. You can totally get me if you can tell me, sister, you can totally get me if you can define what it means when something doesn't exist. Tell me, what is non-existence?
Yeah, when something doesn't exist, it means it's not actual in reality.
What is reality?
Yeah, reality is just referring to the set of things that are true, like that exist, right?
How do you know that something is true?
Yeah, like we infer it via our sense data.
You infer by your sense data?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me ask you a question.
Right.
Do you have siblings?
Yeah.
Are you the oldest?
No.
Are you the youngest?
Yeah.
Okay. Had you not told me that information and I inferred that you had a little sister, would that be a possibility?
Yeah, it's possible.
And yet your little sister doesn't exist.
Right. But
So
again,
I can
that's why I was giving you an argument.
hold
right?
up.
Why I was giving you an argument.
No,
right?
sister, wait. Your little sister doesn't exist. So let's say Carly is her name.
Right.
Let's say she's 5'6".
Right.
Let's say she's a genius and she was able to become a popular musician. Now,
Right.
all this description that I've gave you, is it a possibility?
Sure, it's possible.
Is it logically possible?
Sure, it's logically possible.
But I built my logical possibility on what? An assumption, right?
Yeah, and that's why I'm giving you
A false assumption, right?
Right, and that's why I'm giving you an argument.
Now, this sister of yours, if I choose to believe it, and I choose to persuade millions of people that she exists, what is the probability that she actually exists?
It's probably gonna stay the same. I mean,
It's probably still gonna be 0, right? Now, she doesn't exist. We know she doesn't exist.
Like, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, what if I was to say to you that she exists, but she was taken by the immaterial mind that brought the universe to the immaterial world, where the immaterial mind that brought the universe lives?
Well,
Would you believe
first of
me?
all, she already doesn't exist. So, like, she can't be taken by the immaterial mind. Like, what the fuck? And that's why I was giving you an argument.
But hold up. What if she has always existed as an immaterial being?
Well, then she would just be God.
Oh,
like,
maybe
you
God
gave her
created
something
her. Or maybe God created her.
Like, sure, God could create her. That's logically possible. Like,
Okay,
this
so
isn't
right
running
now,
away
check
from
this
the
out. What
point
I'm
I've been making. That's all you're doing.
listen.
And that's
what,
fine.
Sister.
Like, if you just want to run, that's okay.
What-
Just let
what
me know
I'm
if you
trying-
want to engage with the argument or not.
Sister, what I'm
Do
saying
you
to
want to
you
engage
is
with the
that
argument, yes or no?
you
Don't
cannot
sister me.
believe
Do
that
not
God
sister me.
exists.
You want to
You
engage with the
cannot
argument, yes or
believe.
no? Yes or
You
no?
cannot believe. You cannot
Yes or
believe
no?
that you cannot
Yes or no?
believe. You cannot believe that your God exists without believing that that sister of yours exists. It's the same fallacy based on your assumption. You understand that? Okay? Because if your immaterial God exists,
Did
so
you
does
even
your
listen to the
immaterial
argument?
sister.
Are we having the same conversation right now?
What was the last thing I just said?
Yeah, you just said that with my logic of this argument, then my younger sister who is fake exists. What
Prove
the
me
fuck?
wrong.
Like, obviously that's not true.
Prove me wrong.
Yeah, so like I don't have a younger sister, right?
That's
like,
because you don't have enough faith, and that's because you are not
no, it's not
considering
because
the
I don't have
evidence.
enough faith. It's because there's no evidence or argument that necessitates that I have a younger sister.
There
named
is an
her.
argument. There is an argument that your parents, your parents
I was giving
had.
you an argument. Do you want
Your-
the argument, or are you?
Sister,
do you want to engage with the
your
argument?
parents had a child that you never got to find out about. And that
My
child
parents-
was taken. That child was taken to the immaterial
Possible,
world
but
where the
again, there's not an
immaterial God
argument for
lives.
that. Again, they're not. That's not an argument for that. So what I'm going to there's not an
Sister,
argument for that. Like,
it is
I'm
as
going to
much
engage with the
it is
argument.
as much as an argument of an argument
listen.
as your arguments, right? Because
Okay.
when you get to make assumptions and build your logic on it, when I make mine, you now think it's so ridiculous to the point where you don't want to engage, and yet I've been engaging you with your ridiculous arguments and claims about
You have
immaterial
not engaged with
beings.
the argument.
Sister, but I'm trying to convince you that your immaterial sister exists and you don't want to believe me.
Okay. So by immaterial sister, is this an immaterial mind that created the universe? Because if so, then yes, my sister exists. You're just using different semantics.
No, this is an immaterial mind which used to be material, was brought into the material world by your father and your mother, and then was taken to the immaterial world where the immaterial creator that you believe in lives.
Yeah, that's logically possible, right? But I don't have reason
but I'm not
because
just
I
saying
don't have
that
an
it's
argument for
logically
it.
possible.
Are you gonna engage with the argument?
Sister, I'm not just saying that it's logically possible. I'm saying that it's the truth.
Okay, if
Just
it's
like
true,
you think
yeah,
that it's
what
true
the fuck?
that your
Now I'm gonna
logical
ask you
possibility
if you're gonna engage
God
with the argument
exists.
one more time, Bakanga. Yes or no? Are you going to engage with the argument?
The argument has been engaged with and retired, and you didn't even notice.
No, it has not. You're not.
Yes,
engaging
indeed,
with
it
any of
has.
the premises.
Yes,
You're not
listen,
engaging with any of the premises.
Autumn. If you
You know
make a
what?
false
I'm gonna
premise,
have a good night.
if you
Have a
make
good
a
night.
false premise, all I have to do is deconstruct your premise, and you don't even get to the conclusion. Religious people think that they're the only ones that can make up something in their head and then try to argue that it's logically possible and then try to infer that it's the truth. Nah, if you can assume that, look, there has to be a first cause that is necessarily almighty and powerful and immaterial, I can say to you that, well, your parents had to have had a younger sister that is absolutely maybe not here and immaterial. It's the same logic. Ladies and gentlemen, check this out, okay? You can make a lie. I don't even need to tell y'all this if your ass is black in America, okay? When it comes to logic, logic is not always a tool that is used to back up the truth. Especially logic in of itself. That's why there always need to be evidence in the real world to back up your logic. There needs to be observable evidence. Because I can make a lie. I can say you committed a crime and manufacture evidence that proves that it's possible that you committed that crime. Listen to me, ladies and gentlemen. I can make up a crime and then manufacture evidence. Evidence so sound logically that anyone that sees my evidence will be persuaded that you committed the crime. That's what religious people are doing. They make up an idea and then try to build some kind of logical argument based on their assumptions. If you are assuming that there has to be a first cause, how can you jump the leap to then tell us that the first cause had to have been powerful when for cause and effect to take place, it doesn't require any type of supernatural power? Like the first cause could have been something as small as a grain of sand that produced a spark as small as the electricity that you use to power your ham radio. That then went on to multiply. The first cause can be like one grain of corn, that you plant that grain of corn and then it grows and multiplies. Then the wind blows and carries all those the little pieces of corn to different places and it grows. If you have an imaginary God in your head, like I said, if it suits you emotionally, good for you. But you're not going to persuade no one that has 2 brain cells that it's real. I'm sorry. Your God is only good for you in your head. And if it works for you, congratulations. Congratulations. I don't care if your God is Allah, if it's Jesus, if it's somebody's big toe or somebody's little toe, that's your problem. You can believe in whatever you have imagined in your head. It's just not real because you believed it. Please tap the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get to 100,000 likes. I know it's tiring to tap, but I do appreciate it. I hope you're not an angry religious person. Please, if you're religious, do be kind and tap the screen as well. What's up, Sam?
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing good, bro. In order not to make the conversation linger too long, so please be precise and go straight to your point.
Okay. I'm not religious. I don't believe the creator is God, really, like the God of the Bible or the religious God. But I do believe that there is a mind. I know I don't want to call it mind, but that's the only word that I can find that able to describe what I'm talking about. So, but I believe there's a mind that creates the first cause, right? And because I look at the micro, how we as human beings exist and how we do things, right? Everything that existed begins from a mind. The cars, televisions.
No, not everything that exists begins with my mind.
Well, I'm talking about human beings and the things that we interact with. I'm not talking about things that.
In the human world, not everything in the human world begins with the mind. And there's a distinction with how things begin in the mind too. And things beginning in the mind is not necessarily in the real sense of beginning. Okay, a thing in the real world can only begin when you start assembling it. The very idea to assemble it doesn't count as that thing beginning in the literal sense of the beginning of that thing. So if you're to run with that assumption, then even that mind itself had to have been begun by another mind.
Correct.
Which was
And
also
that
begun by
mind-
another mind. Which was also begun by another mind. And you run into the infinite regressive problem. We don't have infinite time. So that's definitely going to be a problem that we don't like. So what
Alright,
religious
so-
people do with that problem is they just try to make it go away.
Okay. All right. So this, and just let me finish. Okay. So because the reason why I say that everything that we know here, cheers, TV, began from the mind, something had, how to get an idea of what they want to create.
No,
And then,
not
and
true.
then well, okay, well, let me finish. You believe in science, right?
Science doesn't require belief, but I do understand science.
You understand science. When I said believe, you believe what science is saying. That's what I'm trying to say.
No. I understand what science
You
is
don't
saying.
believe what science is saying. You
I don't
understand
believe what
science is
anybody
saying.
says. When someone says something to me, it's not a matter of if I believe it or not. It's a matter of if I understand it or not. If I understood what you said and what you said is consistent, then it's true. It's not a matter of belief. It's just true. It's not true because I believed. It's not true because you said it. No, you said it. I heard it. I observed the world. It was so. It's true. What does me believing have to do with it?
Okay, so something is only true if you say it's true.
No, something is only true if, as proclaimed, it is observed to be so.
If you observe it to be so. Right?
If me or anybody else can observe that it to be so, and if I'm absent from the observation and you can provide me the data collected from the observation, I'll also give that credibility.
But you just say you don't believe what science is saying. You don't believe what anybody says. That's what you say.
Yes, because there's two ways that you can take what someone says to you. You can either just take it for, oh, you tell me something and I just be like, oh, it's true. Or you can tell me something and then I verify if it's true.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
So if I listen, if I verify what you've said, if it's true, and I realize that what makes it true is that what I have observed is consistent with what you've described, then it is true. Not because you said it, not because I observed, but a combination of all of it, right? None of it standing alone. That's how we interact.
All right, let me continue. Why I brought the science thing is because we believe that science say there's nothing like empty space, right? You're saying empty space, right in front of you, but that space right there, it's not empty, right? There are atoms, molecules, whatever, that are bouncing in and out of existence in that space, right? And so we consider that space to be immaterial because it's not physical, it's not tangible, right? We cannot touch it, right? And so,
yeah, you can touch it.
You can what?
You can touch it.
How can I touch it? The space, the empty space, how can I touch it?
Okay. You said that space is not empty, right?
That's what science is saying, yep.
Okay, just like the air between my face and the screen right now is really not empty, right?
You will feel the air when it passes through.
Brother, relax. It's not empty, right?
What did I do? What do you need me to relax? I'm just saying, if when the wind passes through or the breeze passes through, you
brother,
feel
there's
it,
no wind. There's no wind.
Passed.
There's just air in front of me. My point wasn't if you can feel it. My point is, can I send my hand out and touch the air in front of me? Yes, I can touch it in all types of ways because it's free motion, right? Now, if I sent you to space, what will happen to your physical body if I was to just take you out of Earth and put you right in space? What will happen to your physical body?
It will still be there.
No, what physical reaction will happen to your physical body?
If you put me where?
In space.
What space are you talking about? Just any space?
No, space, like space, right? Space which is not void.
Okay.
You freeze.
And what? Okay.
And I bet you're going to feel yourself freezing up as you're freezing up. So you can touch it. You can react to it. You can respond to it. Now, is it readily available to our eyesight? No, there's some things which are not. We have to use different instrumentation to confirm that they are there, even if we're interacting with it. Sure. So now, what was your point? So,
So
empty
my point
space,
is
empty space, not empty. What's the point?
exactly right. So it's the same idea that we're saying that God is immaterial. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Just because we cannot
So
say,
you're
wait,
saying that
okay,
God is immaterial based on that space is not empty?
no, wait, let me make my argument, please, all right? Okay, so you just made an argument that that space is not empty, right? There's something in that space, but we cannot say it. We need like some kind of instrument for us to say it. And so if we say there is a God, but that God, we cannot see it with our physical eyes, why are you saying that we
Because we have no reason
not
to say
saying
there's a
something that
God.
is
We have
factual?
no reason to even begin to say there's a God in the first place. The only reason why we're saying that space is not empty is because it's there and we can see the space. We just can't see the details of what is in it. We can at least confirm that it's there. God in the first place, we can't confirm anything. It's literally an
Okay, so
idea that somebody made up. And when they
okay,
made
so
up the idea of God, they went, listen, bro, the idea of God did not begin as the creator of the universe, like people like to make it seem in recent time, okay? That's why most of the time it's just for the sake of conversation that I engage. If you come to say to me that God is the creator of the universe, I just look at you like a dumbass, with all due respect. Because when the idea of God started out, there were just a bunch of governors who governed reality, who governed the forces of nature. That's why you travel around the world, in every tribe, there's a God for different things. Agriculture, that's where the idea came from. We can literally trace historically when the idea that, oh no, all these other many gods are not there, is really just one God. We can trace when that idea began. We can trace how it began. We can trace the implications involved. And we can see what was motivating those people to come up with that idea. It was very consistent with empire building. Okay, just like those kings and those emperors were trying to unify people, they also tried to unify ideas. They try to unify ideas that can keep their united people together. And in a kingdom where everyone has their own God telling them to do different things, it's harder to rule. In a kingdom where there's only one God and the emperor is his messenger, and if the emperor's word is the word of God, it's easy to get people going. That was kind of the formula. We can trace it back. So even the idea that there is a almighty creator is isolated to human ignorance. It's what you don't know about your reality that's making you conclude that it is a God, to the point where you are so sure, without any proof, without any evidence. And then you ignore the data that you're getting from the current line of reasoning. Bro, all of our investigation and scientific discoveries so far don't point to the idea of an almighty supreme creator. It just doesn't. You know, and that's a very, very, very important part of our knowledge system, to where
okay.
if there is a supreme creator, it's not something for us to infer its existence to the point where we are saying it for a certainty. It's something that we can just say, well, I guess it's a possibility, but I guess we're going to find out when we find out. That's the most you can say. You can't tell me how it is. You can tell me what it is. You can't tell me how long it's been. You can't tell me how big, how small. If you try to do all those things, you are making it up.
Okay. Okay. Well, let me go back to my argument, right? All right. So, the previous speaker was talking about cause and effect, and it's natural law that whatever effects that we're seeing, there is a cause to that effect, right? And so, let's say for example,
No.
wait,
Whatever we're seeing, there are causes.
yeah, there's a cause.
No.
Doesn't matter.
There are causes. That is very important to point out the plurality of cause and effect. Nothing in this world is the product of a singular cause. So if you want to trace it back to the beginning, my friend, the amount of causes just increases as you go backwards. Just like in the human family, bro, like you, right? If I was to go based on your existence, I'll go with your father and your mother. But if I'm really curious about what caused them, I'll end up with 4 humans. If I'm curious about what caused those 4 grandparents of yours, I'll end up with 8 humans. That's how all things in this world work. All things. The water that is flowing in the river is the product of multiple causes.
I understand that you are right-brain dominated, that you think too much about the physicality of the world and stuff like that. But let me just finish, my arguments, right? So let's say that first cause, right? That caused the other cause, right? That actual thing, that caused that first cause, in as much as it changed its shape or it changed the substance, but like the fundamental thing, right?
Something cannot cause the first cause. Then the first cause is not the first cause. It's the something that caused the first cause that's the first cause. No, it's not that you
Bro,
finished. I'm trying to help you correct your statement. You said something caused the first cause.
okay, but let me finish, and then you can come in. But when
No,
I'm
no, 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 no,
in the
brother,
middle,
because it's making my head
okay,
hurt. If you're running off that first assumption, it's making it hard to keep up with you. So I'll just give you a chance to fix it. You said something caused the first cause. Is that what you meant to say?
that's what I'm saying. Okay, so okay, let me just describe to you what I think God is. So
No,
to
no,
me,
wait.
no,
Wait.
let me describe.
No, no, no,
Are you
bro.
gonna are you gonna talk?
I want you to explain what you mean by something caused the first cause.
Okay, but if you allow me to talk, then I can explain it to you. Can you just allow me to talk, please?
Bro, if you're gonna just answer the question directly, I don't want a lecture.
Okay, but when I make my submission, you can come in and refute whatever submission that I make.
No, no, no,
I'm
I'm
not
not
gonna take
trying.
too long.
My goal is not to refute your
But
submission. My goal is to refute every single word coming out of your mouth. That's my goal, right? So I can interrupt you anytime to ask for clarification. You just said something caused the first cause. We can't move past this point, and anything you say makes sense. If you don't make this make sense,
okay, so God, I believe, is the principle behind everything else that exists, right? It's the principle, the ever present, right? And so when I talk about ever present, it's mean whatever exists has a substance of that first principle, and
bro.
that principle is
What is the principle? What is the principle?
what. What is the principle? Okay, let's come back to, for example, let's come back to the real world, right? Okay, we have cars. We know that the actual things that are made up of the cars were not actually created, right? They were put together for it to, to have that substance that the car has, right? So we cannot say, for example, the person that creates a car creates fire. We know that that person didn't create fire. We know that person didn't create the metal. The metal, the fire, we know existed. The water, we know existed, right? And so those are like the principle. That's what I'm trying to say. So for whatever thing,
Bro. Have you ever seen a principle in of itself without a person to invent that principle?
who invented fire?
Fire is not a principle.
You know what when I'm saying principle, you know what I'm trying to say?
You could just say what you're trying to say rather than use the wrong word and throw us off.
What do you mean I'm using the wrong word?
You said principle. Principles are just ideas that we make up based on our experiences. They literally originate with us. And as long as they work to give us our needs, they're only relevant within our needs and our species. There are some principles that human beings follow that only matter to human beings.
Okay. If you're too hung up on the word principle, I can just use the word elements, right? The elements that we use to create the car.
Okay, those elements in of themselves, science has already taught us that it can either be created or destroyed. So we know that they weren't created. At the very least, they've always been there.
Okay, exactly. Okay, so the things that we are created of, can we say they are also ever present? Human beings, the things that we are created of.
The raw material that we see around us definitely predate us. As far as them being ever present, if you go with energy can neither be created or destroyed, you realize that we don't know if they've always been present in that state as elements. That's why we need to break down energy to the smallest, most indivisible aspect of it. Once we reach that smallest, most indivisible aspect of it, we will know what aspect of energy or what state it had been in continuously forever. But the states in which we see them and the form that elements take, we do see some of them come into being, but some of them have always been there. We cannot make that conclusion. We have to keep studying, like collectively as a human race, and make that progress. But we cannot infer any supposed beginning that is absent of experimentation and data. Then we might as well give up on the laboratories and just go and sit down in some church buildings and come up with philosophies.
Okay, so how would you measure God? How would you know when we finally find God? How would you know that this is God?
We will have to meet a being that is consistent with the definitions that human beings have given God. Human beings invented, that's the problem. Human beings invented the definition of God before they met one. So unfortunately, whatever God we find, whatever entity we find, whatever we find, if it doesn't look like what people have said it is, then guess what? God never existed, and whatever we found is just whatever we found.
Okay. Let me give you a hypothetical, and
Because listen
I'll
to
drop.
me, if you think that God is God because God created, then I'm going to tell you that a dog is a human being because a dog can shit.
Okay. Well, okay. Let me give you.
Just because a dog shit doesn't mean that it's human. So just because
Okay.
your God can create doesn't mean it's a mind.
Okay. Well, let me give you this hypothetical, and maybe we'll get an understanding of we'll get somewhere. Okay. Let's say, for example, there's a pregnant woman, and this pregnant woman has twins. It's bearing twins, right? And these twins can talk, and they're talking to themselves. And one of the twins said, "I believe there's a world, beyond this, right? And beyond that world, there's something that creates me, right?" And the other one said, "No, I don't believe in that because I've not seen anything beyond this place that I am, right? And no one has gone out of that thing where I am currently and then came back in and tell me, hey, there is a world beyond this." And the other one believes so much that that's, where they are is just everything. Okay. And let's apply that to, this world. Now,
No, we cannot. We cannot. False equivalent.
why do you say it's a false equivalent?
Because two babies in the womb, even hypothetically, cannot have such a detailed conversation.
Correct. But what I'm trying to say is, what if the power of God, it's so powerful, right? And it's beyond us that when God look at us, when we are talking right now, whatever noise we are making and stuff like that, to him, it's so much above us that we cannot understand him.
If you can't understand him, why are you calling him him?
Because all right, so we cannot go anywhere with this discussion because you are
No, it's because you don't realize that the statements you're making put you in an impossible position to defend, my friend. The things you're saying put you in an impossible situation because every word that comes out of your mouth, I have 100 questions I can ask you that you can't answer that will prove that you're literally just fabricating an ideology in your head and you're choosing to run with it while ignoring the fact that it's not consistent with observable reality. Then you're not really trying to learn. You're trying to see who can write the best story. If you and I sat in a room and someone said, write a story about the origins of the world. Bro, I can write a story, man. I can write a story. You can write a story too. And in order for my story to be a good story, it has to make sense. So yeah, you're just writing a story about what you think about the creation of the world or the origins of the world. There's nothing in reality backing up your story, bro. So you know what? As long as it's a well-written story, we don't mind watching and getting entertained, but we're not going to walk out of the movie theater thinking that your story is real.
Okay. I understandable. So my question is, what is wrong in us believing that there is a creator?
Nothing is wrong with you believing whatever you want to believe in your head, as long as you know it's not real. The only thing that's wrong is when you made it up in your head and then you go around in the real world acting like it's real when it's not.
Yeah. What if I do act as if it's real?
You're going to misjudge circumstances in the world and you're going to find yourself in conflict, which goes with human beings around you. You're bound to find yourself in conflict with human beings around you.
What kind of conflict are you talking about?
Okay. For example, right? Abortion.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about abortion?
Again, I'm not religious, so you don't expect me to say abortion is harmful. I mean, for me, I know there's a woman and
Okay. So I guess the God that you believe in, the God that you believe in doesn't give you any teachings that you find to have a problem with abortion.
No, I'm not religious, so that's okay,
good. So you don't really go around acting like God is real.
I know God is real.
No, that's not my question. You don't go around acting. Listen, you don't go around acting. You don't take the reality of God into consideration when you deal with things on the day-to-day basis.
Can you rephrase the question?
Okay. I asked you, what do you think about abortion as far as your belief in God is concerned?
I don't care about abortion. I don't care about other people and what they do.
Hold up. I understand that you don't care. That's fine. So I'm trying to confirm, your God doesn't give you any rules that conflict with abortion, right?
No.
Okay, is there any rules that your God gives you at all?
Yeah, there's the natural law.
Hold up. The God that you believe in gave you the natural law.
Natural law is not something that is given. It's something that is observable. It's right there. For example, cause and
Okay,
effect. That's
so I'm
natural
not
law.
talking about the natural law then. So I'm asking you, is there any specific law that your God gives you, commandments, rules that you must follow? Any code of
No.
conduct?
No, that's not what I said God is. I told
Yeah,
you
I
already.
get it. I understand. I'm just trying to confirm, right? So yeah, so what you're saying is God to you is not something that influences your behavior.
No, it's not.
Okay, then you're on the same team as me. Because I said you can believe whatever you want to believe in your head as long as you know it's not real. And those who know it's not real don't go around acting like it is. You clearly don't. And in an absence of a God communicating with you, giving you specific instructions, there's no way for you to act as if that God is real. Religious people, the only way they can act the only way religious people, which you are not religious, can act like God is real is by claiming to be following rules that God gave them. In the absence of all those rituals, they have no clue how to interact with whatever it is that they think they're imagining in their head. And you clearly have imagined something in your head, but you're not how you're interacting with it.
I said there's a creator. I don't say there is a God that goes around commanding people to do whatever they're supposed to do. I said there is a creator. That's what I'm saying, right?
Hold up.
When I came here, I said
there is a creator. Why does it have to be a creator and not necessarily an originator?
You can call it an originator.
Okay, so if I call it an originator, that means that it doesn't necessarily have to be a mind, right?
It could be, yeah.
No. It doesn't necessarily have to be a mind, right?
Yes, yeah, you're correct.
Okay, then stop saying you believe in God. You don't really believe in God, bro. Thank you for your time, bro.
Wait, bro. So what? so you think
Sam, you're just playing fancy language. You don't really believe.
What do you mean? Okay. So there's a type of believing that you're looking for when people come up here, right?
I'm not just asking you to take a random position. If that's not how you're living your life, do you really believe?
Yes, I do believe there is a creator. I believe there is a God. However,
okay, you believe that it's a creator, but that creator could be an originator, right?
Yes.
And that originator could be something which is not a mind, right?
Yes.
And if it's something which could not be a mind, then it's not a creator, because creation would necessitate thinking. So you're still exploring, but you kind of have one idea that you're leaning towards, but you're not really grounded in any specific idea. A person like you, I can definitely deal with you and your idea of thinking and believing God. I don't really see anything harmful with your way of thinking, to be honest, because you compartmentalize your ideology from your day-to-day reality, and to the point where you don't determine the value of the experiences you're having with those around you through the lens of whatever it is that you conjured up in your head. And it seems that you're doing it instinctively because you don't have sufficient evidence. That's why you don't give a fuck about abortion. And in fact, I would imagine that from your perspective, if a woman can do what she wants. Now, what you would do. You know what you would do if you're in that situation. But as far as what somebody else does, you don't really give a fuck.
But that's where I come. I think that is natural law, right? Like if you're doing anything to harm a being, then to me that's wrong, and that's how I see.
Okay,
that's how I see.
So what you're saying is you think that it's wrong to harm a being?
Yes.
At what point is it wrong to harm that being? At what point are you saying direct harm or indirect harm?
It doesn't matter if you harm, if what you're doing is causing a suffering, on another human being. It could be direct or indirect.
Okay.
That's a sin.
Okay. What if you could commit an abortion without the baby suffering or without the fetus suffering?
Then that's not. What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
If you can terminate the pregnancy without the fetus going through any suffering.
We know fetus don't go through suffering.
Okay, good. So you don't really have a problem with abortion because you don't think that, like I said, it's causing anyone any suffering.
Well, yeah, if we let the woman dies, then to me that's a sin. Letting the woman die.
Exactly. So okay. So you're actually pro-choice. So you are pro-choice.
Of course, yeah, I'm pro-choice.
Exactly. Like I said to you, bro, you don't really believe in God.
Okay,
hold up, Sam. You are You are an undercover rational thinker, reasonable human being, pretending to be religious and saying that you're not religious at the same time. You don't think like a religious person. And the idea of God in your mind is abstract. And you're not honest with yourself. I don't know if there's some people in your life that you need to be relevant to, but I get how it is for us Africans, honestly. This God thing, this God thing is really hard for us, especially when we're free thinkers. We become enemy number one in our families the moment we begin to even question it. In fact, I'm sure that you, as an African person, if you go to the religious people in your family and tell them that that's what you think, they will look at you funny. They'll look at you like a madman.
They do look at me funny, yeah.
But because you're going through a process called deconstruction, okay? You're deconstructing, and what the conclusion you're going to end up with is not necessarily that you end up saying that there is no creator. You're going to end up being okay with waiting till the day when human beings find out, and then in order for you to do your job and operate in the professional world, you always have to follow the data, and the data doesn't point towards God. You will never assume God. Okay, God is so real that we are not allowed to talk about God in the workplace. That's how God is real. Okay, God is so real. When you're doing professional things, human beings are like, nah, keep that fucking shit out of there. You want to know why? Because when we come to professional things, that's the fucking real world. That shit really freaking affects our lives, and we don't want no mumbo jumbo. So we allow people to believe in God when it's convenient, but as soon as it's inconvenient, you know, it's like, for example, in America, Christians want American schools to teach the 10 Commandments to children, whether the child is a Christian or not. But those same Christians will never allow the Muslims to put their Quran in the same schools. That's what happens when you believe in the idea of a God, which has not been proven, and then you buy into a traditional system built, manufactured, and constructed by human beings for their own political gain. If you go to some places in Iran and you're a woman, you must wear a hijab. You don't wear a hijab, the morality police will beat you up. The morality police, bro, a girl died a few years ago because the morality police, bro, I never heard some shit like that. They beat this woman up because she wasn't wearing a hijab. Right? Now,
Okay,
this might seem like isolated incidents, bro, but I'm telling you that right here, right now, as we're speaking, bro, some poor religious person somewhere is mistreating or taking wrongly what someone has done to them because they are judging that person through a lens of a belief in a supernatural being that governs the world when it's not consistent. You see, the first problem I have with supernatural claims is it literally takes away a human being's attention to the one true fact of our reality, which is there is no external influence that affects day-to-day activity in the human world in any capacity whatsoever. That we live in a world where...
Yeah, but Jesus said it, that the kingdom of God is within you. And so it's not outside reality what Jesus Christ said, right?
Bro, if Jesus said that the kingdom of God is within you, then Jesus didn't believe in God. Because he was telling you to imagine that shit. He told you that the kingdom of God was within you, but did he tell you where? Did he tell you where within you it was? So if you go up to a random person or a bunch of random people who've always believed that God is in heaven, right? Think about what Jesus is doing. The Jews believed that Jesus was in heaven, right? And they believed that God sends his angels, they come down, Abraham interacted with angels. And then now Jesus pulls up and he says, oh, no. The kingdom of God is not in heaven. It's within you. Well, fuck. In the practical sense, what the fuck is he telling me to do? To go within me, right? So I have to start thinking within myself. And it will not be long before I think and make up some bullshit based on how I feel. Considering that it's not external of me. So I cannot use anything external to shape my idea of the kingdom of God.
In Isaiah, God also says that he is the light, he is the darkness, he created good and he created evil. He is the God that created all of that.
And check this out. And that is a secret about the Bible that most people don't know. You want me to tell you?
Well, you see, that's why I'm not religious, because I think there is an ulterior motive.
Hold on. No. It's actually not a secret that's hard to figure out. And it doesn't necessarily do anything to the Bible. It's just a reality. You want me to tell you what it is?
What is that?
every time the Bible says God, actually, even biblically, it's not always talking about the same being. Even when it says God, capital G, that is why in the Hebrew Torah, they have specific names for God at specific times. When the Westerners came and translated that, and I'm pretty sure the Jews probably did this at some point too as well, they just went and wherever Israel had a God, they just changed it to capital God, when in fact Israel had different gods at different points in time, giving them different commandments, and all those different gods had different prophets. From Baal to Yahweh to Jehovah to Elohim, all different beings. It's not actually the same beings. The Israelites never saw those as the same being. They were always referring to those throughout their traditions as different beings. That's why the Israelites had to be specific. The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Who is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? That God has a name. So even in Israel, the average Israelite had to remind the other Israelites that, by the way, that God you're worshiping is an idol. What do you mean by Baal is an idol? Baal is not an idol. It's not an idol. No, but the true God is Jehovah. And Jehovah has told us that if we don't stop worshiping Baal, he's going to destroy us. And then the prophet of Baal is saying, get out of here with those lies. Where was Jehovah when the Assyrians invaded us? Was it not us, the prophets of Baal, that called upon Baal and Baal delivered us? And then there will be this conflict between the prophets of Jehovah and the prophets of Baal. And then in some cases, the prophets of Baal will win. In some cases, the prophets of Jehovah will win. But as the Jewish history went on, they had many deities come and go, to the point where by the time Jesus pulled up, the Jewish nation recognized Caesar as a god, secularly. Because that was the only way that the Jewish leaders could have maintained control over the province of Jerusalem while being under the rule of the Romans. The Romans had one rule. You can worship whatever god you want as long as you understand that the emperor is also God. And in this empire, the emperor is the top god. So by the time Jesus came, the Jews couldn't even crucify him without going to ask permission from Pilate, the Roman.
Okay, but okay, I want to ask a question. Do you think that? Don't you think that it is important, like people believe that there is a God?
No, I think it's important that people have a collective sense of existence. And I think that the best ingredients for human beings to build a collective sense of existence is within our common humanity. So rather than getting everybody to believe in the same God, and then we have to go around arguing and debating for millions of years which God we should all believe in, we can just go with what we already have in common that we don't have to argue about.
What do we have in common that we need to connect with besides God?
Our common humanity.
Okay, so our common existence, that's what you're saying, right?
Yes, no, our common humanity.
Okay.
Our common humanity and our collective need to survive should be our biggest priority and our most unifying principle. So such that if we should ever experience, listen, only then can we truly become a true hive, right?
Okay.
Because if you try to go down the God route, you are always going to meet gods that give contradictory commands, right? And those gods usually tend to be influenced by the feelings and emotions and the cultures and tradition. So if we decide to go with a specific god, which human should that god look like? Should he look like a white man?
So what do we do? So what do we do about, beyond our humanity? What do we do about
There is no beyond our humanity.
Okay, but
anything.
But people,
listen, let me teach you something.
So don't you think there needs to be a God that exists beyond humanity?
Absolutely
for us
not.
To make sense out of that?
Absolutely not. Do you know why?
Why?
Because we have the ability to think for ourselves. If we were a bunch of robots, then yeah, sure. But why the fuck do we need a God over us? As though if within reason, in the absence of biases, in the absence of emotional, influences, we've proven that we can work together. In fact, the belief in God impedes our ability to work together. That is why when you observe the human world, the places and the fields and the disciplines where we have to work together and our teamwork has to be at the highest level for us to be successful, we remove the idea of God. Because if you go on a team of soldiers that work really good together, and you bring the idea of God into place, and people feel strongly in certain ways, you're going to destabilize that platoon. If you go on a team of surgeons And there is one who believes that he can perform the surgery through his hard work and his discipline. And there's one that believes that God is his strength. And you put them to work together. And the one gets a point where he thinks that there's nothing they can do. We just got to go by faith. The other one says, no, we need to go forward and push on with this experiment that we've done. There will be conflict. That's why don't talk about politics and don't talk about religion. Those things separate people. So definitely it is not in the existence of God that human beings are going to find unity. In fact, when it comes to something that is outside of humanity, we can only flip the coin. There is no guarantee that we will encounter something outside of humanity and that thing is just going to be benevolent. And that's why the idea of God is first of all toxic. Because there's no God that has offered a solution that involves everybody. For some reason, some people are going to be expendable. And you want to know who the fuck decides who's expendable? The motherfuckers who make up the religion. Right? It's the Arabs who are going to determine who is going to be expendable when Allah comes. So the Arabs are going to tell you what you need to do to be on Allah's side. And part of it involves you buying into Arabic tradition. Same thing is true for the Christians. Same thing is true for the Jews. So me as an African man, why the fuck would I want to go and begin to follow somebody else's tradition and culture? Why can't my tradition and culture be the global tradition and culture?
What I'm saying is not necessarily for you to follow religion, but for you to believe in a God. That's what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, but what value does believing in God have if it's not structured within the system? That's chaos.
You can create a system for yourself.
That's religion. You can't create a system that is founded on the existence of a God without coming out with religion. There's going to have to be rules. There's going to have to be rules, regulations. There's going to have to be rituals.
Organized religion, right? Yeah, because we all do have religion. Because when you believe something and you do that repeatedly, that's a religion, right? But what you're talking about is organized religion. What I'm talking about is the individual, the religion that exists within you.
So you're advocating. So hold on. So you're advocating for disorganized religion.
Definitely, because Jesus Christ advocated for.
So what happens when my God tells me? What happens when my God, my disorganized religion?
Yeah.
The way my God wants me to worship involves coming to your house and taking all your shit.
No, no, that's you are committing a sin.
No, I'm not committing a sin to my God, to my idea of God and the rituals and the commandments that God has given me within my personal organized. Right?
No, but the thing is, we are so far away from that. We are beyond that.
No, we're not beyond that. If you want to know that we're not
right and wrong.
We are not beyond that. Just look at Israel and Palestine.
We understand what is right and wrong, right?
Brother, we're not beyond that. Look at Israel and Palestine. All that shit is because both people believe that their gods institute their claim to the land. Israel think that land belongs to them because supposedly 3,000 years ago their God gave it to them when their God told them to go into that land and genocide everybody. Palestine believed that the Prophet Muhammad prophesied that that's a holy land and the followers of Allah need to be in that land. It's relevant for them for their end time prophecies. God. You see, the problem in the world today, to be honest, is not so much. We would have a different problem if we only had one religious system. There will still be problems, but it will be a different type of problem. But one of the problems that we have today that is unique is because we have many systems, competing systems. They're competing for who's going to have more influence over how humans think, how humans behave. And then those systems all have their roots with specific human tribes claiming a sense of superiority. It doesn't take much for anyone else in another tribe who thinks for themselves to get up and say, bro, why the fuck do I got to honor your God? My ancestors also had gods. You know, here in Yoruba land, we're going to worship Ogun. Anyone who comes to Yoruba land must worship Ogun. I don't care if you believe in Allah or not. You come to Yoruba land, you worship Ogun. Now, what happens when the Allah person comes and Allah's person told him that don't worship any other God, no matter where you find yourself. So when you come to Yoruba land, you will be a breaker of the law. You'll be a criminal. Because you will not be able to abide by the laws of Yoruba land, which says everyone in Yoruba land must worship Ogun.
I mean, we're trying to mix.
We would have to stay isolated within our own religious system. There will never be a global world where we understand each other. And the more we stay separate from each other, the more we develop cultures and traditions and feelings and emotions and ideas that are unique to us that cannot coexist with others. But the more we mingle, the more we communicate, the more we understand each other. And you want to know what's funny? No matter how much we mingle, no matter how much we communicate, no matter how different we are, we're always gonna have one thing in common: our
That's good.
humanity.
Well, I'm gonna go down, but I just wanted to say one last thing that we're trying to make we're trying to give meaning to the world, right? That becomes an empty
No. The
world,
world, the
right?
world has meaning.
And we're trying to give a meaning to it. And if
The world has meaning. You don't need to go beyond the natural to find meaning. Bro, you absolutely do not need to go beyond the natural. And if you stick with the natural, the meaning you're going to find is going to make sense, and you will be able to produce things in the world using that meaning. Okay? By understanding that I am a flesh and blood creature, I understand the danger of hurting my body. Not just how it would hurt my feelings, but how it would hurt my efficiency as a living being. So I need to care for my body. My body is very central to my existence. Now, because I have never experienced life outside of my body, I cannot afford to casually lose my body if what I want is life. In fact, before I can even consider that there is another form of life, I want to be able to secure this current form of life that I have and make sure that this one is guaranteed. Then I can explore other ones. You're certainly not going to persuade me that I ought to be careless about my current existence in exchange for one which is going to come after I die. If that's not a scam, what the fuck it is? And within all religious systems and God systems, it all comes down to that, right? For some reason, religious people are sure that you will know for sure that God exists after you die. But for some reason, you cannot know now.
I choose to believe that, this is not just random, that we are not here randomly.
What does random mean?
Just, not disorderly.
Okay. Guess what? I understand the feelings and emotions associated with why you have to feel that way, but I'm pretty sure that there's no evidence that suggests that it's actually not precisely random. We are here in this world randomly, in every sense of the word random. When my father was fucking my mother, he didn't know which sperm was going to fertilize the egg. He didn't even know if it was a boy or girl. That shit was random. As I was growing in my mother's womb, my parents didn't know if I'll come out with a disability, considering that back then, I don't know, they might have had ultrasounds. Maybe they had ultrasounds, so this probably wasn't a problem. But they had no clue what I would become. They randomly discovered. They had no way to know who I would become in the future. It's randomly discovered. You understand? Everything in our world is not as planned as you think it is. In fact, when it comes to living things, this world is extremely hostile to living things. This world is so hostile. It's so inconducive for life. Anything that manages to gain life will eventually die. So if you think that there's any order in this world, the order leads to death. The order in this world, if you think that there was a design to this world, well, the world was designed so that everything that lives will die permanently, never to be relevant again beyond the memory of those who know.
Look at yourself and tell me everything that is organized for you to live as a human being is random. Just look at yourself. Look at the way you are organized.
Bro,
look at the way you are designed.
Bro, hold up.
You are designed perfectly.
No, I wasn't. Fuck. Bro, if I don't eat, I die. If I eat the wrong thing, I die. If I eat the wrong thing, I have diarrhea. If I don't drink the right amount of water, I have dehydration. If I find myself and I get bit by the wrong mosquito, I die. If I go too fast, I die.
Because you have consciousness, you can tell what is right and wrong, right?
Bro, it's not right and wrong. If a mosquito bites me, I don't know. Bro, that mosquito did not get up in the morning and decide that it's gonna bite me. And I did not get up in the morning and decide that I want that mosquito to bite me. If that shit wasn't random, what is it?
But the mosquito.
Hold up. You're saying that there was a God somewhere who planned for that mosquito to bite me?
No, what I'm saying is the things that is going on around us, it's not random. It look like it's designed.
Like what?
It's designed for it to happen this way.
Okay. What's happening around us? What's happening around us, which is not. You know what? Actually, let me not ask you that question. Let me just tell you something. Bro, did you know that something can come about randomly and still be orderly?
Yeah, it's true.
Thank you. That's the world that we observe. That's why we call things that come about randomly and orderly natural. We call those things natural. And then the things which come about orderly but not randomly, we call them artificial. It's simple. And with that fundamental understanding, I have realized that my ability to survive in the world and figure out the world is actually, it increases because I have now understood the world as it is. So if I see a natural disaster, I understand the randomness of it and I understand the sense of urgency to liberate myself, because if I don't, I can count that somebody intentionally designed that earthquake and that person might or might not come to save me. Fuck no. You know, I don't think that there's someone somewhere that turned on the button and said, let the earthquake go and destroy an entire city because, you know, this is part of my plan. Nah, these are natural things. And because the world is not necessarily designed to take human into consideration, most of the things that happen in the world don't happen to facilitate human existence. The world is not designed to support life. That's why most of the things that do happen on Earth are actually hostile to life. In fact, the world is so hostile to life, most living things can only survive in specific environments in the earth and barely survive. That's why you never find a fish in the desert. That motherfucker does not believe the desert was designed for him. That's why you're not going to find a polar bear in the middle of the Sahara Desert.
But
That
again,
motherfucker does not believe that the desert was designed for him.
Exactly. That begs the question to say that, okay, yes, there is something that is, keeping that, violence or that disaster or whatever around us away from us and making sure that we are supposed to be where we are, right? So we don't die because we've existed throughout all these, calamities, these disasters.
Yeah, we only existed. We only existed throughout all this calamity because of one evolutionary trait, which is consistent with us being living things. We have the ability to multiply. So the rate at which we've multiplied is quicker than the rate at which we've died. But that's also due to our own ingenuity. The fact that we resist. All living things resist. From the fly to the mosquito. That fly, there's a fly flying around your house right now. That motherfucker does not want to die. He doesn't want to die. You don't want that fly in your house. You don't care if it's God's plan that that fly is in your house. All you want is that fly to be gone. But that's a whole ass living thing. You know, there's a bunch of bacteria in that beef that you put on the counter, and those bacteria just want to live. But you're about to put them in a bunch of hot water and boil the shit out of them so you can eat a piece of meat that came from a cow who wanted to live, but you went and slaughtered that cow after draining all his milk, and you ate that cow. And that cow ate a bunch of grass that just wanted to grow, just like that.
But there is still order in all of those.
Random order, because there's no specific end to it other than death. And it makes no sense, like, bro, like, who would design all this order just so that everything can die? Like, what's the point? You could have gone without designing it anyways. Listen, you would know that everything around us was created for life if living things lived forever. Then you would know that, oh, this system is not just created to bring about life, but to sustain life. But we've noticed that the systems sustain life, but in no specific order. So living things come into existence randomly and exit existence randomly based on random things that happen around them that they are not able to survive. So what are we supposed to do? That's where critical thinking comes in as a good tool for us, because critical thinking allows us to observe the world around us, trying to find patterns within these random things. Some of them we do find patterns, or ways to detect those things, even if we don't completely understand them. So we remove ourselves, right? So we don't really have to know how big the earthquake is. If we know it's coming, we can at least have a chance of survival. And some things appear to be orderly, but they're really not. And the order in certain things doesn't really add any value to our lives. Meanwhile, there are some orders that do. In fact, the order that is most beneficial to us is the order that we make, not the order that's out in nature. If we simply went with the natural order, then Darwin was straight up right. It's survival of the fittest. Because if I'm hungry and my kids don't have food and you have food, I'm just coming to your house and I'm taking your shit.
There's so much order. There's so much order in the world. The way you sleep and wake up in the morning. There's so much order in the world that
okay, maybe you're not getting it.
It cannot be random.
Maybe you're not getting it, bro. Let me actually help you out. What I'm trying to say is that there is more disorder than order. You get it? If you're impressed by the order, try paying attention to the disorder around us and try to figure those out. That's what the rest of us humans are doing.
But why do you call them disorder?
Because they don't happen for any specific reason. They just happen, and then the effects that come, they don't necessarily benefit. Listen, bro, earth order is not something in the real sense of order, the way we can think about order originating from a conscious mind. That will be random, right? Like you said it. Right? Order that originates from a thinking mind has to have a specific end. Like that order needs to point, it needs to lead to something specific, and that thing, we can observe the product of that thing and tell that it is the product of that specific order. See, when rain falls, what is rain? What is rain really trying to accomplish? Is rain trying to fill a pothole? Is rain trying to provide water for human beings? Is rain trying to become a river? Is rain trying to become a lake? Is rain falling so that because it wants to evaporate later? Why does the rain fall?
It's following natural law.
Yeah, but why? Why is it falling? Like, what reason is it falling?
Yeah, that's beyond me.
No, it's not beyond you. It has no specific reason why it falls. It's falling because of what we would call the natural order of things, as in because water can exist in different states. Influenced
That's
by
what I said natural law. It's following natural law. And
yes, it's following the natural law. Listen,
yeah.
It's following the natural law. And remember, nature is something which is void of any specific intended end. Like nature remains nature regardless of what state nature is in. Let me put it for you that way. So guess what? If the whole earth was flooded today and the whole earth was covered by water and everything which could not breathe in water died, nature would still be nature. Like literally, you wouldn't have changed anything about nature or added anything to nature. So nature doesn't need to stick any specific order. Nature can even be nature, even in a chaotic state. Order is only necessary because we human beings find safety in environments where there is a level of control. Either we control it or something control it so that we can conclude that our demise is not near. And chaos is hard for us to understand because I guess we can only process one thought at a time. So the amazingness that we see in the world really is telling us just how insignificant we are compared to the grand scheme of things. That your life is not significant anymore than from the first breath you take, or should I say from that fertilization to the last breath you take. That's the only period of time within which your life is relevant. Outside of that, you are as irrelevant as someone who was never born or someone who is dead.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate giving me the platform.
If you want to find meaning, remember the things you've been through. Remember the people you've met. And if you can't find meaning within that, then I guess there's no hope for you. But I'm sure you have. I'm sure you have. You specifically, I'm sure you have.
Sometimes you lose faith in yourself because you look at yourself and like, man, I'm not capable of doing so much things. But like, if you put your faith in something higher than you, something, for example, God, that you believe that God is working on behalf of you, it gives you hope, it gives you faith to do what you're supposed to do, knowing that it's not
hope.
of your
false hope. False hope. In fact, you want to know what's funny, bro? You want to know what's funny? All hope is false hope.
It is true that it's all hope is, nothing is really guaranteed. But at least if I know that there's something above me that I know that it's constant and never changes, which is God, and I can, I can call on that God, to do things on my behalf. It just helped me. It helps regulate me.
I argue that you are correct. That there is an emotional gratification to it, which is almost similar to the same gratification we get when you and we go to a movie to go and watch a Superman movie. If you notice what we're doing, bro, while we're watching this movie, we have to pretend that what we are watching on the screen is real in order for us to enjoy it. And then when we pretend that what we're witnessing on the screen is real, we begin to feel emotions associated with what we're seeing. But as soon as the movie is over, you and I come back to reality. and we walk out of that movie theater knowing that it was just a movie. You see, if the idea of God, be it as it may, it's not a movie. It's an idea that when people imagine it, they pretend as if it's real for them to enjoy it. The only problem is that when they are done enjoying it, they don't come back to the real world. They walk out of the movie theater thinking it's real. Then it becomes a problem. Just like if I take my child to go and watch Barbie and she walks out believing that Barbie is a real person and she wants to meet Barbie one day, that means that the movie did more harm than good. Yes, we're allowed to have ideas to help us mentally.
If I see that the belief in God is gonna hurt other people, it's harmful, then I'm gonna stop doing it. But for now, it's been helpful to humanity.
No,
God has been really
I think it's been far more harmful to humanity. And I think that, unfortunately, we can only now analyze this hypothetically. Had it not been for the existence of God and human beings were able to continue studying and learning and building government systems that we have today, that's based on rational thinking and critical thinking to a certain extent, the world will be far more ahead right now. And even animals will be living on this earth like a paradise. First of all, let me tell you something about God, okay? Because the beautiful thing about our common humanity is that when we assemble behind our common humanity, we begin to view each other as allies. When we understand that we're each other's allies, that benevolence would spread to our fellow living entities in this world, right? We will begin to see ourselves more as preservers of life rather than seekers of an eternal life giver. We would preserve not just our lives, but the lives of our contemporaries, animals and plants. So if we have to find a different source of sustenance in order to allow our fellow animals to live a happy life on earth together with us, we'll have to go into that. Can we come up with a pill made up of certain minerals that can give us all the nutrients we need to the point where we don't have to eat plants or animals, that we can just extract these minerals off the soil? Sure. If it's possible, let's search for it. If we find it, we find it. And then all of a sudden, we can live, animals can live, and all life can live. But guess what? The gods we believe in tell us that the animals are our food. Now, what happens when we run out of animals? Huh?
But we're not gonna run out of animals. And see, and that's
okay. You see, hold up.
Yeah.
We have run out of animals multiple times in our history. And you want to know what we ate for food?
What? Plants?
Each other. Oh, I know you're not a Christian, but even in our fairy tales, those stories are there. There's a story in the Bible where there was hunger in the land of Israel, right? I'm only saying this because it's religiously relevant, but I won't even use it as an example because I don't think it actually happened. But it's just a story in the Bible, and those of you who believe in the Bible, where there was so much hunger in the land of Israel, and their enemies had surrounded them. They were literally about to be defeated. And there was so much hunger that there were two women who didn't have food to feed each other. So they made an agreement that they would consume their children. So the first woman was offered her child. They ate the child. And then the next day, when it was the turn for the next woman to offer her child, the next woman went and hid her child. She could not get herself to eat her child, right? So they eventually had to go to the king, and there was all this determination. That's how bad it was. And then apparently, after this had been going on for a long time, God then sent the prophet to tell the king to send some people to go and look into the camp of the enemies. When the Israelites got to the camp of the enemies, for some reason, the entire camp was empty. Apparently, the enemies were sleeping at night, and they are heard the sound of chariots, like thousands upon thousands of chariots running towards their camp, and the enemies got up and flee, when in fact there was no chariot. The Bible claims it was the power of God. But my question is, if God was going to save them anyways, why did he allow them to get to the point where they were eating each other? Right? Very strange. But my point is, in human society, cannibalism, unfortunately, has been a thing. When there hasn't been food, yeah, people are eating each other. If there was no plants or animals.
Believe in God should be a personal thing. It shouldn't be something outside of you, right? I think it's something that you need to think about inwardly and describe this God to you. It should be a personal relationship.
Bro,
Right? It shouldn't be. Yeah.
imagine you're claiming that there's a creator of the universe, but it ought to be a personal thing. Yeah,
No.
right.
Okay, so the creation and God. When I said God, I'm talking about humanity. Having to deal with the things that we go through here, using God as a coping mechanism. I'm not talking about it. I still do believe there's a creator, but I don't believe that creator is the same as the God that we humans perceive of and think about, right? I don't think it's the same thing. Like we already discussed that
Yeah, of
creator
course, bro.
right?
Listen. Go ahead. Finish what you're saying.
Yeah, but there could be a creator, and there could be a power that you create, and say that power is above you, and use us as a coping mechanism, to deal with this suffering in the world.
Or there is no creator of all things.
Not of all things, but the originator of all things.
Or there is no originator of all things. Because you end up with an originator of all things, then we will have to spend the next 1 million years trying to figure out where that originator originated from.
But something.
And that's a real question. I don't care what any religious domesticated human gets up and say. You bring the claim of an originator, you better the fuck tell us where they're from, and not use the same arguments we're trying to make when we say there is no originator to then tell us that the originator has always been there. We're saying that there is no originator, that reality has always been there. You're saying that, oh no, reality was created by someone who's always been there. Psych, Sherlock. Without any evidence.
Have you ever think of what if the Christians are correct, or the religious people are correct, that there is actually God, and have you ever think of the punishments that they say they're gonna,
bro,
when you go to,
I wish, bro, sometimes I wish that they were right, so that on Judgment Day, when it's my turn for Judgment Day, bro, I can get all the media in the universe to bring their cameras, because that's gonna be an epic showdown. When I pull up on Judgment Day, I'll say, God, first of all, the only way I end up here is because you didn't care enough to pull up and convince me that you were real. Right? And if you can't let me into heaven right now, it seems that you had made up your mind to send me to hell the whole time. Thank you for your time, God. I've been prepared for it. See you soon.
But there is the will, right? You have.
No. If an almighty supreme creator of the universe, like the Christian God, wanted to persuade me, he has no good reason. And listen, he has no good reason playing hide and seek with me if his primary purpose is that I know him. If you were really serious if you as a human being, bro, you really want me to be sure that you exist, you would go out of your way to come and see me and present yourself and leave no doubt. You have nothing to lose doing that, especially if your goal is that I know that you exist. Even if you have instructions for me, you can pull up. I know that you exist. You give me the instructions and you go away and see if I'm going to follow them. But you play this game of hide and seek with me within thousands of different claims in Christianity. And God, I'm still trying to figure out if you're Trinity or if you're one, before I can even come to a conclusion that you exist. Because the Christians who say you're Trinity and the ones who say you're one, they're fighting each other. Who should I have believed? There's one who says that I should be baptized in the name of Jesus. And the other one says it has to be in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And the other one says in the name of Jesus Christ. Bro, regardless of which version of Christianity I pick, I'm still fucked. Regardless of which version of Christianity I pick, I'm still fucked without a face-to-face interaction with God being the foundation of my Christianity, without every single instruction that governs my morality as a Christian coming directly from an interaction with God rather than reading a book that has been written and edited over 2,000 years. So guess what? If I pull up on Judgment Day and they were right, I would really like to see which one of them was right, because they can't all be right. So yeah, same thing with a Muslim God. Shit, you think I'm worried about Judgment Day if religious people are right? No, if the Christian God is right, 90% of Christians will probably fucked anyways, because You can barely find 90 of them that believe in the same thing. So yeah, the what if question, that's a fear tactic that religious people use to project their insecurities. You're insecure because you're afraid of some punishment that's going to happen. Bro, I already know that dead people don't go anywhere, so you cannot threaten me with something by telling me that's going to happen to me after I die. Bro, unfortunately, as a rational thinking human being, I'm not that easy to scam.
That was the idea of religion that that get me all the time. That, for example, a Muslim, that just for eating pork, I can go to hellfire. To me, that and born there forever. To me, that is very cruel.
Bro,
So that's why I'm
whether
not religious.
whether you believe me or not, bro, our religious brothers and sisters, that very thought, it eats them in the inside like cancer. Because I can tell you that there is no religious person in this world today that can guarantee to you that if they die, they're gonna go to heaven.
All right, bro. I will take.
Thank you for your time. In fact, yeah. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Okay? Heaven is a fictional place. Hellfire is a fictional place. And if you're afraid of hellfire, you're afraid. You have a fictitious fear. You are punishing yourself with your own thoughts. You are a victim of your own imagination. Out of everything that you can do with your imagination, you're using it to imagine a nightmare. Out of everything you can do with your imagination. My friend, this is your only life. If you want to live beyond what you know as this only life, don't die to begin with. If you want eternal life, find a way not to die, my friends. Anyone who told you that you have to die before you get eternal life, it is a scam. The fact that I have to say this is embarrassing, but unfortunately, that's just how dumb most of us are. It's a scam. If you cannot believe in your God without believing in eternal hellfire, it's a scam. If your God cannot pull up to show himself to you unto judgment day, it is a scam. A big scam. The oldest scam on earth. Alisa, where you been? You're pulling out right towards the end of my show.
Conga.
You get married? You get married?
I'm not married.
Oh, are you guys getting married soon?
Who?
You.
With who?
Oh, shoot. I saw something on your profile. I thought you got married. I was happy for you.
No.
No.
Anyway, so I love you, Pakanga, but I've cooked you so many times, I feel almost bad for like coming up. I just keep cooking you and cooking you and cooking you. And you just keep saying the same stuff each time, so.
You know, if you really want to cook, you should go and find that husband of yours and cook for, because you have never cooked here.
I would love to. I would love to. When I find one,
Listen. You have never cooked here. I don't know what cooking is for you,
1000%
but let me tell you something. We Africans, when we cook, our food is very spicy. So if you came and made cereal, that's not called cooking, no. Alisa,
okay.
if you made cereal, how you every time you've come to my show, the most you did was make cereal.
That's not true at all. I've cooked you over and over and over again. It was a 4-course meal plus dessert.
Okay. How about we take the next 5 minutes and you attempt to cook me, since it's been a while. I hope you're doing good anyways.
Yo, what do you want to debate on?
Try not to get cooked in the process.
I've cooked you every single time.
Like I said, the only thing you're cooking is cereal. It doesn't take that much skill.
Okay, Bakanga. Like you're literally just
I'm letting you. I'm engage with me however you want to. You have 5 minutes. I started the timer.
Yeah, no, that's fine. What do you want to debate on? You make a claim and I'll debate it.
No, you're the one who says you want to cook, so you're asking me to tell you what you should cook?
Yeah, make a claim. Make a truth claim. Go ahead.
Make a truth claim.
Everything you've said recently.
Okay, hold up. Okay, you want me to make a truth claim?
Sure.
The Christian God is as mythological as the Greek gods.
Okay, how did you come to that conclusion?
Because the Christian God meets all the characteristics that make us define the Greek gods as fictitious. what characteristics does a Christian God meet, which is different from the Greek gods?
Yeah, his love is perfect, right? Unchanging.
So is the love of Zeus.
Omniscient. When we look,
So is the love
yeah.
of Zeus.
Was he also omniscient, knew all, was a creator within his nature, and was a triune God who came to the earth into to be relational? Did he do that?
Who?
Zeus?
Have you never heard of the great heroes of the Greek, Achilles and Hercules? Every time human beings had problems, Zeus would come down and get a human being pregnant to bring us a savior. He was always present, and he would raise them and monitor them. He would turn into an eagle and monitor them. He was very interactive.
Yeah, please tell me how this is equivalent to the Christian God.
Because they're just claims made by the Greeks, just like it's just claims made by Christians, and no one can even verify or prove that such things ever happened.
Perfect. So if I claim that the sky is blue, does that mean that it's no longer blue because I made the claim?
If you claim that the sky is blue at a specific time and we look up and it's not blue, then it's not blue. If you claim that it's blue and we look up it's blue, then it's blue.
Oh brother. If I say that the grass is green and it's a claim, does that mean that it's not true because it's a claim?
No, it means that if you say the glass is green and that's all you say, you provide nothing else, of course it's not green.
It's a claim.
But if we observe that it's green and that observation is consistent with your claim, then your claim was correct. Your claim is not true because you said it. Your claim is true after you prove it.
Okay, I think the Christian God is consistent as well.
Consistent with what?
With everything, with history, with philosophy, with most studies.
So let me get this right. But the Christian God died.
Sure, yeah. I don't have a problem with this. The Son died on the cross, yeah.
No, human beings killed the Christian God.
Which was predicted, correct.
And yet, no human has ever been able to kill the Muslim God or any of the Greek gods.
I don't have a problem with this. This is literally proving my point.
Hold on.
Am I frozen?
Hold up.
Wait, what the heck?
No, you're not frozen.
There we go. I was. Okay, I fixed it.
God? Hold up. Alyssa, can a God be killed by mortals?
Yeah, you sound like a Muslim. What's the contradiction within this claim that the Son died on the cross?
Alyssa, my question was, can a God be killed by mortals?
Yeah, is this a logical contradiction?
I will show you. Can your God be killed by mortals?
Well, you're not showing me. So the
Son. I've asked you a question that you're deflecting in order for me to build my point.
A part of the personhood of the Trinity did die on the cross, yeah.
Sister, that's not my point. My point is, can a God be killed by mortals?
It's not can a God be killed by, the question itself is framed poorly.
Okay, it might be framed poorly, but I'm sure you understand it enough to say yes or no. Can a God be killed by mortals?
I just told you. I said a personhood that is a part of the Trinity.
No, you don't get to rephrase my question and pretend like you didn't hear it because you don't like it. Sister, the answer is yes or no. Can a God, anyone claiming to be God, be killed by mortals?
Do you know Christian theology? Are you aware that the Father...
Sister, that's why I'm approaching you right now. I'm not isolating it to any specific God. I'm just speaking in general, based on how human beings have understood gods. Can a God be killed by mortals?
Yo, you literally sound like a Muslim. Hello?
Regardless of what I sound like, it doesn't invalidate my question, which you are escaping from.
Okay,
maybe you're getting
Christ
cooked.
Have two distinct natures? Does Christ have two distinct natures?
Maybe you're getting cooked. That's why you can't answer that question.
No, I'm not getting cooked. Does Christ have two distinct natures?
Can a God be killed?
Does Christ have two distinct natures?
My entire argument is founded on if it is a fact that a God can be killed by mortals or not. If it's possible in your worldview that a God can be killed by mortals,
It's not. I'm trying to get to my point. Does Christ have two distinct natures?
What do you mean by having two distinct natures?
Yeah, he was fully man, fully God. Is this correct?
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Theology. What do you mean? What does that mean? He had two distinct, perfect natures. He was fully God and fully man.
What does it mean to be fully God and fully man?
What do you mean? What does it mean? He was fully.
It's impossible. God. It's impossible
it's not
to
impossible.
be.
Give me the contradiction.
Listen. Because man is fallible, is he not?
No, I said he has a perfect distinct.
Alyssa. Within the nature of the full human nature is a fallible nature, right?
Yeah, correct.
The full
Which is why
God's
it was
nature, sister, wait. God's full nature is infallibility, right?
What? What'd you say?
The true nature of a God is infallibility, right?
Sure, correct, yeah. Which is
So
precisely
you're claiming that your God is
himself, which is precisely why God
Alyssa,
himself
Alyssa.
had to come to the earth. Well,
Alyssa,
I hit my anxiety.
you're claiming that your God is 100% infallible and then also 100% fallible. If that's
No,
not a
his human
walking
nature is
contradiction,
perfect.
what else is it?
No, his human nature is perfect. I've stated this multiple times.
But it's still the same person, regardless of how many nature he possesses. It's still the same person.
What do you mean the same person? Yeah, fully God, fully man. I agree.
Yes,
perfect-
fully fallible and fully
human.
infallible.
The only
Good job.
perfect human-
Good
Yeah,
job.
the
Your God is a
perfect- the only
contradiction,
perfect human
Alyssa.
being to exist. Yeah.
Alyssa, case closed.
Yeah.
Your God is a contradiction.
How is the point out the contradiction, please?
Because your God is fully infallible and fully fallible. That's impossible.
That's not. I never said that he was fallible. Did that come out of my mouth?
But you said he was fallible. Yes, you did.
Humans are only fallible because of their imperfect nature. I stated that Jesus Christ's human nature while he was on the earth was perfect and infallible.
If Jesus Christ's human nature on earth was fallible, then he was not a freaking human at all.
What? Yes, he was. He was fully man, fully God.
If he
Hello?
was fully
Was he
man,
not a
then
human
guess
being?
what?
Did
He
not
was
have
fully
flesh?
infallible
Did he
as a
not have
man.
flesh? Did he not
Guess
have
what?
flesh?
Guess what? He was fully infallible as a man.
Correct. He was fully infallible, 100%.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
Only perfect.
and then unfallible as a God.
Wait, I didn't say. Wait, hold on. No. He was both natures were infallible. He is the only perfect human man ever
tell
to
me.
exist.
So let me ask you another question. How does somebody have two natures? How does a human being have two natures?
He's God. Like
No.
what?
I didn't say what. I said how. Tell me how. Like me right here, right now, right? I have my human nature. So tell me, how do I have this human nature and then have another nature?
Yeah, you do not.
Yeah, so but how would I, if I was Jesus, hypothetically, if I was Jesus, how would I have a human nature
God,
and have
right?
a God nature?
Is Jesus Christ the Son?
The son of who?
The Son of God.
That's what Christians claim.
Okay, perfect. According to Christian theology, correct? Okay, and is the Son a part of the Trinity, according to Christian theology?
According to some Christians, yeah.
Well, they're not Christian if they disagree with that, but that's fine.
No,
they're not Christian if they disagree with that, and that's fine.
No,
That's
they can
fine.
they can be as Christian as any Christian in under any rock.
Can I be Muslim and not believe that Muhammad was a prophet?
Say that again?
Can I be Muslim and not hold to Muhammad being the prophet?
No, Muhammad being a prophet is not equivalent to Jesus Christ being God in the Trinity and still fulfilling his role as the Messiah.
It 1000% is.
No, Jesus Christ could have still fulfilled his role as the Messiah without being God.
I mean, possibly that's just not what happened.
And that's what makes you a Christian, a follower of Christ.
Wait, no, Jesus Christ claimed to be God, correct? According to Scripture?
No.
Okay. That's not true. That's objectively incorrect. But that's
Jesus Christ never directly claimed to be God. It was always inferred that he was claiming, but he did not.
Okay, prove that.
Not out of his own words.
You made a truth claim. Yeah, that's not true.
Okay. Show me anywhere in the Bible where Jesus says that he's God.
Yeah, sure. Before Abraham.
No, I mean, never mind. Actually, hold on. Let me correct. Show me anywhere in the 4 Gospels where Jesus says he's God.
Like directly, I am God.
I spoke to you in English, did I not?
Do you want word for word, I am God? Is that what you want?
I'm pretty sure that if something says I am God, it will not require any interpretation. It will be clear, and then there will be no need to jump left and right and fight.
Show me anywhere in the Quran where Jesus says I am a prophet.
I'm not.
Show me anywhere in the Quran.
I'm not arguing for the Quran. I just said.
Yeah,
listen. Alyssa. If you're gonna show me, listen. Whatever you show me, if it doesn't say I am God, I can interpret it to you to show you that it's not saying that he's God.
It's a very clear verse.
Okay, then give it to me. Give it to me.
Yeah, I just said before Abraham was, I am. I just said that.
Before Abraham was, Lucifer was. Before Abraham was, Angel Michael was.
What are you talking about? Are you
Alyssa. If Jesus says before Abraham was, I am, then it means exactly what he says. Before there was Abraham, I was there. So if he's claiming that he
Yeah,
lived
they
before
said, how
Abraham,
do you know? He said your father Abraham was glad to see my coming. And they said, you're not even 50 years old. How do you know Abraham? And he said, before Abraham was, I am. He pre-existed Abraham, correct?
yeah, sure,
Perfect.
sure, sure. But sister,
Hold on. Let me finish. In Exodus, when Moses is talking to God, and Moses says, when I go and tell the children of Israel who have sent me, like, what do I call you? What's your name, right? And he says, I am who I am, right? Like, I am hath sent you. So when Jesus Christ says, before Abraham was, I am, he is literally saying, I know Abraham because I am God, period. Like,
that's not what he's saying. I'm sorry that your English
1000%
comprehension
it.
skills. I'm sorry that your English
Who is
comprehension
Jesus
skills.
talking to? Who is Jesus talking
Listen. Before Abraham was, I am. Now, what does I am mean?
I am God. Like, yeah, I just told you.
Sister, I know, but I'm asking you a question. What does I am mean?
Within the context of the scripture, it means
No. Before we go into the context of the scripture, what does I am mean?
Just like in general. Like, you're just saying, like, I am something. Like, I myself possesses something, or I have something.
If I say I am, what do I mean? If you say you are, what do you mean?
I just told you. I just said.
Sister,
I just answered.
If a human being says I am, what do they mean? You give it to me clearly.
Yeah. So this is 2,000 years ago, right, Bakanga? Correct? Would you agree? And like I said, once again, who is he talking to? People
Alyssa, before we get there, let's go with I am in general. Then we go to I am in Exodus. Then we go to I am in Exodus. Then we go to I am to what Jesus said, right? So what does I am mean in the absence of any specific context? What does I am mean?
Yeah, I just told you. If I say, like, I am, there's going to be a word following it, right? Like, I am pretty. I am cooking you in a debate. Like, it's saying I am something, correct? Like, I don't know how else you want me to
if I said to you, who are you? You're gonna say,
I am me.
You're gonna say I am me?
Like, what do you want me to, like, say? Like, this is such a stupid question, Bakanga. Just move on to the
Alyssa, if I said who are you, how would you answer?
I am Alyssa. I am me. I am
the
person you're talking to.
Okay. I am Alyssa. What is the name of the God of Israel?
Yeah, how is this relevant whatsoever?
Once again, when we go back, Alyssa, I promise you, I will take you there.
What does he say?
What is the name of sister? What is the name of the God of Israel? What is the name of the God of Israel?
Bakanga, listen to me. I'm not letting you run from this.
What is the name of the God of Israel?
You are not going to
One last chance, Alyssa. I don't want us to do it like we did last time, back and forth, because you're just dodging. Answer my question. What is the name of the God of Israel?
Do not run from that. Do not run
Alyssa, I have no clue what you think I'm running from, but I've asked you a question.
You're literally running. What do you mean? Obviously, when we say
what is the name of the God of Israel?
It's far different. When Moses asks God his name, he says, I am that I am.
Alyssa, are you not going to answer my question?
I can, but you're running. You're literally running.
Regardless of how you feel, please just answer my question. Because if you don't answer my question, I'm not going to engage past this point.
Yahweh.
Okay, so when God said to Moses, I am, what did he mean?
I am that I am. That's what he said. Precisely. I am God. I am that I am.
What did he mean?
I just answered you, Bakanga.
You cannot answer me you cannot tell me what something means by repeating that very thing. It cannot be I am that I am. I am that I am means I am that I am.
Literally what he says. That's literally what he says.
No, if he said I am that I am, what did he mean?
I am that I am, like I am God. I have sent you. Just say it was me. Like,
hold up.
What do you mean?
Hold up.
No,
so Moses, so hold up. When Moses went to Pharaoh, whose God did he say sent him?
Bakanga, what answer are you looking for when it comes to
Alyssa,
I don't
just
understand like what you're trying to get.
bear with me, right? So God said to Moses,
Bakanga.
go to Pharaoh and tell Pharaoh so and so. And Moses said, well, when I go to Pharaoh, who do I say sent me? And God said, I am that I am. So now when Moses went to Pharaoh, who did he say sent him?
Bakanga. I can literally, like, we can sit on this. If you're going to be, like, dishonest, you can be dishonest. I mean, I can
Okay,
literally,
since you don't want to engage beyond that point, I am simply going to tell you what it is, right? Because you didn't want to work with me on that anyways. When he said I am, it was just a way of him saying that it doesn't matter who I am. Just tell him that I sent you. That to him, it doesn't matter.
The point that I'm
Tell
making,
him that it's within the context of Exodus, okay? The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob has sent you. That God has a name. That God has a name. When Jesus then says, before Abraham was, I am, he wasn't claiming to be God. Because saying I am is not claiming to be God. It's a figure of speech. It's a way of talking.
Then what did they do directly afterwards?
They
As soon
said,
as he said this.
listen. They said to him, they accused him of saying that he was God. But that's not what he meant.
Why though? Why? Because these people knew their scriptures well, correct? Hold on. They knew their scriptures well. They knew precisely what he was referring to. They weren't dumb, right? Obviously, we are going to interpret it differently with how we use our current present English language, correct? However, as I stated, their reaction shows like they knew precisely who he was claiming to be. So when they say,
not necessarily, not necessarily.
Hold on. So when they say, how do you know him? You've never met Abraham. And he says, before Abraham was, I am. He is quite literally, simply, there's no other answer, claiming to be God. Like, sister,
that is the misconception that I am in Exodus is being used in the same context as I am in the New Testament. When
then
Jesus
why did
said,
they interpret it that way?
Sister, before Abraham was, I am. So he only puts himself predating Abraham. He didn't even put himself predating Noah. He didn't put himself predating Adam, right? And also, even if he said before Abraham I am, that statement is also true of Jesus being there before Abraham. It would also be true based on biblical theology for Lucifer, for every angel in heaven, for all the sons of God that shouted hallelujah when God laid the foundations of the earth.
But he wasn't an angel. He was a man. He was a man. There was no way he would have known Abraham. There's absolutely no way unless he was God. Hello?
Or unless he was a messenger of God.
Which he never claimed to be. He claimed to be God.
Yeah, he literally spent his whole life claiming that someone sent him. You don't send someone who's not a messenger.
Yeah. So when he says that he shares
Jesus
the exact same
literally
glory with the
spent
Father,
his entire ministry claiming to be a messenger. He said someone sent him.
So according to like any according to you mythology, right? According to any mythology, who gets the glory? Who gets the glory? Yo,
who gets the glory?
I heard that.
Yeah, of course. I'm vaping. There's nothing strange with that. Listen, hold up.
Okay, who gets the glory?
Who gets the glory in terms of what?
In terms of like overruling over like all powerful, like deserves worship, right? Glory.
In terms of the gods?
Yeah, but would you just say that it's God's period?
No, the Almighty God gets the glory.
Okay, perfect. So when Jesus says that he shares the same glory with the Father before the earth had been created, what does that mean? How do you interpret that?
He's saying that he was in the same place as the Father, or in the same location as the Father, and that would not be in any context different from the angels or Lucifer or anyone that would have predated human beings within that worldview.
That's not true. It's not talking about location-wise, right? He says that he shares the same glory with the Father. The glory that you just said is only designated for God.
Alyssa.
Hold on. You just said that only the God gets the glory. He says that he shares this exact same glory with the Father
because
before
according
the
to the
earth
Bible,
had been created.
Listen. And this is where you need to go and get educated. Because there's nothing that is worse than a Christian who does read their own book. So you see, the reason why I felt comfortable making this argument with you is because the Bible doesn't actually claim that Jesus has always been God. The Bible claims that let me finish talking. The Bible claims that he inherited a name above all names. that it is an inheritance. Listen, he inherited a name above all names. So let me ask you, what, according to the Christian theology, what is the name above all names?
What do you mean, what is the name above all names?
Jesus inherited according to the book of Hebrews.
How do you like inherit glory? How is that like, how do you do that?
Okay, you inherit glory in the same way that a son can inherit his father's wealth and influence.
Interesting. So he is the Son of God, right? You like
Again. In fact, I'll just read it to you straight up. Hebrews chapter 1. Is it Hebrews chapter 1?
I don't know what you're looking for, so I can't tell you.
Okay, chapter 1 from verse 5. For to which of the angels did he ever say, "You are my son, today I have begotten you"? And again, "I will be to him a father, and he shall be to me a son." But when he again brings the firstborn into the world, he says, "Let all God's angels worship him." And of the angels, he says, "Who makes his angels spirits and his ministers a flame of fire." But to the Son, he says, "Your throne, O God, is forever and ever. A scepter of righteousness is the scepter of your kingdom."
Yeah, so once again, as you said, worship him, right? So you already claimed
that was an inheritance. This is something which happened. This is something which happened after his death and his resurrection, apparently, according to what they're saying here. In fact, let me begin from verse 1 of that chapter. It says, Hebrews chapter 1, it says, "God, who at various times and in various ways spoke in times past to the fathers by the prophets, has in these last days spoken to us by his Son, whom he has appointed, heir of all things." Let me finish talking.
Okay.
"Whom he has appointed heir of all things, through whom he made the worlds, who being the brightness of his glory and the express image of his person, and upholding all things by the word of his power, when he had by himself purged our sins and sat down at the right hand of the majesty on high." Who's the majesty on high?
Wait, I literally do not have a problem with this. Wait, hold on. Can you reread what scripture is that one more time?
Hebrews chapter 1. Who's the majesty on high?
Hold on, give me 2 seconds.
Bro, who is the majesty on high?
Let me pull it up. Hold on. Give me a second. You gotta chill. Take a deep breath, Wakanga.
You better answer my question when you speak now.
Are you mad that you're making cereal? Are you mad? Did you know vaping's bad for you?
Mad for what?
That you're making cereal. I just said that. Let me just pull it up on my laptop. Give me a second. You said chapter 1. What verse did you read? Did you start from the beginning?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Hold on. Okay. Hebrews chapter... Okay, chapter 11, verse 1. Is that where we're starting?
Chapter 1, verse 1.
Oh, chapter 1. My bad. It's late. Okay, perfect. Let's... Okay. What, do you care what translation I read? Do you care?
Well, if you want to play buffet, you can play buffet. I just said to you, who's the majesty on high?
Okay, let's read. So, Hebrews chapter 1, verse 1. God, who at sundry times...
Alyssa, hold up.
Hold on. No,
No, I'm not holding up. You're tripping. You gotta be tripping. Hold up, Alyssa. What? You're trying to reread it?
Hold on. No, yeah, hold on. Let's just reread it one more time.
You were not paying attention when I read the first time?
Bakanga, I was. I just want to point
Okay, then listen.
Hold on.
Alyssa. No. I'm not Alyssa, I have asked you a genuine question. If you don't want to answer my question, I can go on to the next guest. We can't keep doing this.
Bakanga, let me read it real quick.
Who is the majesty on high?
Bakanga, let me read this really quickly.
No, I already read it. Everyone heard me.
Bakanga.
Who is the majesty on high?
Bakanga. Let me read this.
Alyssa, thank you for your time.
Bakanga,
I
do not.
appreciate you. Okay, come back another
Okay,
day.
it's God.
No, it's okay. I was already towards the end of my show, but you're not trying to engage in good grace today.
Bakanga, I really
So,
am. The point
no.
is, you just like
Listen.
look at the fact that he is literally called God. With
Alyssa. Of course he's called God, but I showed you how it was. He inherited it.
Oh, well, okay, so he is God. He inherited his nature.
Yes. Listen. According to that verse, Jesus becomes God, but he wasn't always God. So he becomes God in the sense of it. Sister, he becomes God by token of inheritance. He inherits a name above all other names. If that name wasn't already his, then he's got that name from somewhere which wasn't his. If the name was already his, how the fuck do you inherit your own shit? It makes no sense.
Dance. There's no way that you're getting that he just was never God beforehand. So he just like
if he was God, how could he have been God beforehand and then he's inheriting his own shit?
That is literally polytheism. What are you talking about? So you're claiming that like there's just two gods? What are you talking
about? That's literally the criticism that we have against your religion.
What? Hello? What are you talking about? It never says that he was never one time God.
Your religion literally makes it seem like you have three gods. It's not my fault, Alyssa. I'm just stating what you guys say.
Dude, no one ever says this.
That's why the Muslims got you guys beat, because the Muslims don't even split the personalities of their God. Their God got one personality. Your God seems to be one dude with multiple personalities or three dudes with different personalities. Either your God is three dudes with different personalities or it's one guy with multiple personalities.
Bakanga. Please show me anywhere where it says Jesus at one point was not God. Please show me. Because I can show you where it says he was God. Literally, John 1:1. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And then John 1:14. And the Word became flesh and dwelt among us. Who's the Word? Wait, Bakanga. If it says, and the Word became flesh and dwelt among us, Who what's it talking about? Who's the Word?
The Word is not literally a person. The Word is an information that comes through a person.
Flesh. It says it became flesh.
Yes, that's figurative language. It's not literally stating it that the Word literally became flesh. Because you want to know what's funny? Words don't literally become flesh. That's literally English comprehension 101.
That's the point, right? So obviously the Word is referring to a certain person. So when it says
when he says that the Word became flesh in the context of what a word means, if the Word was with God, Alyssa, hold up. If the Word was with God, that means God had some information, a word. He had a word with him, and it was through that word that he created the world. Then a time came to be when God brought a human being in the world and put that word in that human being.
Which is who?
Jesus.
Beautiful. I agree with you, Bakanga. I literally agree with you. Perfect. That's excellent. I totally agree with you, right?
The word became flesh. But Jesus himself. But Alyssa.
Bakanga, wait. You just hold on. Earlier you made the claim that Jesus inherited being God. Okay, you said he inherited being God.
Yeah, he inherits the word.
Bakanga, now hold on. Let me cook. That's what you said.
Alyssa,
and then you said when it says, and the Word became flesh and dwelt among us, you said that the Word is Jesus, right? You just said this. You said that when it became flesh, it was Jesus, right? And then we go to John 1:1, and it says, in the beginning was the Word. Who's the Word? Jesus. And the Word, Jesus, was with God, and the Word, Jesus, was God in the beginning. Like, what are you talking about? In the beginning was Jesus, and the Word was, and the Jesus with God, and Jesus was God, because you just claimed that Jesus is the Word.
Okay, listen carefully. Don't try to twist my words. The Word is information.
You just said the Word became Jesus.
Alyssa, the Word is information that apparently human beings need to know, right? So there's this God who is the majesty on high. This God has this Word. Through this Word, he creates the world. And then it comes a time during human history where this God brings about a human being into existence. And then he gives this human being the information and asks this human being to represent him. That's what
You
we're
were
observing with Jesus.
so intellectually dishonest. You just said that the word became Jesus. You just said
No,
that
I said to you that that's figurative. That is figurative language.
Just admitted to that. And the word
No,
became flesh and dwelt among us. You said that
that
was Jesus.
is figurative language.
Bro, there's no
So,
way.
because we know that a word cannot literally become a person. So, in what sense does a word? First of all, that's personification, right? When you say in the beginning was the word, and the word was with God, and the word was God. If you're claiming that a word is God, you're straight up personifying a word. You're giving a word characteristics of a sentient being.
Yeah,
When words, Alyssa, English comprehension 101.
No, there's no way you're being this dishonest.
Alyssa,
You just made the claim. Hold on. Okay.
Alyssa, I need for you to be quiet and let me finish what I'm saying.
Go ahead, Bakanga.
You asked me a series of questions and I answered you consistent. But it doesn't invalidate the points I made when I said to you that yes, the Bible does say that the word became flesh, but not in the literal sense. Yes, of course, the flesh that the Bible says the word became is Jesus, but Jesus himself as flesh is not literally the word. The aspect of him that is the word is the information he has. Hence, he claimed, I cannot speak any words but what I hear the Father say. So it even shows that the word did not come to Jesus all at once. The word came to Jesus through a series. The Bible says he learned righteousness through suffering. Jesus himself had to learn righteousness through suffering. I can give you that verse. Through many sufferings. So he learned that word. He did not come into the world instantaneously preaching the gospel. He started preaching the freaking gospel when he was 30. Dude had to grow up. Dude had to learn. The Bible says he inherited it. A name above all names. There was a name already while Jesus was on earth, or when Jesus did not exist, that was above all names. And then a human being was born called Jesus, and he inherited that name. And then he also inherited the influence that comes with that name. Apparently, that name puts him as equal. That name is a title that puts him as equal as the ruler of the universe. So by that context, the Bible does claim that Jesus is God. But
you're just making a lot of claims with absolutely no substance.
Alyssa, in fact, Revelation chapter 3. Read Revelation chapter 3. I think this will end this case. This will end this case. It's case closed. Revelation chapter 3. Pull your Bible up.
Hold on. There's no way that you just... Okay, I'm at chapter 3.
Verse 21. I want you to read it out loud, and I want you to read it slowly.
20 what?
Revelation chapter 3, verse 21. Okay. In fact, you know what? Start from verse 20.
Start at verse 20? Okay.
Yes.
Behold, I stand at the door and knock.
No, hold on. Remember, I said read it slowly.
Okay. Behold, I stand at the door and knock. If any man hear my voice and open the door, I will come into him and will sup with him and he with me. To him that overcometh will I grant to sit with me in my throne, even as I also overcame and am set down with my Father in his throne.
Hold up. Even as what? Even as what?
What? I don't see a problem with this whatsoever.
Oh, okay. If you don't see a problem, let me read it. Check this out. Verse 21. Okay. Revelation chapter 3, verse 21. To him who overcomes. So he's saying that to him that does something called overcoming, right? I will grant to sit with me on my throne, just as I also overcame and sat down with my Father on his throne. Jesus never sat on the throne until he overcame. That's his own words. And he's
literally, this is not true. This is not true whatsoever.
That's what the Bible says.
This isn't true.
Doesn't it say right here? Listen, just as I overcame and sat down on my Father's throne. He overcame, then sat down on his Father's throne. And he's promising you that if you overcome, you would also sit on his throne the same way he overcame and sat on his Father's throne. Case closed. There's no argument here. He inherited it. And listen. Let's go back to Hebrew. Hold up. Let's go back to Hebrews.
No, hold on. Let me acknowledge that. Let me acknowledge that.
No, there's not. You can practice later, Alyssa. Let me read this quick verse, okay?
Conga, do not.
No, check this out. Let me read this. It connects.
Hold
let me
on.
read this.
You just made a claim.
Alyssa,
let me acknowledge it.
Alyssa, I'm not done though. I'm not done.
Hold on.
I'm not done. I'm not done, Alyssa.
No, because you're yapping. Let me address the Revelation verse.
Please stop trying to prevent me, right, from just doing this. It's still my program, right? I want to finish this. I would like to finish this before you comment on anything.
No,
please.
Because then I'm gonna have to comment on multiple things. Just
okay, then no problem. If you can't remember, that's inconsequential to my show. But this part is very important for me to prove my point to my audience. So please let me read. Okay. Come on, don't be angry.
I'm not angry. You're just being intellectually.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know about intellectual dishonesty. Listen,
you're not letting me answer it.
Revelation said, "To him that overcomes, you will get to sit on my throne, just like I overcame and sat on his throne." Right?
Let me address that. Hello?
So now listen. This is. Let me see. Verse Hebrews chapter 1. From verse 5. Let me just start. Make sure that it's there.
Yeah. So can I just talk now since you're...
No. Be patient. Okay, go. Verse 5. For to which of the angels did he ever say, "You are my son, today I have begotten you"? Who did God say to, "Today I have begotten you"?
Yeah, this is not a problem. This is not a problem whatsoever.
Sister, that wasn't my question. Whom did God say to, "Today I have begotten you"? Today. It means that there was a point in time when he said, "Today, me, I have begotten you."
Okay, so are you actually going to let me address, or are you just going to yap?
Sister, tell me the name of the person that God said, "Today I have begotten you."
Yeah, I don't see a problem with him saying this to the Son. I have no
problem. Well, regardless of if you see a problem, just tell me the name. Now, was still flowing. Was it Jesus or was it not Jesus?
I just said the Son, yes. Jesus,
so you're saying that God the Father said to Jesus.
So let me address this.
No, sir. Alyssa, I promise that I will not let you speak if you don't let me articulate myself to a full stop, please. I will not. Just in advance. So there's no need to go back and forth.
Yeah, because you're not allowing
I want to build my whole point. Then maybe I'll let you make a conclusion. Like I said, Revelation chapter 3 has invalidated your point. Okay, Jesus said.
You're not even letting me address
it. Sure. Anyone that has common sense can read this and understand that for themselves. It's no need for us to go back and forth. You don't have to change your mind. I don't have to change my mind. It's really up to the audience to decide, right? Fine, they can go read it on their own. But in Revelations, Hebrews chapter 6, 1 verse 6 says, "But when he brings the firstborn into the world," he brings the firstborn into the world. Somebody was brought into the world.
The Son. Yeah, he brought the Son.
Alyssa,
nothing wrong with that.
Alyssa, firstborn. That's the key.
Yeah,
firstborn.
He's the first son. Yes, correct.
Alyssa, firstborn. Who is this firstborn? Who's this firstborn?
There's literally nothing wrong with Jesus Christ.
Alyssa, I understand that, but who is the firstborn?
The firstborn? Like the Son?
Yeah, according to this, who's the firstborn?
Yeah, Jesus? Is that what you're looking for?
Who's the secondborn? Who's the secondborn?
There isn't another begotten son from God, if that's what you're asking me.
So Jesus was the first and last born.
Yeah, he's the only begotten son of God, yes.
So what you're saying is that God did not beget us when we believe. We don't become begotten sons of God.
I'm not a begotten son of God, no. Jesus is the only begotten son. Okay. Scripture says that.
Okay.
Now, can I address the revelation?
No. Hold on.
Bakanga, come on, brother. Allow me to address revelation. Allow me before we keep moving. Hold on. So you said
no. Hold up, Alyssa. Hold up. Just hold it.
Allow me to address it. You're making a whole bunch of claims and not allowing me to
If I have not completely constructed my point, it will make no sense you responding. You're just responding to your own misconceptions. Just be patient.
You're not making a point. You're trying to make multiple points by jumping to different verses.
It's not multiple point. My point is that Jesus Christ inherited his godhood, and he is not just the only one that's going to inherit it, but according to the Bible, everyone who believes is going to inherit it too. That is why Jesus, Alyssa, according to the Bible, Jesus is the firstborn out of the human race to get to sit on the throne of God as God. And guess what? There will be many others who will sit on those thrones. That's why he said to you, "To him that overcomes, I will grant you to sit on my throne." If Jesus' throne is already the throne of God, who the fuck sits on the throne of God if not God? Alyssa, who sits on the throne of God if not God?
I agree. Only God sits on the throne of God.
Okay, so is Jesus sitting on the throne of God right now?
He's gonna like make us a God. He's not making this.
Alyssa, it's a simple logical question. Who is allowed to sit on the Alyssa? Who is allowed to sit on the throne of God if not God?
God.
Okay, when Jesus promised to let you sit on the throne of God, what does that make you?
Not God. We inherit the kingdom of God.
If that's the way you if that's how you draw the conclusion, there's no need. You've been bakangalized. Thank you for your time today, Alyssa. You know what, Alyssa, check this out.
Allow me to address the verse.
Check this out.
Do not run. You're running because you know I'm going to cook you. Let me address the verse. Quit yapping. Quit yapping and let me give the verse.
Hold up.
Stop talking.
Alyssa, one second.
Let me address the verse.
Alyssa, hold up 1 second. I'm gonna give you. Let me see. I'm gonna give you. Alyssa, the conversation is over, but you can choose to talk about. Alyssa, hold up now.
Yeah. So what that means is when you don't allow your debate partner to engage in conversation and you just keep yapping, you're being like.
Alyssa, I'm not debating you.
Okay, Bakanga. So allow me to.
As far as I'm concerned, I'm educating you. You're just a stubborn student.
Bakanga, allow me to address the verse.
Alyssa,
Bakanga,
you think
made a
that
claim about Revelation? You made a claim about Revelation 3, chapter 20.
Alyssa, I really hate muting you. I don't like muting you. It doesn't bring me no pleasure whatsoever. So check this out, Alyssa. Just like when I come to your show, it's your show. I'll never impose my will on your show, okay? I come there to have fun, to be honest. It's just about fun. And I think that you do the same. So please don't let this push you beyond just the conversation. Check this out. For me, it's a conversation. I'm not debating with you. I don't debate with someone who's already lost the debate. But I think that for the purposes of furthering our social interaction, understanding each other, it's good to talk about it. Now, I will give you 1 minute.
Wait, in order to have a conversation, though.
Alyssa, hold up, please. Let me finish. I will give you 1 minute. My point, I don't care what you talk about during the 1 minute, but the conversation that we're having earlier is done. If you choose to use your 1 minute to talk about that, no problem. But whatever you want to talk about, whatever you want to say to me, you can say within the next 1 minute. So I'm going to hit the timer.
Okay, beautiful. Tell me when now. Right now I can talk. I'm good. Okay, perfect. Yeah. So you talked about Revelation. You said Revelation 3. Behold, I stand at the door and knock. If any man hear my voice and open the door, I will come into him and will sup with him and he with me. To him that overcometh will I grant to sit with me in my throne, even as I also overcame and am set down with my Father in his throne. There's absolutely no problem with this, because if we go to John chapter 17, which I will read for you, verse 5. Actually, we can start a little bit before that, in 2. Since you have given him authority over all flesh, who is this? Jesus Christ, to give eternal life to all whom you have given him, and this is eternal life, that they know you, the only true God, and Jesus Christ, whom you have sent. I glorified you on earth, having accomplished the work that you gave me to do. And now, Father, glorify me in your own presence with the glory that I had with you before the world existed. Right? So prior to the earth existing, as you stated earlier, you already conceded that only God gets the glory. You already conceded. So when Jesus said that he shared the exact same glory with the Father before the earth had been created, he is claiming to be God. There's absolutely no other way to interpret this, and you are being insanely dishonest if you disagree with me.
Sure. Alyssa, please. Actually, I'm not sure. Let me write it down. What Bible verse did you just read last? I'm going to do that on my own time, but just tell me what it is, please.
Yeah, John 17:5.
John 17.
5.
Can you read the part where it says the only true God and Jesus Christ whom he sent? Can you read that part again, please?
Yeah, I got you. Since you have given him authority over all flesh, to give eternal life to all whom you have given him, and this is eternal life, that they know you, the only true God, and Jesus Christ, whom you have sent. I glorify you.
Hold up. Please, hold up. So hold up. So somebody gives somebody else power to give eternal life. And eternal life is to believe in someone who is the only true God who comes through Christ.
Yeah.
Damn.
So
that's my point. That's my
I
point.
think
There is
you
on there is the who is the only true God in this context?
Jesus Christ was being re-glorified while he was on earth. Correct? We already discussed that he had two
Hold up,
distinct
hold up,
Already
sister,
discussed it.
sister. But you just the verse you just quoted just made my point.
There's no way. There's no way. What
The
does it say
verse you
directly
just
after
quoted just
eternity?
made my point.
So what does it, Bakanga? No, it doesn't, because of the verse directly after. Listen.
So what is
And
eternal
now,
life? Okay,
Father, glorify me.
read
Hold
the
on.
part. Read the part that says this is eternal life.
Oh my! Oh, I'm gonna continue reading. Hold on. 1 second. To all whom you have given him, and this is eternal life, that they know you. Jesus is praying, correct? He's praying to God. Hold on. That they know you, the only true God, and Jesus Christ, whom you have
So
sent.
Jesus is referring to somebody else
hold on.
as the only true God.
Hold on.
Alyssa,
Yes.
no.
Yes,
This is perfect. Jesus
Of
is
course.
referring to somebody else as the only true God. So what the
Yeah,
fuck
that
does
doesn't
it
mean
make
that
him?
he's also not a part of the Trinity. That doesn't
No,
mean that he's also not a part of
sister.
God.
If Jesus is the one saying out of his own mouth that there is the only true God somewhere who sent him, what does that make him? He can't be that only true God. Because he himself has confessed that there is an only true God.
Trinity works. Yeah. So you know how the Trinity works. You're not that
Yeah, but the Bible never emphatically
you're not
uses the
that
word
dense.
Trinity, so you don't get to tell me how the Trinity works when we know that it literally
Jesus never
is
claims to be a
dogma.
prophet in the Quran. How we interpret Scripture. Now, hold on. How are you going to address the verse that I brought up? And now, Father, glorify me in your own presence with the glory that I had with you before the earth had existed. How are you going to address that?
The glory that he had is because by the end of Jesus' life, he became the embodiment. By overcoming, he became the embodiment of that.
That's not true.
Alyssa, let me finish. Alyssa, let me finish talking. Let me finish talking. Yes, let me finish talking.
Wait,
listen.
He said before the earth existed.
Yes, listen. We know what Jesus represents. Jesus had a mission when he came to earth, and the mission had a price. Okay? The price of that mission is that he gets to inherit the name above all names. The price of that mission is that he becomes the embodiment of the word which was given to him. Once he accomplishes that, then he gets to share in the glory that came with that word. So when he says that, he is also personifying himself as that word. I have brought this message which was before the foundations of the earth. Now give me the same glory as this message.
But that's not what he's saying. What?
That's literally what he is saying.
No, he's not. Let's break it down. And now, Father, Jesus is speaking. He's speaking to the Father. And now, Father, glorify me now in your own presence, right? With the glory. So the glory, which you already said is only designated for God, with the glory that I had with you. So I, the Son, had the exact same glory with you, the Father, before, past tense, before the earth had existed. So before the earth had been created, Jesus Christ, the Son, was with the Father and shared the exact same glory with the Father.
No, yes. That's not. Listen,
then you would agree with this because you already said he's the Word.
Alyssa, again, that's due to your misunderstanding of the personification of the word and the fact that Jesus is that personification.
Oh my gosh.
Listen. Let me hold on. Let me show you to you that Jesus is the personification. Jesus is the second person of the Trinity, right?
Yeah.
The second person of the Trinity is the Word, right?
Which means Jesus Christ is the Word.
Hold up. The Word is not flesh and blood, right?
Okay, not past tense. The Word.
Alyssa. The Word is
this, right?
The Word is not flesh and blood, right?
Okay, the Word became flesh is the verse.
Alyssa.
The Word became flesh.
Alyssa. The Word is not flesh and blood, right?
It is. The Word became flesh and dwelt.
Hold up, Alyssa. When the Word was with God in the beginning, was it flesh and blood?
Not in the beginning. No, I disagree with that.
Okay. When did the Word become flesh?
Yeah, when Jesus Christ was sent to the earth.
Okay, you understand that that's personification, right?
Oh my gosh. Just because the Word was not man yet, doesn't mean that...
Listen.
Bakanga, listen to me and stop stop doing all this. Listen to me. Listen to me. Just because the word became flesh, and there's a slight distinction here, doesn't mean that the word was not always Jesus. You're just making this claim with no substance. You have to give me evidence of this. Please.
Evidence that when he says the word became flesh is personification is because personification is defined as giving human qualities to a non-human thing.
Did it not become flesh, literally? Is that not literally
No,
true?
it did not
Because
become
the word
flesh literally.
You already conceded that the word was God, that it became God.
Alyssa, check this
I
out.
mean, that was you.
Alyssa, is God a man that he should lie?
No.
Is God a man that he can be killed by the swords of men?
No.
This word that you claim became flesh, is that word God?
The word that became flesh, is that God? Yes. It
When
says,
the word became, hold up. When the word became flesh and it was flesh, was it still God?
Yes.
And that flesh that was God, did men kill it?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the flesh.
Sister, it is not the point that you have a problem with the flesh dying. The point is that the flesh. Hold on. Let me finish. The point is that the flesh is God, and human beings killed it.
The flesh is what? We already discussed. Yes, two distinct natures.
Alyssa.
Are you not tracking?
Alyssa, it cannot be two different natures. Alyssa, it cannot be two different natures if the flesh became, Alyssa, stop interrupting me and listen. It could not be two different natures if the flesh if the word literally became flesh. Now, if there was flesh, then the word was installed into the flesh, then you can still maintain those two different states. But if the word becoming flesh was an actual transformation where the word became the flesh and the flesh is what was killed, now I see why the Christian God has got to be a dictator, because if we get our hands on him, we're going to fuck him up.
You are so dense.
I'm just saying. I don't see why God is scared of human beings.
There is no contradiction within these statements. I already told you in John 1-3, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. So he was in the beginning with God. All things were made through him, and the Word became flesh and dwelt among us, and we have seen his glory.
Alyssa,
so
do
the
you
Word
take everything?
Flesh. The flesh
Alyssa, I heard you. Do you take everything in the Bible literally?
I think there's a distinction between literally and figuratively.
Okay, what are some of the elements that we use to identify something being figurative?
Yeah, I think we can just use context clues. We can see how the church interprets.
When something is figurative, it will be metaphoric, hyperbolic, personified. It will have all the qualities associated with, a figure of speech, right?
Sure, I'm going to interpret it.
When the Bible says...
Why do you keep cutting me off and then get mad when I cut you off?
Alyssa, because it's my show. If you don't like it, I'm sorry, sister. When the Bible says the word became flesh, that is a classic, simple example of personification. And any English student that reads this and doesn't...
already agreed with me that the word becomes flesh because the word becomes Jesus. You already conceded to this earlier.
I said not in the literal sense, figuratively, personification. That has been my narrative from the very beginning.
Even if it is, you know what, even if I granted you that, even if I did grant you that, even if I did, no matter what, you still grant that the word was at least given to Jesus, is Jesus in some way, shape, or form, because you did concede to this. Even if it is some type of personification, whatever, it doesn't matter.
Alyssa, of course.
The word is still God.
Alyssa, of course. Listen, according to Christian, my job is not to misrepresent Christianity, okay? I have my criticism against Christianity, but I have nothing to benefit lying. That's why I like to flip the Bible. I'm not just making up shit. If you follow the biblical narrative, the word of God himself, that means everything that God says is life, right? God is all-knowing. So the information he has with him is already with him. It's the information that he used to make the world, right? And for some reason, God has the intention of sharing that information with man. But because no one can see God and touch God, God actually brought a human being into the world. And God gave that human being all that information and said, go ahead, give it to the rest of my children. And if you go through this trial and you overcome, you will get to sit with me in my throne. And then I will give you the power to raise them up, and they will sit with us in our throne. Okay, that's the glory. Within that context, Jesus is referred to. Alyssa, within that context in Christianity, Jesus is the prime example.
Context whatsoever. This is not within context, because that same human being that you were talking about claims to be God. It says in that script, that exact same scripture, that man is the Word. So if that man is the Word and he is God, or the Word is God, then Jesus Christ is God. Like, it doesn't matter how you interpret it, right? Nobody has ever interpreted these verses in the past 2,000 years the way you
Alyssa, it is true that Hebrews does say Jesus is God. I actually use that to educate Christians all the time, because when they claim that Jesus is God, they never know where to go in the Bible. But it says he became God. Yes,
it does not say he became God.
Okay, when Jesus says in the book of John, the one true God, who is he referring to?
Yeah, he's talking about the Father. He is also
Alyssa, listen to the words carefully. Jesus said in the book of John, the one true God. One true God. But he is not referring to himself. Who is he talking about? How many true gods are there?
There's one true God.
Okay.
But even in that same...
Alyssa, let me help you out understand your own Bible, because I think this will do you good if you understand it.
Even in Hebrews 1:8, it says, but of the Son, he says, your throne, O God, is forever and ever. God the Father is speaking to the Son and calls him, O God. This is showing Jesus.
That is the moment when he is handed... That is the moment... Alyssa, that is the moment he is handed his inheritance. That is the moment he is handed his inheritance, right?
And I'm going to disprove that. Hold on. So then in Hebrews 1:3, he is the radiance of the glory of God and the exact imprint of his nature, and he upholds the universe by the word of his power. Jesus here is described as the exact imprint, which in Greek is just like God's being, right? This means that he shares God's very nature, not that he became God.
Alyssa, if Jesus was God, he wouldn't have to be an exact imprint. He would be
is an exact imprint.
Listen, Alyssa, you only need an imprint of something when there's an original and a copy. Duh.
No way. An exact imprint is God's being.
Alyssa,
I just told you that in Greek.
You only need an exact imprint when there's a possibility to have a counterfeit.
Yeah,
you understand that, right?
Hold on. Let me pull up the Greek.
Alyssa, listen, check this out. Alyssa, hold up.
Let me pull up the Greek.
Alyssa, no, let's not do that, because my time is over anyways. Alyssa.
No, we need to, because you're
No, look, I gave you 1 minute, but I stretched it to 15 minutes. This would just be abusing me now if we go past that.
Yeah, you're running, because if I pull up the Greek, it's going to say that he has always been
Alyssa,
God. You're going to run.
Alyssa, please don't be Alyssa, please don't be a sore loser. I gave you 1 minute. Everyone,
you're being the
Alyssa, I gave you 1 minute. Everyone can witness that we have now spoken for 15 minutes because you're my friend. And I don't actually mind conversations with you. But right now, we have to pick this up another day. Okay? It's okay.
Just allow me to show you the Greek. Real quick.
So if you don't show me that Greek, the world will end?
I'm going to prove that you're wrong.
I think that you're trying to survive. You're in coping mode. I think that I just straight up wipe the floor with you tonight. I think you're going to have to go back and regroup to come back, because this African man right here, he did some cuckoo juju on you, Alyssa. You need to go pray.
I've literally cooked you this entire time. You just won't allow me to show you why you are wrong. Every single time I've tried to prove you wrong, you have ran. You have literally ran every single time.
That's exactly what people say after they get their ass whooped in the ring.
Yeah, nobody's no one's ass is whooped.
Look, Alyssa, yeah, for real. Let's get off the whole win and lose thing, because like I said, my friendship with you on TikTok, I don't want it to be hostile, okay? We're gonna have conversations and we're gonna feel differently about it. Ultimately, don't forget that the main goal is the edification of those who are listening to us, both those who agree with you and those who disagree with you, those who agree with me and those who disagree with me. Our goal is not to see who's right and wrong. We want to inspire people to think. So defend your position, but don't let your feelings linger past. And maybe you're not, right? I'm just saying it. So realistically, there are going to be some people who agree with you out of this conversation. There are going to be some who disagree with you. But as long as they go and do their homework, then what you've done here today is valuable, whether you were right or you were wrong. And if you see it that way, then we could always have productive conversation, regardless of how strong the language is.
Wait, I don't think we've had any productive conversations because you never let me speak and you just don't let me prove
sure. I can respect that because of course that's your unique perspective. But in my experience on TikTok, because TikTok is really entertainment for most people, the way people extract value is not determined by the feelings and emotions of the host or the guest. It's determined on how they take the information of what they're observing and also what they're hearing. So if your goal is to edify people, just be yourself, which is fine, which I think you are. So until next time, Alyssa, it's 17 minutes. I gotta go. Okay. I appreciate you.
Okay,
like literally, I'm ending the live after you leave because I was already like getting ready to end it, but I saw you in the guest request. I was like, oh, I haven't spoken to Alyssa in a while. She deserves another recent ass whipping. So you came, you got the ass whipping, and I said, hey, sister, sleep well, okay?
You got cooked.
Sleep well, okay, sister Alyssa?
I can't wait to cook you the next time.
Okay, sister, I will see you next time. Make sure you bring some habanero peppers and some jalapenos and bring some ice because African food is really spicy. And fufu, fufu is not for the faint of heart. If you're not used to eating fufu, it's very difficult to handle bakanga. So thank you.
Get ready to get cooked. It's all right. It'll be cooked. It'll be cooked. All right. Have a good night, bakanga.
Yes, Maya. Listen to me. If you don't have strong teeth, make sure that you live and die by your own book. Make sure you live and die by your own book. In fact, I didn't even want to go to Meta AI. I had to read this one, hard copy. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. I don't know if I'll be online tomorrow, but I appreciate you guys, and I appreciate tonight. Remember, we're not enemies, y'all. This is just conversation. As extreme, as rude, as unpleasant as it might be, it's just conversation. Don't take it personally. I respect each and every one of your humanities because I don't pay your rent. I don't pay your bills. I know that you are competent enough to take care of yourself. And just because we find ourselves here doesn't mean that we're better than each other. We may disagree, but we're not enemies. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, I will be putting this on YouTube. If you're not following me on YouTube, check the link out in the description, ladies and gentlemen. And remember to be kind to each other, okay? Be kind to your fellow religious and non-religious people. We still got to work together, y'all. Thank you so much. Stay blessed, y'all. Bakanga is out. Thank you so much for the compliment, the brother that said I have evolved. I have evolved.